down a piece, he's down 2 pawns.
A couple of checks, Magnus's king is going to dance easily out of them.
Take my queen and give me a new one, please.
Oh, he's losing now.
You walked right into the net.
And they know it. They know it.
Turn your boards.
909.
952.
Probably made a big mistake.
Oh, and the bar's going up. This is an absolute gem of a game.
Wesley So has done it.
He's going in for the attack, but
He's walked into checkmate. Black can play rook takes pawn.
One move checkmate. 2 seconds. Oh my god, what an Armageddon! High stakes matches today, 4 biggies in the elimination bracket. 2 will be knocked out. The drama is about to begin. Welcome everyone to the Chessable Masters. I'm International Master Tanya Sachdev. Alongside me, there's no chess without Grandmaster Hess and the ever-brilliant Grandmaster David Howell. Guys, we've got a big day ahead of us. Robert, loving the pink chair. What are you most hyped about today?
well, I mean, can we predict any more upsets? Because that would be something special. Yesterday was a day of the underdog. Alicia Keys would be very proud.
It feels like the stakes are higher than ever. There's more on the line. And as Tanya, you mentioned, 2 players will leave. It's not just any 2 players. Those players in the elimination bracket now, 4 of the world's best. So there's definitely going to be blood spilt. I can't wait for the action.
The 4 players in the elimination, any one of them could be the tournament winner. They're that strong. We'll deep dive more into that. But first, let's check out the dates for this year's 2024 Champions Chess Tour. 4 regular events leading up to the tour and in-person live finals in December. We're in the Chessable Masters. Mark your calendars. The 4 winners of each of these 4 events will qualify for the December finals. And Robert, also the ever-important tour standings. The players are feeling the pressure.
They certainly are, because from the get-go, you're looking, how many points am I going to gain from this performance if I don't, in fact, win this section? So these players, they know what's at stake. A lot of money and only 4 events this year compared to 6 a season ago.
Fewer events, the pressure is on, and the pressure was on yesterday as well. What an exciting start it was. Few would have predicted the winners, the way the games went yesterday. And if you're a fan of the story of the underdogs, yesterday was a blockbuster.
The play-ins, the placements, they were super exciting. But here we go. We have liftoff. It is the KO.
This time it's the white king that's running up the board. Both kings have been doing a bit of dancing here, but the white king is doomed. No way to escape. You step forward to f5, there's going to be a deadly check on f3. And white has to lose even more material. Jan Nepomniachtchi smiles, and he's about to resign.
Jasper reacts. He gets the dub. Massive, massive drama on the Wesley board as Wesley gets flagged, Robert. What happened?
Can he give a petrol check? If not, Black promotes and wins. Rook to d7 to blunder. Black deflects the rook and wins.
The game is over. Fedoseev takes it. What a defensive find by him.
Jospem is about to take this victory. We saw Jan Nepomniachtchi just smile again, shake his head.
Jose Martinez is on a roll.
He has a superpower and he knows how to use it. He has a low rating, and this is for everyone out there at home. If you're playing someone higher rated, you can just play solid, you can bully them and use it against them, and then we see resignation. Denis wins it.
Incredible chess by Denis. It was a day of celebrations. 3 under 2,700 players have made it through to Division I of the Chessable Masters, and they remain in the winner's bracket. Started with 8 players on Friday. We see 4 go down into the loser's bracket. Meanwhile, Denis Lazovic, Magnus Carlsen, Vladimir Fedoseev continue their run into the winner's bracket. They will be fighting it out. But before that, we've also got the action coming in from the losers bracket, where we've got 4 heavy hitters. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave takes on Jan Nepomniachtchi. Wesley So will take on Alireza Firouzja. Big fights. David, who impressed you the most on day 1 of the knockouts?
Well, it wasn't any of those 4 players in the elimination bracket, the losers bracket. Unfortunately, I'm going to go instead, however, for those underdogs. Denis Lazovic and Jose Martinez just showing that being the underdog, having their opponents push harder, trying to take them down, and kind of showing them maybe a little less respect than they deserve. It has worked in their favour, and especially for young Denis Lazovic, nerves of steel, undefeated yesterday in 5 games, including an Armageddon against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It was just a fantastic display of solidity.
And we have it, Denis against Maxime. 4 draws in the rapid, the Armageddon. The Frenchman never really got a chance and never got his opportunity with the white pieces. Denis Lazovic kept it solid. We've got their post-match stats. Robert, what stands out to you in this one?
It's the accuracy from the youngster. He has such a solid style that he avoids really heavy mistakes. But what's interesting to note is down at the bottom there, it was Denis Lazovic who actually had a blunder in one of the games, but it didn't matter because when it came down to it, he only needed a draw in Armageddon. He did not need to win the game. So the blunders, they weren't real, they were not found, and that is why Denis Lazovic, he moved on with that stellar play.
And I've noticed he's just so good with these Armageddons. We also saw that in the Toronto finals of the previous season. We saw that in the match play here when he took down Anish Giri. And then yesterday against Maxime, he managed to get the black pieces. He outsmarted him in the bids and then never gave him the chance. Another player who never gave his opponent a chance was Jose Martinez, playing against the 2-time World Championship challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan, a big favorite on paper. But David, to my eyes, it just felt that Jan was completely out of form yesterday.
Right, we saw Jan Nepomniachtchi not show his best, a blunder in one of the early games, and there was simply no way back. Jose was too solid, too strong after that, and took his chances when they came. Martinez, he's a man in form. He was so impressive during the play-ins as well. And this time format, 10 minutes on the clock, 2-second increment, really seems to suit him. So Jan Nepomniachtchi, he will hopefully step through the gears today. He needs to in that losers bracket, but Jose Martinez, one to watch. He's definitely the man of the moment so far.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, one of the 4 players on their last lives today in the elimination bracket. For Jose Martinez, it has been the Cinderella story so far. On his 25th birthday, he convincingly wins the Swiss play-ins, then goes on to book his spot in Division I. Robert, what impressed you the most about Jose yesterday?
Pretty much everything. His composure, the fact that when he gets in time trouble, he proves why he's a mainstay of the Bullet Chess Championship year in and year out. He's won a number of the Bullet Brawls. He's a streamer, a content creator, sure, but he's also an exceptional player and a very strong grandmaster. Just because he doesn't venture to over-the-board tournaments, that can be expensive for many players, does not mean that he doesn't pack a powerful punch and he's able to deliver in those waning seconds because he is that strong.
He is that strong. And one other player who is super strong, and he needs no introduction at all. Of course, he continues his run in the winner's bracket. It is Magnus Carlsen who won his match against Wesley So, and today he will take on Vladimir Fedoseev. It's the big fish versus the biggest fish. David, what are we expecting from this one? Where does Fedoseev create his chances against Magnus Carlsen?
Well, he simply has to look to the other underdogs for inspiration, all of these lower rated players rising up, but also he is a confident man, Fedoseev. Remember, the World Rapid Championship, as recently as the end of December, Fedoseev got the silver medal. Yes, Magnus got gold, but he knows on his day he can hang with the best. And actually, for Magnus Carlsen, this is not going to be a walkover. Fedoseev has had a few games where he has been successful against Magnus in the past. So both players, if they bring their best, it's going to be a close fight.
And one of those famous examples is when Magnus Carlsen, a few years back, he was trolling, coming onto chess.com, trying to take over the #1 rating in Blitz. And you know who stopped him? The big fish. Vladimir Fedoseev said, "Not so fast, my friend." And he took him down. He was every bit his equal in that Blitz match. This is rapid. It's a different time control. But the best part of Fedoseev is he bends, but he does not break. He is super resourceful, as he showed yesterday against Firouzja.
What a match that was. That's quite a comeback victory for Fedoseev. He lost the first game and then finally winning in the last round, took the match, scored 2 wins in those best of 4. Vladimir Fedoseev has to bring in the same form. He has to bring in his A game as he faces the 3-time and the reigning tour champion. Fedoseev continues the run in the winner's bracket, and it's not just him. We've got another big matchup in the winner's bracket as Denis Lazovic will be fighting it out against Jaspim as well. Now, while these guys still have 2 lives left, There are 4 players who are on their last life, and 2 names that I think would surprise everyone and few would have predicted at the start. Wesley So against Ali Reza. One of them will be eliminated today. Now, looking at their form coming in from day one, what do we make of this matchup? And is there a favorite in this one, Robert?
Oh, this is a toss-up, but players with very different styles. What we tend to appreciate with Wesley So, super solid. Alireza Firouzja, he makes chaos happen. He's kind of like the Joker, and he is willing to shake things up. So this is a huge clash of styles, a clash of generations. I do not know who to pick because a year ago, they both had 4 Division I appearances. It proves that they are both mighty and hard to take down.
A clash of styles, a clash of generations. David, this is going to be a fun one. What do you think will be the key factor, the key decisive factor in this matchup?
Just about who can get their style of play going on the board, as Robert mentioned. Firouzja, he's the agent of chaos. All hell breaks loose when he plays these days. It's been up and down, win, loss. That was the story of his tournament yesterday as well. But for Wesley So, if he can quiet down the game, if he can change the pace, maybe go into slower, grindy endgame type of positions, then Wesley will stand great chances. But judging on yesterday's form, Firouzja wants that fire on the board. So the games are going to be fascinating no matter what.
It's going to be a lot about who gets their kind of position. Whenever there's a clash of styles, so much depends on how the opening progresses into the middle game, which player is more comfortable with the kind of structures that appear on the board. It's going to be a fun battle with high stakes, but that's not the only one. Our other big match in the elimination bracket as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave takes on Jan Nepomniachtchi. Both players lost on day one. They are on their last life, and one of them will, I want to say go home, but they are playing from home, but they will get eliminated from the Chessable Masters. Now, to me, these 2 players, of course, 2 of the best players in the world, but they were just both off form. Maxime never got his kind of positions against Denis Lazovic. Denis always kept it under control. What does he need to do today against Jan Nepomniachtchi? Both very dynamic players.
Both very dynamic players. Maxime maybe just needs to use all of his opening weaponry, his arsenal of these fantastically kind of pinpointed opening prep. But Jan, he's a bit of a moving target these days, especially online. It just depends what mood he's in quite often. So as you say, Tanya, it's about who of this 1990 generation, a kind of clash of the 33-year-olds, who comes into it hotter. I actually feel the first player to win a game here will just cruise through. I think both players at this point, they're just a bit restless. They're just ready. And I don't think either is in the right mindset to kind of bounce back if yet another kind of setback happens. So it's going to be fascinating to watch. I think Vachier-Lagrave was a bit more solid yesterday, but who knows? Jan is capable.
And Jan is ready to go as we see him on the camera. He better be ready to go with the players on their last life. And David, you're absolutely right. There is no margin for error in the losers bracket. It's a best of 2. You lose one game, it's so difficult to come back with just one more game left. So they've got to keep things under control. And Jan looks very amused right now.
Well, it's because he knows how the horsey moves, apparently. And you see Jan Nepomniachtchi, all smiles at the moment, but when it's game time, he is serious. Yesterday was not his day. He was instead focused on Twitter rather than on the chess. Today, he has to go right back to the board against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, someone he knows very well. In fact, when Jan Nepomniachtchi won his first candidates, he overtook Maxime. Those 2 were neck and neck in the first half of that delayed candidates tournament. So these 2 have history for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He does not want history from yesterday to repeat himself. He wants to continue here in Division I.
It's a big matchup coming up. Jan Nepomniachtchi taking on Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Well, earlier on Twitter, it looked like the 2 were friendly. Right now, David, all friendship has to be kept off the board. It is all focus. The gloves have to come off. The players, high pressure right now. What do you think is going to be the opening approach in this one for Jan?
It's better to leave that Twitter sideshow to one side for now. I feel that Jan, it depends, right? He's got the candidates on the horizon. He doesn't really want to show off his best openings. But if he does employ his best openings, the Spanish with white, the Petrov with black, all of his kind of his kind of A game openings, then I actually feel he has a chance. But Yeah, the players, when they freestyle, anything can happen. It's so hard to predict. That smile on the face as well, it was there throughout yesterday. It seemed to distract him. He wasn't fully focused, Jan, and both players actually smiling. And yeah, really rare to see this mindset. It's just about who settles in quicker. This 10-minute time format traditionally might favor Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's super quick, super instinctive. Yesterday, Jan was kind of yet to find his rhythm, but I'm not making a prediction, Tanya. I'm not brave enough. How about you?
Yeah, it's going to be tough to predict this one, David, Robert. And David, you mentioned this time format, 10 minutes with a 2-second increment. Very different from last year where the players started with 15 minutes and 3-second increment. At this level, how much of a difference is that 1 second? How does that change the dynamics for these players, David?
Massive, especially when the clocks tick down. The players at some point will reach that climax of the game when it's really messy, when the tactics are flying, and there it's just pure instinct. So 2 seconds disappears instantly. We even saw Wesley So you lose on time yesterday. That's how quickly the increment can disappear. And both of these players, known for their speed, they don't really want to get down to those time scrambles. And usually it's just about who's in the better shape, who's in better form. Here we go, though. It is the Petrov defense, one that I name-dropped earlier, showing how much Jan Nepomniachtchi wants to win this game. He's taking it seriously this tournament, the Chessable Masters. He wants to win it. We see a trade of pawns in the center. This is still the main line of the Petrov defense. Until now, not the most common move. White bringing out a bishop, blocking the d-pawn. But this d-pawn will later most likely move. Often White pushes a pawn forward, drops the bishop back, and then the d-pawn is free. So clearly preparation, a bit of a battle here. We see on the left side of our boards the percentages of the kind of outcome of this opening. White tends to win 47% of the time. That's a huge score, I've got to say. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's got more time in the tank. Robert, what do you make of these early moves, these early decisions?
I'm honestly most surprised by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's time usage. He's one of the quickest players on the planet, as is Jan Nepomniachtchi, and we are seeing a pawn sacrifice in the moment. So White is about to take twice, goes up a pawn. Black gets a pair of bishops on an open board, so that is compensating for the material deficit. But as I look just at the clock, Jan Nepomniachtchi, in his preparation, it was Maxime who played an offbeat opening, and Tanya, are you as surprised as I am to see that it's Maxime playing something of a sideline, and yet he's the one using his clock?
Definitely. And Robert, we've spoken so much about preparation, and this is something that has to be Jan Nepomniachtchi's World Championship prep. But for Maxime, he's still in the think with that last move. So I'm just trying to understand, there are so many natural developing moves here. You can take the knight out to c3. You could double up on the e-line, attacking the bishop. What goes on in a grandmaster's mind at this early stage when obvious moves are in front of you to slow down? What is Maxime thinking about here, David?
Maxime, he's the most instinctive player I've ever met. I've played him since we were both 8 years old, and normally in a position like this, he would kind of throw the moves down on the board. They'd be flying out, pawn to d3, like you said, bring the bishop out, bring the knight out. He won't stop to calculate until it's really necessary, but he knows he's walked into some opening preparation here, and hence his last move, he's trying to simplify the equation. That is not Jan Nepomniachtchi, I can confirm. That is Wesley So on the camera, unless something magic has happened. But yeah, he's just trying to get rid of a set of pawns, trying to simplify the equation since he is 1 pawn ahead. But Robert's right. The time usage is really mysterious. I have actually seen Jan Nepomniachtchi employ this pawn sacrifice in the past. It is known. So Maxime may be surprised by the employment of the Petrov defense. Maybe just didn't spend too much time preparing, wanting to stay fresh instead. Either way, he's getting out of the opening, and once White recaptures, Black also has an issue how to develop these pieces. If the Black bishops start playing, then I do fear for White, despite the extra pawn. So, Robert, how would you evaluate the practical chances of this gambit, the sacrifice?
Well, this last decision to offer a trade of queens, I think, is a good practical one from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We often tell our newer members of the audience, our students, to trade pieces when you're ahead. White is a pawn up, so if the queens could come off the board, and also if the rooks later leave, then that extra pawn will make its presence felt. It is a c2 pawn, but later you can use it as a pass pawn, push it forward. So the bishops, they are long-range pieces. They can poke and prod on both flanks. That's the good news. The bad news for Jan is he is down a pawn, and I don't see the clear-cut compensation. I don't see something he can target. He is now playing defense a bit. He's going to prevent white from pushing those pawns forward, and the queen trade has happened. You see the evaluation bar slightly inching upwards for white. I would agree with that assessment. I would certainly love to have this. It's a dream position for Maxime.
Yeah. He's got the extra pawn, and David, sorry, but I was just going to say, pieces traded off, queens traded off, he's got the extra pawn, the bishop's coming out. It just looks like Jan's going to be fighting it out for a draw here. It feels like a game for 2 results to me.
I was about to kind of preach about how you should trade on your terms, not your opponent's terms. I was really surprised to see Jan Nepomniachtchi take off that queen in the center a few moves ago, because now white's knight is really well solidified. Look at this. It looks like a granite statue in the middle of the board, protected by this pawn, protected by the bishop. It's on a square we call an outpost, and the only way to get rid of it effectively is to trade off these knights. But now if white does take the black knight, the black pawns will be shattered. I'm expecting that to happen any moment now. What else simply for white? The compensation here for black will lie in this bishop being a bit of a nasty pest here along the diagonal, just reminding the white pawns on the queen side that they're slightly vulnerable. And this bishop, if it can get into the game, if there is a trade of knights, for example, via this diagonal, then the bishops do start to play a role. So still not over, but I agree with both of you. At the very minimum, white should be able to return a pawn and kind of bail out into a draw. So it's very much a 2-result type of position where it's white trying to make things happen, trying to cling on, trying to profit from the extra material, but essentially black objectively should be fine. This is really reminiscent of the Marshall Gambit and other e4, e5 openings that some of our viewers might know, where black gives up a pawn but has long-term position. And watch out for the b file to become a bit of a pressure point in the near future. But for now, these 2 weaknesses do give black the questions to answer. White's knight is coming. Small advantage. I think we're all in agreement here for white.
There's a first time for everything, right? We're all agreeing white is better. It's a safe position. The knight, as you mentioned, can venture to b3 and c5 or up to e4 into the center. And unfortunately for Jan, he has his own weaknesses to worry about. A pawn's best friend is another pawn. David, you know I like to do this. If you can just grab that c6 pawn and scoot it over to b6 for a second, well, that looks like a much more stable foundation where your pawns are connected. But with the pawns separated the way they are, that means that white can start attacking them. In fact, the a7 pawn already means that the black rook is tethered to it. You can't easily move that into the position because a7 will drop. So the bishops are out. Tanya, we all seem to be on the same page here, but I guess the question becomes, how challenging will it be for Jan to prove that he can obtain that half point?
Yeah, that's the big question here. Jan will be on the defense. He's got the bishop pair and the open B line and the rook on the D file, also on the open file as compensation. So there's definitely piece activity. But at the end of it, Maxime up a pawn, the knight having these good squares. I think Maxime's going to try to get as much as he can from this position. We'll try to grind it out. This is a good moment to jump back to our other high-stakes game, which we haven't had a look at, as Wesley So takes on Alireza Firouzja. One of these 2 players will be eliminated. Should we check in with our other 2 heavy hitters?
Let's do just that, Tanya, as we see Alireza Firouzja starting with the white pieces against Wesley So. And I was going to say Wesley's so solid because this is rock solid for black. No weaknesses at all. It's what we call the Carlsen pawn structure. Whenever we see a pawns on e3 and d4 faced off by pawns on c6 and d5. But with a twist this time, because white has already advanced a pawn to f4. Pros and cons here. You have more central control, but a bit of a backward pawn now. The backward pawn on e3 is a bit tender. You'll be stuck defending it for a long time. I've got to say, I'm surprised the evaluation bar is kind of slightly in white's favor here, unless it's because of this move, opening up the center. I would have thought black is doing completely fine, but suddenly questions to answer. The black queen is hit. This is very dynamic now, up Firouzja's alley. We were talking about who wants their style of position of game, and white is suffering long term. White has a weak, isolated queen's pawn. This f4 pawn, very tender as well. But for now, this queen hit, the f6 pawn a bit of a target as well. Robert, you're great with these tactics. Do you see any trouble here for Wesley So? If he just retreats his queen, for example, is he still as solid as it looks at first glance?
Well, white is going to start throwing pieces forward, especially if that queen goes to c7 away from the black king. I think f5 is the next move that Alireza wants to uncork. Let's open up that diagonal for the queen to land on h6. Let's go for tactics in front of the black king. So for Wesley, the long term is great for him. White has this isolated pawn that is blockaded. If the queens disappeared, White is in some danger in the long run. The endgame would be one that Capablanca could only dream of. May he rest in peace. So as I look at this position, I think it actually plays to both of these player styles. In the immediate position, White can go on the prowl, go for the black king. But if you stall, if you hesitate for even a moment, and Black is able to further consolidate and solidify the position, there are some long-term weaknesses. So F5 is on the board, Tanya. I think that it's a battle of styles here, and both players are doing the right thing.
I completely agree with everything that you've just said, but I do like White's position, especially after that move F5. And to complete your thought, if we just back up before knight to D5 was played, David, as Black, you really want to keep things close and you want to keep your king side solid. But I think the tactics that you were pointing out earlier, if Black does make the move like G5, they're already on the board. Because after G5, White can go knight takes F6, pick up that pawn on F6, and suddenly queen takes G5. Once you recapture, the F6 knight falls and the whole king side falls apart. So there's really no way for Wesley to keep the king side blocked, which means that the white bishop on D3 and the pawn on F5 can open up after a trade on the live board, and I see the G6 pawn indeed has been traded off. I think this position suits Ali Reza's style just a little bit more than it suits Wesley.
I think David might be muted right now. As we could see him chatting, but nothing said. David, you back with us?
Excited about the position. I was just saying that this position, I like it for White as well. I'm on Tanya's side. It looks very attractive for Firouzja, but he has to keep pedaling. It's like riding a bicycle. If you stop, you might fall off. And long term, because he is worse here, he is kind of suffering with this backward D pawn, this isolated pawn. Long term, chances aren't great. He has to play it for the attack. So key moment, he's stopped, he's thinking. He's actually quite significantly down on the clock, but moves like queen to h6 strikeout look really, really attractive. At some point, you might consider throwing a battering ram down the board with your h-pawn. If Wesley's able to trade off pieces, Wesley will be loving life. Watch out for Wesley, for example, bring the black queen forward and offering that trade. So very much in the balance as we see this real clash of styles. Both players playing true to their character here. Really fascinating to watch.
Yeah, and I think it's the kind of position where if the pieces get traded off, like you're pointing out with queen to f4, these long-term weaknesses that White has, the isolated queen spawn on d4, these will come into play and give Wesley chances to perhaps fight for more. So for Ali Reza, it's really key to try to make most of the initiative on the king side. I love the idea of putting the queen on h6. Robert, how can actually Ali Reza try to keep the queens on the board? Because now that I see queen h6, queen f4 actually forces a queen trade.
And that is certainly not what Ali Reza wants. So he's trying to make this checkmate happen, but you can't will it into existence. And that's the problem, especially for newer players who love to try to deliver a checkmate. You think, I'm going after the opponent's king, I'm going to checkmate them, and then they just trade the queens off and you feel a little bit lost, like you don't have any chess left in you. And so for Ali Reza, here comes the queen trade. He's strong enough where, of course, he doesn't feel at a loss. He is great in the endgame as well. But as I look at the clocks and I look at the position, I have to say, advantage Wesley So. He has been able to stave off that first wave of attack. He's in good shape. And with the pieces coming off, I really don't see the problem for Black anymore.
Looks great for Black, I've got to say. I'm going to revise my opinion just from one move ago, or 2 moves ago now that the queens have left. The only solace for White is that you have access to this d6 square. The White knight does jump in. So the trade of the queens, long term, again, great for Black. But short term, White is hitting this pawn. White is trying to cause some nuisance, now infiltrating potentially on the 7th rank. Will the rook jump in? Again, you have to play actively, you have to play dynamically to keep the momentum before you fall off that bike. And in the meantime, threats. Black threatening to take this knight, maybe threatening to take this pawn as a deflection. But yeah, Firouzja playing energetically as predicted, hitting this knight. Evaluation bar stubbornly in the middle. Who's, just before we switch back to the other game, whose position do we feel is easier to play now that the queens are off?
I would say White's activity now is speaking to me, but Black's position is better. But on the other board, we see a rook trade on offer between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Jan Nepomniachtchi on the left. And this is a critical moment in that game, because if Jan trades rooks, he better have calculated 15 moves ahead as his pawn structure is weaker. So this is one of these endgames on the left-hand side of our screen here that we do not take for granted. It is pure calculation if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi. That's why he's invested already over 30 seconds. I could see him thinking for another minute.
But even if you don't trade rooks in this position, you've still got to be careful, right? Because white's king can try and march over to d4. It just feels like black's pawn structure is so terrible on that left side of our screen right now. So if anyone's trying to push this, it's got to be Maxime. But David, realistically, what are the chances with the rook on the board, given black's weaknesses? Is there real metal to try in this position?
Unfortunately, I think that chances are minimal. He's playing a great defender in Jan Nepomniachtchi, someone who'll defend actively. I really like Black's last move on that left board on our screens. Black's pushing the H-pawn forward, just edging towards making yet another trade. The Black king might march forward to, I think it's just too little material. It's too reduced. Your artillery here, just no real winning chances. If you were playing someone lower rated, maybe Maxime Vachier-Lagrave would get excited, but unlikely against Jan. Also, look at the clock times in that left on that left board. 2 minutes against 4. I simply don't think Vachier-Lagrave is going to be anything at all. A draw, by far the most likely result in that one, even if white is having slightly the better of it symbolically. So, yeah, we're predicting a draw on the left side of the board. In the meantime, Wesley So has frozen on the other one. The white rook has landed on e7, and suddenly the clock times have balanced out there. Robert, you mentioned that board clock slightly favoured Wesley. Are you still of the same opinion after this long think? And then he makes a move.
Oh, but this is actually a huge moment on the right-hand side of our screens because Wesley So, his rook is the only piece protecting his knight. So the white knight can put pressure on the rook. I know this may be a bit difficult for people to visualize, but on the right-hand board, the knight can attack the rook to try to kick it, but the black king will step closer to the white rook. That is what's holding on for Wesley. So he invested the time wisely, and he's worked it out. You see the evaluation bar still in the middle, but actually on the left-hand side of our screens, the evaluation bar is going up and up in Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's favor. This isn't just a drawn endgame. Maxime is pushing.
Commentators curse. Tanya, I might have jinxed him there, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. You were asking about winning chances. Maybe he's created some.
It looks like he's just pushed his f-pawn. That d5 weakness is forever there. Black needs to trade on g3, but I'm still thinking about the right side board that we were pointing out. The move knight b7 that you mentioned earlier, hitting that rook. We might be seeing a repetition with black's king shuffling one step to the left and one step to the right. King f8, king g8, just pursuing white's rook on the e7, h7 square. Wesley So shaking his head there. But he's got nothing to be worried about right now. What are the chances of these guys going in for the repetition right here, right now?
The more that Firouzja is in the tank, the more his clock drops down, the more inclined he will be towards bailing out with a draw. You can escape here with white. You can force the issue and take a draw if you want. And we're seeing that motif happen on the right side of your screen. Look at this, the black king stepping left, stepping right, hitting the white rook. And where to go? No escape squares. A trade of rooks. And actually, that will clearly favour black. So I think this is the time for Firouzja to bail out. Meantime, in the other board, the evaluation bar's gone through the roof. Suddenly, is white winning? Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Is he going to win this rook endgame? Firouzja against So is indeed a draw by repetition. It's time to focus. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. This endgame, he's working some magic. Suddenly, Nepomniachtchi leans back and realises there's big trouble. White's c-pawn is simply going to march up the board. How to stop this simple plan of promoting the pawn?
What he missed, because as you said, the carpet has been rolled out for that c-pawn, and black is down a pawn even though material is equal. Let that sink in. The material is even. Both sides have 2 pawns, but black kind of has 1. And this is why double pawns are so bad. This is why your coaches tell you you want to avoid it if you can, because 1 white pawn stops 2 of black's. David, I'm going to have you do that thing again. Pick up the f7 pawn for a second. Just hover it. Or that one, yes, to e6. You can create a passed pawn. You can't do it when there are 2 pawns in a row like this, and white on the other hand plays c4, c5, c6, and so on, and it gets the other side.
Really nicely explained there, Robert, that essentially white has an extra pawn, it's pushing forward, and the rook on d5 is so nicely placed because it makes sure that the black king can never actually pass through and defend that c-pawn from a queening. It's attacking the f5 pawn, it's blocking off the d-file, and it looks like Jan Nepomniachtchi is in big trouble. Easy moves for white.
moves, and he's calculated so well here. The mathematician, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, with that education, he is so good in these positions where it's just a race. White is marching forward. Not just that, but once the white pawn steps forward, the white rook will actually step behind to block any attempts by the black rook to give itself up. And I'm not sure if there's even any time to go and grab this white pawn. He has to try it, because what else? You have to take that pawn and hope to get the black rook back. But 2 squares away now, and it will be soon touchdown. Once the pawn lands on c7, it will be unstoppable. Nepomniachtchi is shaking his head. He knows it's inevitable now. He's let it slip. What was, I think commentators curse again, I was claiming a dead drawn endgame. It's gone. 5 moves later, he's busted. That's how difficult these endgames are. I need to go back and study my rook endgames, that's for sure. Nepomniachtchi, maybe just rushing a bit. He still had a few minutes left on his clock when he made that mistake. But fair play to Vachier-Lagrave. Impressive. Smooth sailing. We said it was a 2-result game. He squeezed water from a stone here.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave felt it that there was something to fight for in that position where Jan Nepomniachtchi declined the rook trades. It looked so close to a draw, but it all comes down to this pawn structure. He managed to create the pass pawn. And like you mentioned, there's no time for black to even grab the f4 pawn. We've been talking about that rook on d5. Once the c pawn moves forward, that rook on d5 will slide 1 step towards the left side and block any defensive ideas on the c line as well. The king and the rook playing an impressive role in assisting the c-pawn. This is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's game. He knows it. He leans back.
And the graph below the board tells the full story here. It was even, and I think that Jan Nepomniachtchi, he was lulled into a sense of complacency. I'll make a draw every single time I get this position. Not today, not now. And the problems were with his pawn structure. He had these split pawns, and his d5 pawn in particular was a weakness, and now it's off the board. Only white has a passer. Black's king, it's slowly marching towards the side of the board. White can even give up the rook to get a new queen, but I'm not sure if that's necessary. Like, why don't you just bring your rook to the final rank and then push your pawn after it? Just don't give black even a semblance of hope here. Queen versus rook is a win, theoretically speaking, but when you don't have much time on your clock, it can be difficult to prove. So I like keeping the rook on the board and then pushing the pawn.
Robert the Prophet again. He drops his rook back. The pawn is going to promote. Not much to do about it. The pawn will cost the black rook his life. Tanya, I think we'll see a resignation any moment now.
Yes, absolutely. I think Jan Nepomniachtchi knows it as well. The king is extremely strong on b5 and just marches forward to assist that c7 pawn. The rook on d3, making sure that the black's king can't come and defend that c8 square. Pieces are beautifully placed. And notice how black still hasn't even managed to create a pass pawn. And that is it. Jan Nepomniachtchi cannot fight the c7 pawn. He resigns. Maxime takes the win. Wow, this endgame just turned around really fast, Robert.
It did, and that's when it happens when you think that you're for sure going to make a draw. I don't blame Jan Nepomniachtchi. On a good day, he draws that game for sure, but not in this one. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave never gave up. He was ceaselessly determined to fight for the full point, and he earned it.
He earned it, and we can see the shock on Jan Nepomniachtchi. He knows it. He was so close to holding this with the black pieces. This is our scoreline going into the final game of the elimination bracket. Jan Nepomniachtchi has to win on demand, or it will be the end of the road for him in the Chessable Masters. Meanwhile, Wesley saw Alireza Firouzja after quite an exciting battle there in the opening. The middle game ended peacefully with a draw. David, this endgame, I'm still thinking about it. What was the turnaround moment there that you felt for white?
I think it was just Maxime Vachier-Lagrave applying a little pressure, setting this trap deep in the endgame, and Jan Nepomniachtchi falling into it. It was actually simply a case of Jan relaxing, as Robert mentioned. If he'd just protected his all-important central pawn, if he'd activated the black king a bit earlier, then it would have been a very different story. It should have been a relatively simple draw. But never relax in rook endgames. Always think about what the opponent wants. Think about the opponent trying to trick you. Jan, his guard simply wasn't up. And in rapid chess, that is brutal. Opponents are ruthless, and we saw it there. One move, and he was done. That was.
And now for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he has to get over it. There is no time to recover. Only one rapid game remains. He must win on demand. Meanwhile, of course, for Wesley, so Alireza Firouzja, it remains level and they've got to fight it out in the next one. What are the chances of this matchup going into the Armageddon, Robert?
I think very high, because Wesley doesn't take tremendous risk if he doesn't have to, right? If he's down a point and needs to win, he'll go all in. But he drew game one. He has a ton of experience in Armageddon from the Champions Chess Tour a year ago. And as we see a King's Pawn opening from both sides, the big question, will we get an Italian game? Oh, the answer is yes, instead of a Berlin. And he's trying to outmaneuver Alireza later on. So I do think that this is Wesley's style. Oh, but he is playing this trendy line. We've seen it a lot, and you see to the left of the board, White does win quite a handful of times, but Black wins his fair share too.
My big question here is whether Alireza Firouzja has done his homework. Wesley actually employed this opening yesterday against Magnus Carlsen when he was behind in the match and needed a win with White. And Firouzja here acting very quickly and differently to Magnus in that game yesterday. So often you need to keep an eye on what your opponent's been doing in recent times. You need to prepare. You need to have an idea up your sleeve. Firouzja here dropping the Black bishop back. I'm just waiting. It's something you referred to yesterday, Robert, just for the chaos button. Pawn to g5, for that to be unleashed. Yes, it kicks back the White bishop, but it also weakens the Black king. So really double-edged type of position. And I'm really glad, I've got to say, first of all, we're seeing the Italian, not the Berlin. I was dreading it. I thought, oh, straight to Armageddon. But no, this one bubbling nicely. There we go, g5 on the board.
This is definitely a bubbling up, and we'll explode after that last move, g5. It's a lot about the blink first game in these openings. Both sides wait for a castle from their opponent before deciding to go g5. But in this position, Alireza does it with Wesley's king still in the center. And what are the chances, especially after that last move, that we're going to see Alireza's king castle on the other side of the board? Is he looking for safety on the queen side?
In an ideal world, yes, but that's the nature of this opening, where it's hard to make that work because there are these pawns for White already pushed on the queen side. The a4 pawn is extended quite far, and the c3 pawn helps White push b4 next and eventually to b5. So I think the Black king is safest in the center for now until White makes his intentions clear, and only then will you decide where your castle. It could still be the king side. Many players do that, especially if the White king heads there first.
Just to say, he says it, he plays, as you say it, he plays it there, Robert, and now it feels far safer for Black to commit to this side of the board. Now you know your opponent's intentions, no commitment issues there. For Wesley, at least, he gets the White king to safety, but Firouzja, he's actually going on a bit of a knight dance here. The Black knight wants to retreat, come round and sit on a really nice perch, not just defending the king side in case he wanted to castle there, but also getting ready to push these Black pawns down the board. Now that he knows his opponent's intentions, watch out for this diagonal as well. Black's bishop, a raking piece from afar. And this is going to be mutual attacks. White advancing on the queen side, Black most likely advancing on the other flank. And there we see a blue arrow. That wasn't me. That was the computer saying Black's best move by far is knight to f8. So I'm expecting that move to be played. There we go. The players clearly within their homework. A bit of home cooking here, and I can't wait to see this pawn march down the board. For better or worse, Black is all in for the attack now.
And the speed with which the players are playing, it clearly implies that they're still in preparation right now. That last move, bishop to d5, avoiding any trade. You're pointing out the h-pawn moving forward. White will have to tackle the threat of that bishop on g3 getting trapped, which means that he'd have to push his own h-pawn forward. And very often it's to h4 to make sure that Black has to take a decision with that g-pawn. Either you close it with g4 or you try to open up the g-file. I think we might see a structure with h5, h4, and Black pushing g4.
You're very, very likely to be correct here, Tanya. I've spent way too many hours of my life analysing this type of position, and that usually does happen. Here we go. First step of the plan. Big threat on the board. Trying to trap this bishop. It's got no squares. Pushing a pawn to h3 is simply too timid. You give Black a free hand to choose which pawn to push. Black will blow open the position on his terms. So why not fix the structure, or at least ask the question on your own terms? And this is what Wesley needs to go for. I'm trying to recall. My memory's getting worse as I get older, but I'm pretty sure I've studied this exact position before, and h4 is the best move. But we'll see what Wesley has in store. As Robert mentioned, the Italian game, there's so many ways to play it. You can put your own personal stamp on these lines, but Style-wise, to my eyes at least, this is going to favour Alireza. If both players are on their own, he prefers this type of position over Wesley.
That is 100% true, and your memory does serve you well if my memory serves me well, because I do believe that h4, as you and Tanya both just mentioned, is the response that white needs to play here. And after g4, well, then the difficult decisions continue to arise, because do you hop forward to go for the attack, but your knight could get trapped in enemy territory? If we just show this variation, the pawn often could push up to f6, and your knight has nowhere to go. It can continue jumping into the position, but that's the last stop on the knight tour, because the rook slides up to h7. You're getting ready to take, or try to play a move like bishop e6 first to win that knight without giving material back. So just to point out, the knight often retreats rather than hops forward, and if that's the case, white will step his own king into the corner, play pawn to f3, and blow the whole position open. So I don't know whose king is safer. I don't know what to make of it. I've seen positions like this before, and they're always just crazy, and chances for both sides.
Well, this
We
one,
like to see.
yes, it's exactly what we like to see, and I think we're going to see this one blow up. Meanwhile, the other game that needs to blow up for Jan Nepomniachtchi is his one against Maxime, and I think it's a good moment to check in with them, because look at what we've got on the board. It's definitely started from a Sicilian, and now the fight for the d5 square. That last move, knight to g8, it surprises me, and it looks like, at least from the eval bar, that Jan Nepomniachtchi is on his way to make a comeback.
Oh, Robert, this last move, knight g8, given a cross, a miss by our harsh game review. But yeah, it's just an ugly position. I think no good choices there for black. Look at this pin, it's ugly. The white knight, beautiful. Even if you just cement that knight with a move like pawn to c4, how is black ever going to break this bind? Looks beautiful for white.
Well, when we have a miss, I do think it's important to show everybody what was the improvement over this. And it wasn't actually pretty for black. So this decision was made out of several bad-looking options. If you take this knight on d5 with, say, your f knight, after the pawn takes back, there is a little fork. The bishop has to take because the knight on e7 is pinned. And now this is where loose pieces drop off. So I do think there's a tactic that starts with bishop takes pawn on g6. Because the bishop on d5 is loose. You take my bishop back, great for you. I will take your knight first step, and then take your bishop on d5. And I know we just went down a deep variation, but this is what's going on in these players' heads. And what Maxime is suggesting is that this position is beyond hope for black. The engine doesn't hate it, but practically speaking, white controls all of the key squares in the middle of the board, namely the light squares. So you have a knight that can occupy light square in addition to the queen. The bishop, it can't do anything about it. It's on the dark square. It's inherently stuck to its color complex. This is an overwhelming advantage for white. I think practically speaking, white wins a position like this a healthy majority of the time. And that's why Maxime said, look, I'll play a passive move just to avoid making Jan's life as clear as possible. I think it's a good try in a bad position. I think, Tanya, that no one would want to play this position from Maxime's shoes.
Really well explained there. I think from a practical perspective, what Maxime has done, he's kept maximum number of pieces in the board. It also gives white the opportunity to go wrong. But the other position that we saw with all the trades and the good knight versus bad bishop, all the weaknesses for Maxime would have been on the defensive side. I'm just thinking about the fact that this looks like it came from some sort of a Najdorf that became a hybrid with a dragon. Now, the Najdorf is Maxime's bread and butter. How did he manage to get into so much trouble early on in something that he's a big expert in?
Well, the problem for Maxim, and I liked your maximum pun there, Tanya. The problem for Maxim is he's employed the Najdorf, but that was also the stomping ground of Jan Nepomniachtchi for most of his career. We're seeing the two biggest world experts in the current age, at least, of the Najdorf, the Sicilian Najdorf. And unfortunately, if your opponent knows just as much as you do, they also know what openings you fear, what variations are the most testing, the most tricky. And look at this, blowing open the kingside now. This is a pawn sacrifice by Jan Nepomniachtchi, but he's zeroing in on this black king. He knows that this is a big target. Open lines are the currency of this position. Who cares about pawns? The fewer pawns you have, the more open lines you have. And this black king now in huge trouble. Not much to do. If you slide your bishop back, it will simply get traded off this defender. And if the black bishop disappears, then black is doomed on the g-file. So many targets lined up. And look at the body language. Robert, Maxime just hating his life, questioning his life decisions with Sicilian Najdorf here.
I don't know about his life, but I hate his position. And while he is in the think tank trying to figure out a way out of this, I think we should go back to our two-board view, because it's not just this game that has fireworks. The other one, we knew it was coming, it was brewing, but now it's reached that point where we look at the right-hand side of our screen. It's Alireza Firouzja, whose time in this tournament is on the line. The advantage, according to the evaluation board, is in White's favor, and I think it's easy to explain. So why don't we dive in quickly to Wesley So with the white pieces against Alireza, because Wesley, he's on the door of eliminating this candidate in Firouzja, because the knight on the rim is dim. And I'm not talking about the knight on h4, which snagged the pawn. I'm talking about that knight on a5 that's trapped over there, and White's last move, it hits a bishop, yes, but it also shuts down any possibility of defending the knight. If the bishop saves itself, queen up to b4, and I think, Tanya, it's pretty clear that that knight on the rim, it's not dim any longer, it's gone.
I'm just looking at this line that you're pointing out, and it actually just feels like that knight on a5 drops. Alireza is going to be down a piece. So what is it that he wants? And only one thing makes sense to me is that he wants to go all out on the king side. He wants to start pushing his pawn. He's going to try and come for Wesley's king. Clearly, the eval bar, or the evil bar in this case, for Alireza seems to say the plan isn't working. But let's say if White was to force this line, bishop goes back, you can capture the knight on h4 or go directly. Either ways, either the knight will fall back or the queen will fall back, and knight g6 here. You take on a5, black starts going h4. It at least starts to get a bit messy on the king side with White's queen on the other end of the board. And maybe, David, you will help me follow up with the attack like you're showing. The queen moves forward, the g-pawn pushing forward. This is far from over. You're up material, but you might be down a king if you're not careful on the king side.
Certainly slightly deceptive, the evaluation bar. We now know that White should be winning with best play. If you find all the best defensive moves, for example, here maybe pawn to f4 due to a nice little skewer on the 5th rank. Maybe you defend here, but this is rapid chess, nerves involved, high stakes, and so hard to evaluate for the players. I think both players will probably guess that the evaluation bar's on White's side, but Firouzja is one of the best in the world at just hustling, swindling his opponents, and he goes for it immediately, not even caring about this black bishop. He might even be down 2 pieces. This black bishop might be snacked on. Next, the black knight might disappear if the white queen steps forward to b4, but he's all in. It's all about the white king. And here we go. It is a race. Material versus the attack. Who is going to... Wesley playing super fast, though, with a couple of minutes extra on the clock. Robert, it just feels like too much now, especially with the dark square bishop gone as well. He's following our plans, this line, but do you foresee this attack being successful? How easy is it for Wesley to blunder here?
No, I don't see the huge attack that Alireza is hoping for. And there's also a pawn on a7. So if you can imagine the white queen landing next to the rook on the last rank, as long as that pawn survives, it actually remains a threat. But talking specifically about this moment here, Alireza, he went for the attack. He went for an aggressive position from the black side, but that often does play to Wesley So's favor. He doesn't mind getting into tactical positions if you're the one initiating them, oftentimes from a speculative decision. So I think that Wesley, he's happy to be in his point. He knows that he has the upper hand. He also has more time than his opponent. So what moves come to mind? Well, the knight on d2 is under attack right now. I would even think about giving up that knight to win that knight on a5. Queen b6 for white looks very attractive to my eyes, because black, unfortunately, can't combine multiple ideas. You want to both take the knight on d2 and push your pawn to g3 to trap that bishop over there next to the white king. But you can't get away with both, and that's why I think Wesley is just in time to keep everything together.
David, a really, really exciting position. This one, down a piece. Is Wesley going to spend some time trying to defend this knight on d2, or will he go for counterattack? It's quite a big moment, and I think it's really instructive how Wesley's paused right now. He knows this is critical. He has to try to make sure nothing happens on the king side, and then he's just up materially. He takes the win. He takes the match. So really important for him. And he goes for your idea, Robert. He's not going to waste time defending that knight on d2. And I kind of like this move even a bit more than queen to b6, simply because it's got one more idea. You're attacking the knight on a5, but also that pawn on d6. Whenever you can make a multi-purpose move in chess, you've got to do it. Queen b4, I like it.
e4 looks good. Double attack simply. And now Firouzja simply has to back up those earlier sacrifices. He has to go for glory. He plays the pawn to g3. Two problems here. Firstly, White can just allow this bishop to drop. White is already a piece up. Actually, that will be a double agent. For example, at the very minimum, if, say, I take this pawn, say I just hide in the corner now, this black pawn keeps the white king safe. It's guarding white here. Actually, you want to pick up this pawn and throw it off the board if you're Firouzja, but frustratingly in chess, you cannot do that. White's knights will start coming forward. The black king is the one in trouble here. But if we go back to the current position, other solutions might involve just taking this pawn off the board. Look at this. If you take this pawn, counterattack against the black king suddenly, and it becomes a pure race. I'm not sure how you fend off the attack against the white king. This has to be worked out really, really well. But we see the evaluation bar showing that white's attack is the more dangerous of the two. I would be looking at bishop takes pawn check here. I'd be looking at moves like queen takes pawn if you're not getting checkmated. Black having threats of his own meanwhile. It's still up in the air. But if you're careful, we know that Wesley is winning. This is why he stopped to calculate. He senses the critical moment. And whichever he goes for, whichever move now, taking the knight, one of the options we mentioned, he will be confident that he's worked things out. So this move given across, a miss, but still advantage white. And I think now he will slide the white king into the corner. And there we go. It's given a blue arrow. The only good move. Use that black pawn as a shield, but sufficient to maintain white. Robert, still super complicated. Do you see the time situation playing a critical role?
I think the time will play a part just because, from my eyes, White has his pawn on a7. There are two distinct threats. Taking on f7 with check, which just wins the house, and queen to b8. And oh my goodness, I forgot that Black could castle because that king was in the center. Black was going for the attack, but castling actually took care of both problems at the same time. White is still in the driver's seat. Look at the positioning of each respective king. Knight f3, I don't know if that was your arrow. It's probably saying it's the only move that keeps the advantage for White at this stage, but it's also a very natural move. So I would prefer Wesley's chances at this stage. Tanya, do you see anything that would counter that?
I'd love to find something for Black here, trying to look for ways to compensate for, I'm just trying to do the math here. So how many pawns is that? With that pawn on a7, it makes it really difficult. White's got a pawn on a7, Black's got a pawn on h2. So even though materially, I believe this is balanced, but just simply White having the better pawn structure, the better pieces, Black's king more exposed. I love how Black's pawn on h2 is actually defending White's king on h1. Black's king in danger. It just looks like, despite not having material advantage, Wesley's got all the play in the position. So I completely agree with you, Robert, that Alireza has to find a way to save this one, and it's not going to be easy.
Fireworks in that game, but meanwhile, let's check out our other game where things are really heating up. It feels like Wesley against Alireza there will take a calmer turn, at least for the next few moves. But wow, just on time, a queen sacrifice and checkmate coming. Vachier-Lagrave resigns. Wow. We will break that down for you a bit later, but Nepomniachtchi finishes off in style and strikes back. 1-1 Armageddon guaranteed now. The Black King about to be mated in the next two. Wow. We said it was one-way traffic. Black was suffering on the king side. Rare to see such flamboyant checkmating patterns, though, at this high level. So congratulations to Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah.
How do you think he's feeling now?
I mean, this last position with queen takes pawn that we see on the left side of our screen, this looks like a massacre that just happened. But from start to finish, Jan was in driver's seat. We got an Armageddon. And the kind of games that we've had, the two decisive games between these two, we can expect a lot of fireworks in that one. But let's shift our focus onto Wesley versus Alireza, because big things are happening in that one. Black has grabbed the c3 pawn. White has just made the move that gets rewarded, should I say, with a question mark. And Alireza is going all out on the h-file. You've got to try to keep things under control, Robert, but how do you do that?
He walked right into this. Now the queen on c3 is in line with the white knight on f3, so the g2 pawn is frozen. Earlier, the white pawn was one square back, so there wouldn't have been an attack on this knight. And if that g2 pawn is gone, the white king will also probably leave the board with it. That attack looks too powerful. So that was I don't know if that got the two question marks that normally blunders get, but that was a blunder from Wesley So. And his time in this tournament might be done. Look at him. Look at his clock. Look at his position. This looks terrible.
Just turned around in the space of one move. As you say, Robert, just the fact that the Black Queen now has access to the third rank and can sneak over to get this White King. The eval bar is dropped through the floor. White's going for a counterattack. I'm not sure what Wesley's trying to do here. He's trying to force the issue, maybe trying to take this pawn off the board at some point, but surely just drag the White King out from its hiding place. There we go. The White King forced forward, and where's the killer blow? There are knight checks in the air. Black's rook can soon slide over. And it feels like at the right moment, the Black Bishop's going to join in, the Black Queen's going to join in. The White Knight is the only piece covering the key squares. But if you find the right ingredients in the right order, this is simply going to be checkmate. Alireza, he is so strong at attacking. Surely he's going to find something. But only 1 minute left. And Wesley now needs to just cross his fingers, hope, pray. This White King is surely living its last life now. Do we see it? Do we see the checkmate? Tanya, wow, rook h8. Do you approve of this one?
I like it. It just gets the rook into the attack. You're threatening to blow open with the h-pawn moving forward. Knight f4 check now will be a big, big threat. Perhaps the idea is to go h1 queen. White takes it with the rook, and then knight f4 check would have been the killer blow. So Wesley needs to stop the h-pawn. He uses it as a shield, comes back. Now the bishop joins the attack. And Alireza, all his pieces are playing. But this is getting crazy. Where is the checkmate coming in? Do you just...
There we go.
Oh,
Bishop g2.
And h1 was queen. He gives up his bishop, then his passed pawn, because the White King is hunted. Resignation. What a finish. That was sick from Alireza.
Wow. Wesley So is eliminated. This is it. Alireza stays in the tournament. He wins a game that he was in so much trouble. But in the end, what happened there? That attack, Robert, I'm still reeling in from it. Wesley was in driver's seat. How did this even happen?
Well, the tenacious defensive resources of Alireza Firouzja. You see his score in gold. He feels like he just earned himself some gold. A heftier payday by moving on in the losers bracket as he eliminates Wesley So, the finalist in the Champions Chess Tour Finals. What a match that was. And not to be overlooked was the match on the left-hand side of our screen. 1-1, but they were trading blows like two heavyweights going at it. I feel like we were just treated to some spectacular chess.
That was an insane round. I think we have two checkmates in both these games. And David, I know there's so much to show out of these games because both were big tactical fights, but you've got to take us through where it all turned around and the beautiful finish that we just witnessed.
Let's do it. Lightning struck twice, two checkmates to decide those two games. And with a twist this time, let's check out those finales in the chess browser powered by Opera. And first of all, let's start with Jan Nepomniachtchi with White against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. The Black King now in huge trouble. White's pieces lined up. Look at the battery of the White Queen and Rook, especially on the H-file. Instead, though, Knight E7 check first to kick this Black King into the corner, and now lining up. Bishop to G5, a piece sacrifice, allowing a bishop to drop with check, but the White King slides to the opposite corner, this time safe, and after Queen to G3, the beautiful finish. The checkmating pattern, Queen takes H6. Do your puzzle rush, everyone, because this is beautiful. If Black had taken this Queen off the board, another check, and now White's three pieces and pawn combine to trap the Black King. A wonderful finish there from Jan Nepomniachtchi, and I think if possible we can just switch over to the other game where the other checkmate was equally beautiful from Alireza Firouzja, but maybe that's one to show later. As first, I just wanted to mention, if any of you want to go and check out that Opera browser yourself at home, then it's available on Windows, Mac, and Android, and it can be integrated directly into your sidebar. So for those of you like me who love playing Blitz at home, with the boss not looking, then Opera is for you.
Just make sure you don't get fired because chess can be super addictive. Check out the Opera browser. We've got a big Armageddon coming up to check out who goes through in the bracket, who gets eliminated. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the bids.
Well, hey everyone. We're here at the Chess.com Champions Chess Tour Finals, and of course, fair play is a huge topic for everyone around the world, as it should be, including questions like, can you actually keep a venue secure? Can you actually stop cheating, even if it's some of the most advanced spyware level stuff out there? The answer is yes, you can. And where I just entered is where the players enter. They can go directly to their rooms and back from here. But now we're gonna walk through as if we're a regular person. This guy's gonna say, you don't belong here. But okay, jokes aside, all right, now we're gonna get into the real stuff, all right? Players are brought down into this area before games at a scheduled time so that they have enough time to be fully checked for fair play. This right here is the private lounge area where only staff are allowed to have electronics. The players are not allowed to have any electronics with them once they've entered this area. But when they come early, they do so because they need plenty of time to get fully checked by our fair play tech. I'll try to talk a little softer because they're actually playing their games right now. But okay, at some point here, a player will come over and they'll wait in this line before being asked to enter the private fair play screening area. Once we're in this private fair play screening area, the players wait, only one player in here at a time. I'm standing here right next to a sir who looks like he has a fancy device. What's your name, sir?
My name is George. I work with the fair play department. My job is to detect cheaters, is to find out if anyone is trying to get a gadget that helps him win the game. That's not gonna happen on my watch.
Not gonna happen on his watch, okay. All right, this is a little bit fancier than the normal kind of thing you see in RFT scanner. What exactly is this doing that's different?
It's called a nonlinear junction detector. Its job is to detect any signals transmitted from another device outside or transmitted from a device that is on a player who's trying to cheat outside to a foreign sender. It can only be acquired from specific countries. It's not like a normal metal detector that you just buy on eBay.
It's a microphone, I guess. I don't even know why we're doing this. I'm full of the things that are going to get detected. I didn't actually hide anything here, which is good to know. Maybe I should have. But okay, we're going to find out. We'll see. That's right. Don't assume anything. It's pretty phenomenal stuff. Thank you, George. This is pretty much just a bunch of cameras for the show. We do have cameras everywhere, so we're watching the players no matter what. Now, after they've been scanned, they are not allowed to leave this area, like, period, during active gameplay. So you're talking about an area that is maybe more secure than any over-the-board chess tournament that has ever been secured. That's what you're talking about, right? And I hope that watching this video showed you what we're doing. I hope you appreciate it. It's some pretty high-level stuff. I definitely am making a call to every over-the-board organizer to invest in their own nonlinear junction detection devices, because at this point, if you're not doing that, you're not doing it good enough, and we hope that you will consider investing in the same way that Chess.com has. We out.
Just before our break, we saw an explosive checkmate from Alireza Firouzja against Wesley So, and we just wanted to break it down in slower time here. The big mistake by Wesley So, opening up the third rank for the Black Queen, was terminal, but the punishment was spectacular. Pawn to h3 here from Firouzja, zeroing in on this White King in the corner. Look how it was dragged out into the open and then checkmated. The White Knight left forward to g5, but after a capture, rook to h8, it looked like the White King had found safety, refuge yet again in the corner, but no. The Bishop jumped out to h3. It looked like White was suddenly getting chances, a counterattack against the Black King, but instead, Bishop to g2, one of the moves of the day so far, just forcing the White King out into the open for a second time. Not just that, Black makes a new queen, sacrificing the beautiful pride and joy of his position. That pawn with the idea that if rook takes queen, knight to f4 is a check. There's nowhere for the white king to go, no safe squares other than the back rank. But once you retreat, suddenly queen takes rook, and this is mate. The white king now caught on its back rank. Spectacular from Firouzja. A pawn sacrifice, a bishop sacrifice. His whole castle was burning there, but he got the enemy king. This was spectacular. And remember, if you want to check out Opera yourselves, then it also has cool features built in, like a VPN, a browser, AI, and platforms like WhatsApp, TikTok are also integrated right into the browser sidebar. So fantastic play by Firouzja, and hopefully more of the same in the upcoming Armageddon.
Indeed, David, there's a big Armageddon coming up. Wesley So has been eliminated, and one of these two players will be eliminated. And our bids are in. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave wins the bid with 6 minutes 53 seconds. Jan Nepomniachtchi bidding 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Jan will start with the white pieces. Maxime starts with 6 minutes 53 seconds on the clock, starts with black, but a draw means that Maxime wins the match. Jan has to win with white. David, the players are ready to go. What do you make of the bids? Does Jan's bid imply that he was happy with the white pieces?
Does seem to look that way. It's always hard to know in Armageddons. It's always about emotions, who's riding high. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Jan, after that fantastic experience of delivering checkmate, the queen sacrifice, that he just wants to get right back in there. More of the same, a repeat. But he knows it's not going to be as easy second time round. And in Armageddon, there's that extra flavour of kind of needing to win at all costs. It adds a bit of pressure. So Jan, feeling confident, riding a high. But Maxime, it's up to him to do something different. E4, will we see another Najdorf, Robert?
Wow, apparently we have seen a Najdorf, an aggressive opening. And for Maxime, I think he's also happy to have the black pieces. After all, yesterday, he couldn't get anything going against Denis Lazovic. So now we have the start of a Sicilian where the players are playing for different ideas. We don't have a symmetrical pawn structure. The kings have yet to castle. And curious moment for Jan to pause. Tanya, I'm surprised that he's spending time, but the good news is he has time to use because of his bid.
Yeah, absolutely. And the two decisive games that they had in the Rapid, both were won by white. The last game played Najdorf by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave did not go too well, but it kind of was like a hybrid with Maxime going with g6, bishop g7. He's doing none of that. Like you said, this is a more strategic Najdorf. The fight will be around the d5 square. And as soon as I say strategic, the h-pawn is up the board. Throw that strategy out of the window. We've got fireworks already. H4 coming in. What do we make of this? Wow, but he goes with development, David.
It feels a bit inconsistent from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He said A, he threw the black h-pawn down the board, but he didn't say B, he didn't kick this white knight away. Maybe reluctant to drive the white knight forward into this f5 square. And watch out for him, if he gets time at black, to control the knight by putting a pawn on g6, dominating this steed on g3. It is a target. It's just about whether Nepomniachtchi ends up having to retreat this knight or leaping forward. If he can jump forward successfully, he will do it. He will love life. But if he needs to retreat, not a good sign for white. And look at the clock situation. Maxime's been so speedy, smacks of opening preparation. Nepomniachtchi, on the other hand, much, much slower. And with the white king castled on this flank, it means we will not see a repeat of that earlier game. No big attacks against the black king, which is yet to declare its intent. Robert, definitely an upgrade, considering the previous game for Vachier-Lagrave.
Well, it couldn't get any worse, that's for sure. He was blown off the board. He was moving his knights to their starting squares. But one of the big questions about this position, and in any Najdorf, is can black successfully play the move d6 to d5? Because that d6 pawn, it's a backwards pawn that white wants to barrel down on. And if you could play d5, the good news is you get rid of that potential weakness. You open up a diagonal for your dark square bishop in particular, but you also maybe leave some vulnerable pawns behind, namely the e5 pawn, which can become a target. So these are the central questions. And speaking of central squares, knight to d5, giving up a pawn temporarily. Wow, what's the follow-up here? Because loose pieces drop off, and yet Jan has not made his move.
Wow. Tactics already? Yeah, David, already. I was about to say that tactics on the board, and you said a pawn sacrifice, and he picks up the h5 pawn, so temporary one, but the computer, the Valbar, does not like it. What's wrong with knight takes pawn? It looks like the most natural move to me.
It's simply that that pawn wasn't actually too relevant in the position. If anything, it's helped black. A bit like that Fallujah game with the checkmate. Getting rid of your pawns opens up lines for your own attack. Look at this black rook now, poised. And the bishop also on this diagonal. The white king is not feeling comfortable at all right now. It's also cost white 2 whole tempi, 2 moves to go forward with the knight and then retreat to take this pawn. And if you compared the quality just a few moves ago of the white e pawn versus the black h pawn, no way should you trade a central pawn for a flank pawn like that, opening up your opponent's rook. So I think just a step in the wrong direction, a misevaluation by Nepomniachtchi. He's not dead, it's not over, but wow, queen to c8, he's lining up big threats. This arrow isn't mine, but white's only good move, according to the computer at least. Bishop takes g6, but look out. If you don't take this pawn, for black to strike on g2, the black queen is actually lining up against this h3 square as well. All hell is broken loose. It's chaos on the board. Robert, help me through. How should Nepomniachtchi even start trying to calculate this position?
Well, I think that the reason why bishop takes g6 even works is it looks like black is going to do the same thing. One of the big ideas is a sacrifice in front of the white king with bishop takes g2. But that white bishop, it can slide back now that there's no g6 pawn anymore. And in fact, white wins this game because the queen is kicked off the diagonal and the h3 pawn is defended. So this is a big tactical opportunity for Jan. In fact, we see it on the board. But look at what Maxime has responded with. Knight d4, bishop takes g2 doesn't work, but it might work on the next turn. That is the threat. The g6 bishop is hanging. And while the engine can be critical of the objective evaluation, when all you need is a draw, if this can force a draw, you're happy to play in this style. I think that the white king is very vulnerable. Tanya, I don't know if you're with me here, but how could you play this way from the white side? It looks too dangerous.
This is terrifying for white, and I absolutely love Maxime's last move, jumping in with that knight to d4. He barely took any time to make that move. Now the bishop on g6 is hanging because the d5 bishop doesn't hang anymore. You've taken control of the f5 square. So as you pointed out, bishop takes g2 is a massive threat right now. Not just that, also watch out, if you were to play a move like bishop h5, trying to block out the h line, trying to fight the threat of bishop takes pawn, bishop takes g2, the c2 pawn will be hanging then. The queen on c8, the knight on d4, all lined up, attacking the c2 pawn. You might fight on the king side, but your queen side's falling apart. Knight d4 is a star move, and Jan Nepomniachtchi is in big trouble, David.
Totally agreed. There's so many threats. He's trying to neutralize the threats now by trading pieces. A good move, good classical wisdom from Jan Nepomniachtchi. Again, this arrow indicating that black should be trading pieces off, and he does so. Remember, everyone at home, if you're being attacked, trade pieces, trade queens. Just try to survive. The downside, as Tanya pointed out, you're losing a pawn. Now simply this pawn on c2, you were for a moment a pawn ahead, but that is a valuable pawn. White is stuck with these 3 flank pawns, which are going to take an age to ever march up the board. But watch out for black's central pawns to connect and dominate the whole midfield, the whole center of the board. This is just one-way traffic. Considering he just needs a draw, this is a dream for Vachier-Lagrave. He's not only survived the opening, not only was he asking the questions, he's ahead on the clock now, and he's got the advantage on the board. Why not push forward for glory?
Yeah. And Robert, I didn't even realize the clock. I mean, this is crazy. Jan Nepomniachtchi is the one who had more time to start with. Now he's behind on the clock. It looks like Maxime has managed to pick up all the central pawns, giving up his flank pawns. The D pawn is moving forward. How do you see Jan fighting this one? How does he keep the game going?
And that's what he needs to do. I don't have an answer specifically, but generally, he needs to keep the game going and try to get a mutual time scramble, because that's the way he comes back in this position. He needs to win. He doesn't need to equalize, because let's say the way to equalize is trading off all the pieces and shaking hands, making a draw. A draw is a loss for the player with the white pieces in Armageddon. So how do you stir up some trouble? I don't think you rush it. A lot of people think when they have to win, they just go all in for an attack. They sacrifice pieces. Here, you just need to keep the game going somehow, because white has an outside pass pawn, this h3 pawn. So in certain endgames, that can be at the minimum a decoy, or at the best, it can become a passer and hard to stop.
For white right now, but I've got to say, what Maxime is doing. Central control. These pawns control everything. They dominate the board. And he's also marched his king out into the center. We normally say don't try this at home, but with queens off the board, you're unlikely to get checkmated. Now, knowing that a draw is sufficient, he's aiming to trade off the rooks. This was shut down, but watch out for these pawns advancing. I also love the fact that the king is going to support the pawns. pawns are the pride and joy here, the foot soldiers, but the king is going to support them and just enforce their advance inexorably towards the promotion squares. And look at this, they're just going to steamroller everything in their way. The white bishop's now lost 2 full tempi. The black king is going to come. I'm itching for this move. The black f-pawn's going to roll. And I just don't see anything for white to hope for here. Not just that, but he's reminding the white king that on these lines, look at this, the 2 black rooks still poised, just in case you let your guard slip. So right now, Vachier-Lagrave, it feels like only the clock or a blunder can trip him up. 4 minutes. Robert, you mentioned the time situation, lack of increment. Oof, it's going to become a race at some point. Do you think the position's easy, natural enough for Vachier-Lagrave to play under time duress?
Well, a lot of his moves have been easy to this point, but look what's happening and look at the evaluation bar. The king is in the center, bishop h4, not an accurate response. And this white knight that was sitting on g3, it can hop forward, e4, maybe to c5. The center might collapse at any moment. So Tanya, as I look at this position, and wow, he takes a step back, which actually is the better option. I think that it's Maxime who needs to prove that he can stabilize here because his king is in worse shape.
Yeah, because it just felt like you come back with the knight, you're actually inviting black's e-pawn to move forward, and Maxime doesn't make the move. I think he's calculating what happens after white gives a couple of checks. f5 comes to mind. If you go forward with the king to e5, perhaps bishop f4 check is the big threat. Watch out that d4 pawn is hanging with the knight and the rook on d1 lined up. So decision to be made in the center by Maxime, and it's not an easy one. He is going down on the clock once again for Jan Nepomniachtchi. There is a minute up right now. It's going to be a big scramble. It's going to be about who's got the faster mouse skills. Talking about that, what do we know about these 2 players? Who's faster on the mouse right now, David?
I think they're equally fast. Both are super speedy. Vachier-Lagrave, when he's on form, he's so instinctive, but he's lost his rhythm. He didn't keep things simple. And your idea now on the board, Tanya, and the evaluation bar rising in white's favor, he overcomplicated it. He was trying to win King of the Hill, something we discussed yesterday, but this king's just walked into the lion's den. It's now a clear target. This pawn attacked 3 times due to the pin. And for black, you're struggling to hold everything together. Moves come to mind like dropping the bishop back to f6 to defend this pawn, but suddenly there are other threats. This check is going to hit the black king. Again, due to the pin, cannot be captured, and white's knight is going to soon snack on this central pawn. Multiple threats. Vachier-Lagrave's lost control on both board and clock, down to 2 minutes. He didn't keep things simple. He didn't trade off pieces. He went for the attack himself, and he let things slip. And now, okay, attacking the knight, but a check. This pawn surely is going to drop off. He's holding things together with his king. This is the bravest king I've seen in a long time.
Well, it gets an exclamation point. It was the best move. And white is just a couple coordinating moves away from winning that e4 pawn, as you said. Not so easy. And as I look at the clocks, I mean, white is well ahead. But look at this last move. The evaluation bar, it keeps going up and down. This is the clear best move. And there was no other choice. And as we look at the scorecard beneath the board, both players have made a couple questionable decisions, but they also keep finding these only moves when they must. And for Maxime in particular, that's important because he is the one who has to defend. His king is in the open. And Tanya, people like to think queens are off the board. It's an end game. This is a queenless middle game. A checkmate could happen, especially against that black king.
Jan Nepomniachtchi has been on the receiving end of a checkmate with the king in the center against Jose Martinez. He might be the one delivering it today as well. And we see that the bishop from h4 has been pushed back. But as long as the e4 and the d3 pawn remain alive for Maxime, that gives Maxime a lot of chances. So Jan hasn't been successful in grabbing one of these 2 pawns. We're seeing inaccuracies. But you can't blame the players for that. There's no increment. It's high tension, high pressure. The loser of this match gets eliminated out of the Chessable Masters. Anything can happen, but I'm loving those 2 pawns. It's advantage Maxime right now.
Oh, those are the strongest pawns you'll ever see, not just the bravest king you'll ever see. Leading from the front, leading his army to victory. And this looked a dangerous move for black because this walks into a check, a skewer, and this pawn drops. But after a check, the black king simply steps out the way. And actually, we're going to see this play out on the board. The black bishop's ready to poach on this knight as well. And actually, the more pieces disappear now, the quicker, the kind of safer it becomes as well. And yeah, I think he's going to at least bag the draw here. At the very minimum, I was going to say take off that knight. Was this a mouse slip? He's trying to remove the bishop instead, given a question mark. A bit of a mysterious move that, because now white blocks, and suddenly the black king is under fire again. Suddenly pawn to b3 is going to be a nasty check. This one's turning. It's the time. It's the clock situation that's going to decide this game. A minute up for Nepomniachtchi and a pawn up now on the board. Black's pawns suddenly unable to progress.
Mistakes come in pairs, and sorry, Tanya, I was just going to say that several mistakes in a row from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, including this last move to take this knight on c3. It was David's idea before, but Tanya, it's a bit too late at this stage.
Because what you really wanted was to force Jan to take it with the pawn. I thought he was going to grab it with the bishop, but Jan anyways takes it with the pawn. Now again, we saw the Ivar bar not approve of that. The knight is jumping in. It's coming on to c4 to start targeting that blockade on d2. Right now, rook takes pawn is the big threat, which doesn't allow Maxime to jump in just yet. Maxime's got to rush. He's touching the 1 minute mark. There is no increment. This will come down to flagging.
This position is one where there's a passed pawn on d3. White is up a pawn, but Black has the most impressive one. And you see the last couple moves from Black, they are great decisions. And another exclamation point given. This rook can go up to c4, maybe over to a4. It's just venturing forward and causing problems. White finally is pushing a pawn, but g4 now is loose in addition to the rook going to the queen side. So with so much pressure, with so much on the line for Jan Nepomniachtchi, things are going wrong on that fourth rank as Black finally is active.
Oh, Black is active, but White now putting his king on the edge of the board. This is counterintuitive. He's trying to set a trap. Do not take this pawn with the Black rook, because suddenly the the White rook would have eliminated the Black knight, and White would have trapped the opponent. Instead, he's aiming to remove the defender. White rook, if it's traded off, can no longer prevent the advance of this d pawn. It's going to be a race, but it looks like Black is simply ahead. Black's pawn too close to touchdown. The knight is coming. The king is coming, but a mistake now by Vachier-Lagrave. White's pawns are running. Suddenly White's ahead.
And that's the point. The king was needed to stop those pawns, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave reacts. He knows he missed this idea. Jan Nepomniachtchi is back in the game. All Maxime had to do was jump in with the knight to attack the bishop, but he's one move too late. Can White just continue marching down the board with the g-pawn, ignore the bishop hanging on d2, Robert?
You absolutely can. As you see those arrows, that is what White should do. You can also first move the bishop back to safety, but look at the evaluation bar to the left of the board. Look at the trajectory of the game beneath the board. It was White being worse, then White being better, then suddenly White's completely winning after Black was winning. The advantage has exchanged hands. Unfortunately, it's not changing anymore. White is winning. Two passed pawns are better than one.
And now Maxime, King David has to fall back, but it's too late. And that's it. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave resigns. The g-pawn is unstoppable. Maxime is eliminated. Jan Nepomniachtchi with a big turnaround takes the match. Wow, David, just unbelievable what we just witnessed.
Crazy stuff. So many turnarounds. We said it. Maxime played a great game. He was so brave with his king, but ultimately the clock situation punished him. One slip and it was all over, and he is out of the Chessable Masters.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley So have been eliminated. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Alireza Firouzja continue their run. What an Armageddon that was, an absolute roller coaster. Robert, heartbreaking for Maxime.
That's going to hurt. It's really going to sting. And as you see, Jan Nepomniachtchi becomes the second player who is already locked in to the losers quarterfinal. It probably should have been Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, or at least that's how he feels. But that was steely determination from Jan Nepomniachtchi. He never caved. And he actually created complications where it looked like they didn't exist. So Alireza Firouzja, he earned his match victory after a slip from Wesley So. Jan Nepomniachtchi did much of the same. It looked like the other players were going to get the job done, but that's what happens in these quicker time controls. In a flash, did the advantages change hands.
So unpredictable, this new time format this season on the Champions Chess Tour. We saw two of the most beautiful checkmates you'll ever see, and ultimately it was those two players who delivered the checkmates who progress and will be gaining confidence every single round. They lived life on the edge, I'm going to say. Both players really playing fast and loose there with their pieces, but ultimately rewarded for their courage. And commiserations to the others who were eliminated. They'll be back later this season.
Just complete turnarounds at the end in both those matches. Alireza surviving a big scare against Wesley, so it looked like Wesley had the win in his hand, and then that turned around. And here it looked like it was going to be Maxime who makes it through, and then it turns around. It has been a shocking, dramatic start here at the Chessable Masters, but of course, that's not the only chess. We've got some great news for all of you watching. Your regular collegiate chess league matches, they're returning next Saturday on February the 10th. Mark the date, it's 10th of February. Tune in for exciting team chess matchups between top university level talents with commentary from CCL's Joe Lee, and the one and only Anna Crumling will be back. Use the command CCL in chat for everything you need to know. And of course, we will be back for more as the day is just started, while it has been the end of the road for Maxime. Jan Nepomniachtchi goes through. The battle continues in the winner's bracket. We will be back in just a few. Don't go anywhere, as Magnus and company will be playing more chess.
Welcome everyone to the first ever Chess.com holiday party. We're here with the 7 of the Champions Chess Tour finalists. One of them is not here, but lucky for us, as Santa, I already knew that one of the gifts might come in real handy. So what we've got here is a gift that keeps on giving for some lucky lady out there, right there. We're gonna put Magnus right here in between Maxime and Hikaru. But let me explain the rules real quick. We have 8 numbers in here. Everyone here is going to pick a number to decide the order in which they go to choose the presents in front. The present can be stolen. If you like what someone else gets, you don't even have to pick a present. You can just steal their present from them. But once a present has been stolen twice, it is officially frozen. You can never steal that present again. At the end of the game, whichever one of you gets the number 1 gets to choose whether to keep your present or make one final steal to get the gift you want. So I'm going to go around here. I'm going to take the last number, a lot like our fair play, you know, judge, jury, and executioner over here, right? Hey, there you go, insert joke. Who's number 1? Okay, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave starts us off. Let's do it.
I guess this form, I guess.
Look at that. I know what you guys thought. You guys thought you were showing up and every gift was going to be a joke.
No, it's not.
That's a Nintendo Switch.
Maxime plays that every day.
I'm number 2.
Okay.
I have the best number. The worst number.
Oh, is that worse than 8?
Oh, 8 is the second best.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because 8 you get to have all the information.
Oh,
no choice.
Thank you.
I got a box.
Okay. What's in the box?
I have a smaller box. I got AirPods.
Wow.
Oh, sweeter.
Every white elephant has to have an ugly Christmas sweater, and you're the one who got it. Okay. All right, who's 4? Okay.
You can cook the night.
That's it. What is it? Denis, here we go.
Okay. Is that Magnus?
Collectible. Show it to the camera. The proud owner. All right, Hikaru is shaking. Shaking big, or is he stealing?
Who's that? Danny.
That was not my idea. All right, so I'm gonna use this one here. Certificate of Disposition and Proclamation, Lord of the Bong Cloud opening. Okay, I'm a Lord of the Bong Cloud.
Okay.
Here we go, Wesley.
I'm gonna steal, yeah?
Yeah.
It's hard to choose. I'll steal Fabi's AirPod.
Okay,
There we go.
that's fair. Okay, AirPods have been stolen. It's official, game on.
So we have to keep the game going, so I'm taking your...
All right. Okay, he's rolling the dice. He loves Anish that much. Okay, Denis, you've been set free.
Oh, you got the switch.
Okay, Denis Lazovic officially owns the Switch.
Party in his room tonight.
I guess I'm taking
He's
these.
taking the AirPods are off the table, which means Wesley, you have the power to choose a new gift.
Oh my gosh.
What is
Are you
it?
kidding? You're paying, right?
Yeah, that's
You're
the
paying.
coupon. Yeah.
Okay, good. I'll keep it.
Okay, there we go. That's it. And that, everyone, was our first ever white elephant.
He's down a piece, he's down 2 pawns.
A couple of checks. Magnus's king is going to dance easily out of them.
Take my queen and give me a new one, please.
He's losing now.
He walked right into the net.
And they know it. They know it.
Turn your boards.
909.
952.
made a big mistake.
Oh, and the bar's going up. This is an absolute gem of a game.
Wesley So has done it.
He's going in for the attack, but
He's walked into checkmate. Black can play rook takes pawn.
One move checkmate. 2 seconds. Oh my god, what an Armageddon! The 2021 World Blitz Champion and the 2023 Champions Chess Tour runner-up Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley So have both been eliminated of the Chessable Masters. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Alireza Firouzja advanced through into the losers quarterfinals, and now it's time for our big winners semi-finals matchup. We've got 2 underdogs fighting each other. The 2 big storylines, Denis Lazovic and Jospin Jose Martinez, with fantastic performances. They will play against each other. One will go down to the losers bracket, and of course the reigning tour champion Magnus Carlsen will take on Big Fish. Fedoseev, which matchup are you most excited about, David?
Oof, they're both juicy, but I've got to go for Magnus Carlsen against Fedoseev. It's 2 of the best rapid players in the world, as evidenced by the World Rapid Championship at the end of 2023. Yes, the underdog fight is going to be fascinating as well, but I can't wait to see how Fedoseev tries to work his way around magnificent Magnus. It's going to be one to watch.
It's really hard to pick one out of these 2, Robert, but I'm going to put you on another spot here. Denis Lazovic taking on Jose Martinez. Now, Denis, in the last 2 days, has taken down Hikaru Nakamura, Anish Giri, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He is on some of the best chess that he's ever played. And Jospin, Jose Martinez, what a performance he had in the play-ins. Then he takes down Jan Nepomniachtchi. So he's someone you can't write off. Robert, is there a favorite in this one? Who do you think will take it away?
we've got 2 players on an absolute tear. Jose Martinez to the left-hand side of our screen. He just celebrated his 25th birthday by winning the play-in, then making his way to Division I, where he beat Jan Nepomniachtchi a day ago. And the right-hand side of our screen, we have Denis the Menace, Denis Lazovic, who took down, as you said, Hikaru Nakamura, Anish Giri, and then yesterday, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, 3 of the best players on the planet. So I started today with a reference to Alicia Keys and her song Underdog. Go Google that, listen to that song. I don't know how to pick between these 2. And just like Alicia Keys, I'll root for them all. This is going to be an absolute great clash between players with very different styles. Jose, he likes to get down to the waning seconds. He's a speed demon with accuracy. And I think that Denis has the superior openings between these 2. He's a classically trained player, but he's only 17. So it's a bit odd to see him play alongside some of his contemporaries.
Really interesting, the clash of styles that they bring, as well as you mentioned, the precision of Jose Martinez in those seconds. We've seen him take those dynamic decisions, and it will be Fedoseev as well who'll have to take some big decisions on his board. He will have to make the most of any opportunity that presents himself because he's up against Magnus Carlsen. David, break down this matchup for us. Where do you see Fedoseev should rely on his chances?
Fedoseev has to make it messy, simply. Both players can do everything. Both players love the endgame. They love kind of outmaneuvering their opponents as the material dwindles away. But I do feel Fedoseev's best chance is in that deep, dark forest. He needs to strike again. We've said it before, while Magnus isn't quite warmed up. Magnus did beat Wesley so yesterday, but he wasn't quite at his magnificent best. It felt like he's just still moving through the gears. Fedoseev has played a bit more chess in recent days, especially at this time format. So make things messy. Try to attack Magnus if you can. Do not get bogged down into a long strategic fight. It will not end well. In the meantime, though, Magnus does start with white. So first job for Fedoseev, survive the first game. Then you can think about outmaneuvering the opponent when you have white in the next.
It's a really good point. Starting with the black pieces, just make sure no disaster strikes early. And you alluded to Mikhail Tal's forest of complication, where the path out is wide enough for just one player. So try to make the water muddy. Try to get him into messy situations. Robert, do you agree that that is Fedoseev's best chance here? Try to get as much chaos in?
Well, I think for Fedoseev, he is a combative player by nature, but it can backfire. And look at this. He plays the Petrov defense from the black side, which I think is a good choice against Magnus, because Magnus Carlsen is the better player. That's clear. But what Fedoseev, where he can backfire, is just like against Alireza Firouzja. In that fourth game, he was lost, right? He was down a couple pawns, but in the time scramble is where he was able to shine. So I think that Fedoseev, he needs to keep the games going. Magnus is a brilliant speed chess player. He's won the speed chess championship. He made it to the finals of the bullet chess championship, but that's where he has the most opportunity to go wrong, late stage of the game when you don't have enough time. So I think that Fedoseev, he chose a wise opening in game one.
Times have changed. When I was young, okay, Magnus there, a bit distracted, maybe closing the curtains. But when I was young, this opening, if anyone played this way against the Petrov, trying to trade off queens early, we would have laughed them out of chess. We would have told them, this isn't the game for you. You know, you're too timid. Nobody likes players who play for a draw. But Magnus plays this type of position for a win. It's so symmetrical, but white has 2 extra tempi for now, and it's all about placing the pieces on their best squares. Yes, the queens have gone. I guess Magnus is simply arguing that there's enough forces, there's enough of his army left to cause some problems later. He's beaten the likes of Jan Nepomniachtchi before in this type of position, but I'm still skeptical. Magnus, why? Why not entertain us? We want to see more checkmates. But Fedoseev, he's going to emerge unscathed from the opening, and the battle's really going to be postponed towards the endgame now. Robert, surprised at all? Are you as scathing as me? Maybe I'm being a bit too harsh about this opening choice.
I was surprised, but I think that it's Fedoseev playing something that he doesn't always trot out. So I think that Magnus Carlsen, as you said, he likes getting positions where there isn't so much risk. He can outplay his opponent. And we saw just before the latest move that the draw rate was through the roof. So, Tanya, when the history shows that black can hold on quite frequently, I think players, they think, let's go for that. But against Magnus Carlsen, it's a totally different game.
Absolutely agree with you. This is a queenless middle game. Well, there is an obvious but a big threat on the board immediately by Magnus. That knight jumping in, knight takes c7. So it's something that you need to take care of immediately. He falls back with the bishop. And yes, the queens are off the board, but the gloves are still on, because I think the players want to still fight it out. Magnus, we've seen him do crazy things in the end game. So I'm still expecting this to be a fight. He's fighting for more space right now. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be a slow one, but we've got a game on our hands. It's far from over when you're playing against Magnus. I think it only gets scarier when the queens are off.
I'm inclined to agree. I've suffered so many times at the hands of Magnus. I think we all have at this point. Once the queens are off, he knows better than anyone. He just has this feel of where the pieces belong. He spins his web, and sooner or later, it does get tactical, it does sharpen up, and then he takes his chances. I've got to say, he's handled this really well. No weaknesses at all in the black camp. Black's king is castled. The rook will slide across to e8. It's just about how white develops the pieces. The white king needs to choose a side. Maybe it'll sit in the center, but I don't see why black should ever be worse. You kick back the white knight, you develop your own pieces. This should be level with equal play. It's just about whether Magnus can exert that magic a bit later. without meaning to be too pessimistic about this game, should we check out the opening, the early stages of the other battle, the clash of the underdogs? Jose Martinez against Denis Lazovic. That one, still early doors as well, but okay. Looks like a quiet variation of the Spanish. Very symmetrical there as well, Robert. What do you make of that opening? Who's it going to favor?
On the left-hand side of our screen, we see a position with no pawns have left the board, only a pair of knights for each side. So it's a slow start for both of these games. Both matches, I think they're just settling in without creating any major threats. And Denis Lazovic, he has the black piece in this game. He is incredibly difficult to defeat. Not only yesterday when he outlasted Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in Armageddon by having a position that was never worse from the black side, but I remember in the 2023 season, he played a match against Sam Sevian, who's about Super Grandmaster, one of the best players in the United States, and they drew 12 games in a row. All right, he just doesn't lose no matter who he's playing. So it's a rare sight for him to actually get in trouble because he's so solid. And it's no surprise to me in this game, Tanya, that Jose, he is thinking, trying to come up with some ideas that give him an advantage. And Denis is saying, no, you're not going to get that because I am one of the most grounded players on the planet.
Yes, I think it's so important for Jose to try to just keep as many pieces on the board, try and get Denis low on the clock. But Denis, so far, has been doing great. He's got about a minute and a half advantage there. I think the one spot where perhaps Jose would have a better chance is if it becomes a true time scramble. We've seen Jose do amazing things with just seconds on the clock. Meanwhile, in the previous season, we saw Denis go down on the clock and struggle in those situations, especially if the position was still complicated. Denis has great endgame technique. Jose, meanwhile, he seems to really thrive when there are complications and less time on the clock. So this is going to go down to those seconds. Who's got those extra seconds when there's a time scramble? It's still far off from now. A really level start. Right now, I'm already looking at ideas for Jospim. Can he try and go all out? Can he try and strike in the center? There are two breaks that come to my mind, Robert. D4 or F4. Is this something that Black needs to keep an eye out on?
For sure. And I just want to point out, you called him Jospim, and somebody like, who's Jospim? I don't see any Jospims here. Jose, he's a streamer, he's a content creator, and that is his online handle. So, well, I agree with you, David. I'm going to throw it to you because I'm not sure what White should aim for. Is it going to be D4? Is it going to be F4? How are you opening up this position?
Or D5.
I think the answer is neither after Denis Lazovic's last move. Tanya, your ideas scared Denis so much that he decided to strike first. And why not? If you are able to set up a strong pawn center like this with either color, normally you're the one holding the key to the center. You're the one who decides when to trade off later. It's up to Denis when to take this pawn in the center. But first of all, okay, a trade there. White's knight was too strong on f5, could not be tolerated, and now White has the bishop pair. So I'm liking Black's pawn center, but I'm liking the potential of these White bishops, especially if White gets one or two more moves, is able to unleash the beast. And this bishop and queen on the same diagonal, checkmating threats in the air. Not right now, but Denis has to watch out for that. First, I'm expecting him to just continue in his trademark style, Denis Lazovic, improve his pieces, bring all the pieces to the party, nice coordination, and that's why he very rarely loses games. He doesn't leave any structural weaknesses ever. I very rarely see him with doubled pawns, for example, and he nearly never has bad pieces either. So yes, White has the longer term advantage of the bishops, but I think he's doing everything. Robert, how should Jose start playing now? What would give White reason for optimism?
Well, I'm not entirely sure, and I don't think Jose knows what to do either. He is below on the clock, and as you were pointing out, when you have bishops, you want open space, open diagonals, but any pawn move or capture, it leaves either a square or a potential weakness behind, and we did just see that exchange of pawns in the center. Black can take back pretty much with any of the three pieces that can take on d5, but it's also this bishop on c7 that may get an open diagonal in the future if Black continues to push in the center. So I love this from Denis. Tanya, he takes with the pawn on d5. That would have been my first instinct. Do you like the pawns in the center or the fact that White can challenge them?
I like the pawns in the center. I think they control not only the squares like c4 and e4, but also give Black more space. Once the e pawn might move forward in a certain time, the bishop on c7 will open up. The d pawn might move forward. At the right time opening up the d file. It's just more flexibility. Look at that. The queen and the bishop are already lining up. There are threats along the diagonal. e4 is something that white always has to watch out for. I think c takes d5 is a choice that a lot of us would also make intuitively in this position. What do you think, David? Is that a recapture that would have been your choice as well?
Definitely. I think these top players, the reason they're so good and the reason they're able to get so many wins in Rapid is because they're always looking for the most ambitious move. And Denis, he had to play some solid choices earlier. He had to give up his light square bishop for a knight, but now he's playing ambitious chess. He's lined up his rooks. Look at those pieces. He's lined up the queen and bishop. Yes, they're not going anywhere now, but more importantly, he's got the pawns in the center. What to do next is anyone's guess. Who knows? It's become very strategic, very cagey. It's about when one of the sides decides to push in the center. Pawn to d4 for black, pawn to d4 for white is going to be the key as well. But I like the way that Denis has handled this so far. I think he needs to keep pieces on. Bishops gain in power, especially the bishop pair together. The kind of deeper you get into a game, the more the board clears up. But for now, everything under control. And yeah, Robert, I think the clock situation as well, we mentioned it. Denis, he's doing everything right. He's keeping his time advantage essential long-term in this match as a strategy.
And he's keeping the tension alive. I think he can continue to opt for improving moves. I would potentially double rooks on the e-file, waiting before I decide to push a pawn and create new tension. So Denis, he has several options. Queen c6 also looks very smart because it opens up new avenues. Maybe pawn to d4 for black. The bishop on c2 is a loose piece, and the white king may not feel fully safe if that diagonal opens. So both sides are trying to figure out which diagonals they can operate on. It's not entirely clear, although I think what is clear is if you give white one free move, it's going to be a skewer and a win of a rook for bishop. So I mean, this is a great play, very precise play from both these players. And Tanya, I think in both of our boards, we just are seeing quiet little moves, improving decisions, but very sturdy from all four of these winners semifinalists.
Yes, and I really like that Denis has parried that threat with an active move, rook to e6, also controlling the 6th rank. We might see the rook shuffle on to the king side. It also takes control of this a6 square, stopping that white pawn from moving forward on the left side of our screen. Just a simple harmony in black's position on Denis's board. I like the way he's placed the pieces, and there is this incredible maturity in his play that I've seen. I've seen it in the tour season last year. I've seen it in the Chessable Masters so far this year. The queen has attacked, Denis needs to find a good square for that queen. He moves it back onto the diagonal into the center of the board. His strategy, his positional understanding, where the pieces belong, it all seems to fall into place so well. And it's just not on the board. I was so impressed with his answers yesterday. When you asked him, David, who's your idol? Who's your hero? The guy just said, I've got no heroes. He's 17. And it's just amazing to hear him talk. And his play is a true reflection of his personality, I think.
Totally. In order to be the best, you have to beat the best, so you can't be too deferential towards them. You have to respect them, but not worship them too much. You have to be ready to pounce when the best players in the world make mistakes. And talking of the best players in the world, we see Magnus Carlsen against Fedoseev. That one as well, evolving. There have been some big decisions in that clash. The world #1 has castled queenside with the white king, the board you see on the right of your screens there. He's also got the bishop pair, so both players with the white pieces in these two boards have the bishop pair long-term, doing very well, but still cagey for now. And Fedoseev trying to maneuver around with his knights. White pawn structure in that game, Magnus Carlsen against Fedoseev, slightly compromised. White has doubled A pawns. So many small factors to break down, and it's not clear who it favors yet. Evaluation bar on both boards slightly favoring white, but not by much. And it feels like, again, calm before the storm, this middle game, and the clock ticking. That could be a key factor, especially the Magnus Carlsen game. He's just gone below the 4-minute mark. We mentioned sometimes in the time scrambles, even mighty Magnus makes mistakes. So I think we should delve deeper into that game. Let's jump in. Magnus Carlsen against Fedoseev to try to evaluate. Has he worked this endgame magic we've been talking about, this queenless middle game, we'll call it? And here, I've got to say, first glance, I like white, purely because of this knight that he's just installed on the c6 square. But black has reasons to be optimistic too, Robert.
Yeah, this is a position where it resembles the other game in that white has the pair of bishops, but the queens are off the board, and of note is this doubled A pawns for white. But that's not actually a bad thing at this stage of the game. With so many pieces remaining on the board, white can go after some of black's targets, and black is not creating a pass pawn because the A2 pawn still covers the pawn on the B file. This is maybe a deep concept for some, but the point is that it's not like some other double pawns, as we saw in Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave earlier. So this last move from Fedoseev, great decision. He's trying to bring a knight to E5 or to C5, and that A4 pawn is the target. A knight in the center usually is a good place to put it. And he wants to activate his pieces, including the bishop on D8, which does have a new diagonal to work with without the knight in its path. So Tanya, as we look at this position, I think all of us were inclined to believe that white is better, but I feel like there's some natural plans for black.
Agreed. And the point that you just made, without bishop on D8 stepping up to F6, taking control of the long diagonal A1 to H8 once white's bishop comes to D4. It looks like Magnus's bishop pair advantage is going to be neutralized really soon. Either there'll be a knight trade from C5 or the bishop trade from F6, and the pawn structural weaknesses in Magnus's camp more than enough compensate for Fedoseev, the lack of the bishop. I love that knight on C6. I'm trying to understand, why is our Evalbar favoring white so much? Bishop d4, there seems to be bishop f6. If not, the knight is jumping forward into the game. What's going on here? Whoa. That's going on here. That's what's going on here.
Oh, we didn't expect that. And again, the blue arrow indicating that black's only move, or at least by far the best move, is rook takes bishop. That would not have been on my radar, Robert. An exchange sacrifice pretty much demanded by Fedoseev right now. This is a pawn sacrifice, and I just wanted to point out, let's jump in. If this pawn is captured, if you just whip this pawn off the board, what could be more natural? Go up material. Suddenly a new diagonal for white's uncontested light squared bishop, and tricks, tactics in the air. Black has two loose pieces on this diagonal, and something might well just drop off. So don't be too greedy. I think likewise, if you capture this pawn with the knight, there are problems tactically. Bishop takes, and suddenly watch out for your back rank. You can trade off a set of rooks, but now you have to be careful. If pawn takes, suddenly a deadly check, and your bishop will simply drop off next move. So Magnus initiating the tactics. Let's just show what he... Okay, he's played pawn takes pawn. He needed to play rook takes bishop and basically admit that, okay, if rook takes, there are tricks in black's favor this time with a nice pin. But pawn takes pawn, Robert, do you think this is going to backfire? Fedoseev playing that move instantly.
And look at Magnus's reply, what you were calling for, David. Bishop to b5. There are too many tactics now. And so what Magnus did is he gave away a pawn to free up diagonals for his bishops. And I say bishops plural, because now that knight on d7, if it continues to move, say to e5, well, oh, and he does it a move too late, does Fedoseev. The right idea, wrong move order. I still feel like he has chances to survive this game. Let's not count him out just because the evaluation bar is slightly in Magnus' favor. The material imbalance now is knight and one pawn for rook. And let's not forget about those opposite colored bishops. So black can use the dark squares to his advantage. White is going to try to operate on the light squares, but to what end? What light squares are actually valuable? That's an essential question. So I like the way that Fedoseev is handling this. I think this gives him the best practical chances.
We're far from out of it. It's they're just imbalanced, as we would say, Tanya. The players have no idea who's better. And Fedoseev, I could see him, especially if he gets this pawn 2 squares further down the board, him working things in his favor. Do you think Magnus needs to be careful as well?
I'm materialistic. I love the fact that there's an extra exchange for white, and I agree that black's got compensation, but that knight on c6, the bishop on b5, there are these tactical ideas of either knight takes a5 or knight takes b4 next. Watch out, the knight on d7 is still hanging. It's a threat that you need to take care of. To me, it just feels that Fedoseev needs to be on the defense. He needs to keep the activity going. He has to play active to defend this position. The plan that you're pointing out of the c-pawn moving forward, the bishop on b5 right now takes control of that. So it still requires a bit of prep. Right now, I'm expecting Fedoseev to move his knight. He does it. Knight to b6. The eval bar hits it. And Magnus just continues to keep opening up the position. The lines for the bishops and the lines for the rooks and the diagonals for the bishops.
And now it's busted for black. This is a problem. Once this rook gets in the game, you can see that Fedoseev is in trouble. I think it's important to analyze what he could have done instead. And it was just a one-move play from Fedoseev that would have kept him in the game rather than opening the rooks up. Bishop to g3. Just trying to blockade this d-pawn so the rooks don't have open files. When you're down material, especially when your opponent has two rooks, just one for yourself, you need to keep those rooks contained. So this would have been a good choice. Instead, what we see in the game, the rooks are loose, they are free to roam about the board, and now one of them is off the board, and that's bad news for black because that a5 pawn is tender, the d file remains open. Black can't keep everything under his control, and Magnus Carlsen for sure is winning this first game, David.
100%. It's all about that target on a5, pretty much indefensible in the kind of short term. And this white a pawn, not only does it promote on a light square guided by your bishop, but it's pretty much unstoppable. You have no rooks left as black. Yeah, knights are terrible at stopping these corner pawns, these rook pawns. So once the white knight retreats, takes this pawn, it's a matter of time before Fedoseev has to resign. We saw him sit back, exhale a moment ago. He knows it's over. The white rook doesn't look impressive now, but it will soon join the fun. And I think we'll see a very simple plan. Black's counterplay far too slow. And Magnus, he's going pawn hunting. He's going to hunt down the full point in this game soon, closing out the victory. Again, just in the space of one or two moves. This is how strong the top players are. They punish you, one small imperceptible slip. And here we go. Knight takes pawn, inevitable. It's just a straightforward plan. Magnus about to bank it. We think, Tanya, shall we go to the other game where there's still action on the board?
Definitely. I just want to say this is how strong Magnus Carlsen can be, especially in these positions. I mean, we were talking about an equal opening, an outcome where white had nothing. And then just out of nowhere, Magnus comes up with a winning position. How did it happen? When did it all go so wrong? It's just unbelievable how he makes these things just appear on the board and makes chess look so easy. It's insane. He's playing against one of the best players in the world. He has a completely winning position out of a completely equal opening. Magnus Carlsen just doing Magnus things. I think it's a good time, David, to jump over to our other board, which is far from a queenless position. It's an exciting middle game. Robert, what do you make of what we're seeing on the left side of our screen between Denis Lazovic and Jose Martinez?
It's definitely heating up on the left-hand side board because there are open diagonals for both players. Usually, open space, it is good for the player with the pair of bishops as Jose Martinez. His camera's on the bottom left-hand side of our screen. But Denis Lazovic, he just doesn't back down against anyone. It's super impressive. The game between Magnus and Fedoseev is officially over. No surprises there. Magnus takes game one. So now we can fully be attentive to this game on the left-hand side of our screen between Jose and Denis. Magnus up 1-0. One of these players would like to join him. I mean, David, look at Jose's clock. He's down under that minute, but we know he's a bullet brawler. He's won a number of them.
We're used to seeing this from Jose at this point. Yesterday against Jan Nepomniachtchi, every time we jumped into that game, he had like 5-10 seconds on his clock, yet he was able to maneuver. He checkmated Jan Nepomniachtchi twice, and whoa. Wow, is this a blunder from Denis Lazovic? Why is this a mistake? Queen to f6, he's trying to trade off the queens. But rook takes d5, just wins a piece. There's actually, wow, some brilliant tactics here, some back rank ideas. I wonder whether he'll see it. If not, we will show it. A double question mark, a blunder, but an understandable one from Denis Lazovic. And Jospem, Jose Martinez spots it. Queen sacrifice, double exclamation mark, and he's going to show the reason. Look at this. Rook takes d4 at the end, a pin, and you win. You're going to emerge with a rook and two bishops for a queen. Mathematically, this one is pretty much over. Brilliant, Robert. Just in the blink of an eye.
And you could see Jose, he was quizzically looking at it. Wait, this doesn't look right. I didn't spot Queen f6 on my radar. And Denis shakes his head like, I should have seen that. Come on. And the point is that loose pieces drop off. A rook and two bishops, they overwhelm a queen. It's worth more in value. Two bishops and a rook, that's worth 11, maybe even 12, so queen's 9. So this one, it should be easy conversion now. Tanya, I mean, Denis Lazovic, he doesn't blunder often, but he just had a critical error at that moment. And now it seems game one for Jospem.
Robert, we've been talking about how Denis makes no mistakes. We haven't seen that happen. And this was a big tactical blunder. And this puts him on the back foot. I think it's a hard one to recover from. The bishop can line up, now threatening bishop to e4. A huge pin you have to watch out for. There will be coordination between the rook and the two bishops. One of the rooks will come on to the open file, either the B line or the A line. And for Denis Lazovic, it is a desperate situation. Too much material down. You have to be a little careful. White needs to fall back with the bishop. The d3 pawn can be picked up at the moment because the rook on e2 is tied down to defend the bishop on d2.
Yes, that pawn may drop, but David, I feel like this is, for someone of Jose's caliber, just so easy. This is a cakewalk for him because you're going to have to push your pawns. That opens up more diagonals, and the white king is too safe.
Simply black has fewer pieces. You've got a queen, great, but rooks and bishops do a great job at containing a queen, and you have two of those bishops. So, yeah, it feels like a matter of time. Jose, he's done the hard work. But then again, there are tricks. I was going to say, is there a trick? He was, wow, double attack suddenly from Denis Lazovic.
Whoa!
Oh, what
Wow,
a blunder.
double attack.
Yeah, he thought queen d1 check. He missed queen b5. Tanya, what a find from Denis.
And Jose can't believe it. And it was because he was down to 5 seconds on the clock. He's in big danger now. And maybe white is still fine because you've got that extra pawn and you can set up a fortress. But this is heartbreaking. Jose needs to get himself together and make sure that there are no more misses right now. He's down to seconds on the clock.
I think he's still going to win the game. David, I don't know about you, but I'd much rather have all of these pieces for the queen. There's no attack against the white king. But Jose, he's still shaking his head, David. I don't think he's over it.
Understandably, he's going to be kicking himself. He had an easily winning position. We were just praising him, talking about how it should be pretty much automatic, and it would have been if he hadn't walked into a double attack. So, moral of the story, everyone, keep your pieces defended, protect each other, coordinate, loose pieces drop off, and he put his bishop on a5 far away from the rest of his army. No surprise that the tactics didn't work in his favor, but okay, he's going for the black king now, bishop h5, a monster threat. Denis has to work out with no time on his clock. Can he simply take this pawn? I think he can, but then he might have to run with the black king forward. So still scary times here. Jose recovering, but setting the traps. Bishop h5 still on tap. Denis, this is not over. He still has to find really accurate moves to save this.
David, that's a really nice move. Taking away that f6 square, bishop h5, rook to e8 was a big threat. Checks coming in. I think this is going to end in a draw. Now that the queen and the king are separated, you're not going to lose the queen, but without white having connected pawns, it's hard to imagine a passer for Jose either. Draw the most likely?
Oh, what a find! He gives away his pawn to save his king, and now a draw, I would say, is more likely. But Tanya, until that move was found, I thought that Denis was in some trouble.
And Jose continues to shake his head. He can't believe what he's just missed. He was rook and two bishops for a queen, blundering in one move. But this is rapid chess, and he shakes his head. He knows this is over. This is ending in a draw. Any moment now, David.
Miracles do happen, Denis Lazovic. That's why you never, ever give up. He blundered. He was pretty much just a piece down for nothing, but he kept fighting. And even there were checkmating attacks against his king, but he's a cold-blooded defender. So impressive stuff. Just tactical vision for both of these two players, really at the top of their game, you can tell. Two slips, one on either side, ultimately balancing each other out, and now we will see a repetition. And draw is confirmed. Battle of the underdogs, in the end, after a few twists and turns, after a roller coaster, ended peacefully. Wow. Breathless action, Tanya.
That was an up and down game. What a game that was. A big blunder by Denis first, and then Jose Martinez returns the favors with just seconds on the clock. And you can see the one player who is disappointed with this result. For Jospem, it has been a disappointing draw, Robert. He was so close.
Oh, he was so close to securing game one against Denis Lazovic. But Denis, he has a lot of fight in him. He may just be 17, but he's used to brawling here on the internet in the chess scene. And you see that Denis, he has reason to smile. He now is tied half-half after a single game. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen, he won his first game. So I don't think Vladimir Fedoseev is feeling happy in the slightest.
For Fedoseev, he needs to make a comeback in his match. He needs to score a win to level the score. Magnus doing Magnus things in that one. Out of nowhere, out of a quick queen trade. He just makes one of the most difficult games known to mankind. Chess makes it look also easy. Just converts it in a couple of moves. I don't know how the guy does it, David. What is the secret?
You know, maybe it's something in the water in Norway. Either way, he works miracles, and we saw the mess, the madness, the kind of loss of control in that last game between Martinez and Lazovic. Magnus having none of it, just seamless, asking questions of his opponent. And unfortunately for Fedoseev, who we see on the camera right now, he didn't quite have the answers. He looks very philosophical, I've got to say, staring out to the distance, just wondering where it all went wrong. Maybe he's just coming up with a new strategy, but that is what we were talking about. You cannot let Magnus assume control, assume dominance in one of those slower strategic type of positions. He outmaneuvers the best of us. You need to take your chances, ask really difficult questions, make the position irrational, and just hope that it pays off. Unfortunately, that's the best chance against one of the best players of chess. And I think we're getting ready to go any moment now. Magnus doesn't look too happy, but he played great in that first one.
Robert, I'm still thinking about what we spoke earlier. For Fedoseev, he needs to find a way to get those positions where 2 + 2 is indeed equal to 5 to find his chances.
That forest, though, is hard to find and to navigate against Magnus Carlsen because he's the #1 player in the world. He's been that for over a decade. So if anyone has the compass, even when it seems like they're blindfolded and on their own, it's Magnus. So I feel like for Fedoseev, he showed yesterday that he can storm back from a deficit. But what he did against Alireza Firouzja is he went all out. He put his queen off the side of the board, stole a pawn, was greedy. I'm not sure it's going to work 2 days in a row. So Fedoseev, he starts with a pretty quiet opening. We'll see if he's willing to throw his pawns forward, just like we saw, for example, Anish Giri do at the end of Tata Steel. Sometimes you have to throw all your pieces forward, everything but the kitchen sink, and go for the attack, David.
Yeah, I fully agree. And he would love to do that. I've seen Fedoseev do that plenty of times with a lot of success, but against different type of opposition, of course. It's easy to say against someone that he would outright throw your pawns forward, attack, go for it. And it's another whole mindset to do it against Magnus. So right now, it's a Queen's Gambit declined. It's the Carlsbad pawn structure we've been talking about with pawns on e3, d4 against pawns on c6, d5. But Magnus loves these types of pawn structures. Now he's aiming to trade off these bishops, and the fewer pieces on the board, the better Magnus becomes, remember. So I love this decision. I was about to say, keep those bits on, keep those bishops, just in case you need them for a later attack. Magnus doesn't look too happy. What do you make of the body language and the start of this game, Tanya?
The way he won the first game, I think he's got all the reasons to be happy right now. It's hard to say how he's feeling, but I think he's very pleased with the quality of play from that game one. He jumps in with the knight to the center of the board. And for white, I was just about to say, needs to take a decision. Fedoseev, does he put the knight on f3 or the other plan that we see with the knight moving in front of the king to e2? Instead, Fedoseev chooses the approach where eventually the knight can jump further on, the knight can land onto e5. We might even see him try to build chances with shock castle, the f-pawn moving forward, f4, f5 in certain positions. But having white, he needs to make sure that he does create as much of a possibility to get a game out of this one as much as he can, because it only gets harder on from here.
Well, with the white pieces, he has 2 whites in these final 3 games, does Fedoseev. As you're saying, Tanya, he needs to make the most of it. And I like his position. Optically, it's pleasing. You have all 4 of your minor pieces out on the 3rd rank. You control key squares, and namely the f5 square. Like, black can't easily jump forward in this position. And so the next moves aren't obvious for how black should develop. Your bishop on c8, it's tucked at home. You may want to go all the way out to g4, but that walks into Tanya's plan with knight to e5. So, David, as we look at this position, you know Magnus very well. He might have to settle for a cramped structure. Do you think that he's quite displeased with what he's achieved out of the opening?
I think Magnus is happy with the pawn structure he's got. He's happy with the skeleton of the position. But as you say, Robert, there's no natural plans. And Magnus, he's probably better than anyone at just putting his pieces on good squares, finding nice homes for them. Here it's tricky, even for the likes of Magnus. And like you say, awkward squares. So he's in 2 minds. He's happy that he's got a solid foundation, but awkward squares for his pieces, like this e6 point. We never like to see bishops kind of staring at their own pawns. They look like big pawns in this type of position. And yeah, it's just about how Magnus is able to maneuver. Maybe after pushing the a pawn, he'll bring his knight out via a6. Maybe he'll bring the knight back round to sit by his king. he's rock solid, and he's a point up in the match, so he has something to play with. It's just about whether Fedoseev can attack. And on the flip side, I don't really see exactly what white should be doing. Often here we talk about minority attacks, throwing 2 pawns forward to undermine these 3 on the queen side, but that is less attractive with the black knight sitting in the center, nicely poised to jump into any holes later on. And there we go. Fedoseev, he's maneuvering. This is exciting. This is instructive as well, going towards this black king. He's just edging towards the king side. He's going to try and put some pressure on this black bishop first of all, but watch out for some nasty checks just in case if you keep if you forget to keep your king safe later. So yeah, I could go on about these pawn structures forever. I'll stop now, but I think that Magnus isn't as comfortable as he would like to be, Tanya.
I agree with you. And I think for Magnus, it's also going to be key to try and get a central break of c5 in at the right moment. Because if white is given a free hand, we can see that attack brewing up on the king side. Knight f4, knight e5. You might eventually jump with the knight to h5. The f-pawn moving forward. So for Magnus, once he's already lined up the queen with the bishop, also hinting at c5, knight can come to d7 or a6 and defend that. I was expecting Fedoseev to land on the e5 square with his knight, but we see a different plan here. Bishop to e5. Robert, does this surprise you?
It does, and I think that Magnus suddenly has fixed all of his problems because his latest move, bring his queen to c8, may look unusual, but he's lining his queen and bishop up. So bishop to f5, trade pieces when you have less space. And in this position, black is feeling a bit cramped. You haven't fully developed. So trading pieces should be favorable for Magnus Carlsen. And as soon as I say it, he plays it. I think that he has neutralized the opening advantage from the white side, but the game continues because there isn't complete clarity. As David pointed out, white's knights are heading towards the black king. It can be a bit scary if you are not accurate, but now that the development is complete, I do think Magnus, he has everything under control, and it's a timely sip of water or whatever's in that bottle there because he's feeling good about his position, Tanya.
Yeah, I think, David, you were asking about Magnus's body language. I think this has got to be a lot more relaxed for him now that one set of minor pieces are off the board. He's managed to get rid of, well, what is considered one of the big problem pieces in these kind of pawn structure, the light squared bishop. You really want to trade that off, and he's done it, which solves a lot of problems. But still, white feels like setting up for that minority attack you had mentioned earlier. The rook now lined up with the queen, b4, a4, b5 in the air. How does black continue to improve and fight these ideas, David?
Well, Magnus knows better than me, but he has a few options. I just wanted to say completely on your point, Tanya, the pawns control light squares now, the bishop will control dark squares later, so great strategy. And also a note for everyone at home, if you're cramped, if you're struggling for space, if your pieces are suffocating, just trade off one set of minor pieces, knights and bishops, and you live, you kind of breathe easier. And I was going to say, actually on the last move, Magnus could have gone for a double attack. I was slightly surprised the black knight didn't jump in to hit this pawn, first of all, which has just moved. It was sitting on b2, but also the black knight from c4 would have hit this bishop in the center. So Magnus, he could have actually forced the issue, traded more pieces off, and felt probably safer. But now what he would love to do is somehow get either the queens off or maybe one set of knights off. He'd love to trade off white bishop sitting pretty in the center. Ultimately, though, there we go. I was going to say, just before that, Magnus's trademark move is to push rook's pawns, flank pawns. Reinvigorated by AlphaZero in 2019, Magnus had one of his best years, and he loves kind of gaining space on the flanks. Watch out now for this backward pawn to be an issue later. The black rook could slide across. So Magnus has got a bunch of ideas. In the meantime, I don't really see what Fedoseev should be doing right now. Ultimately, this pawn structure is something Magnus is known for, and Fedoseev, I thought his opening was a success, but one or two moves later, the departure of those bishops, and suddenly it's just a position, as we say. It's just roughly level, and I do fear for his chances. Okay, this is one to check in on a bit later. Maybe let's zoom out and go to the bird's eye view to check in on the other game, the clash of the underdogs after those mutual blunders a bit earlier. Who will recover best? And Robert, we see it on the left-hand side there. First glance, who do you favour?
Oh, we got that Benoni structure on the left-hand side of our screen, and Jose Martinez just hops in with his knight. I have to say that his position looks very solid from the black side. Denis Lazovic, it's not like he's done anything wrong himself. He's pushing pawns into center, but I think that there are chances for black to strike, and that is the standard for this opening. So as we dive in to the X's and O's, I just also want to note that the clock the situation seems perfectly acceptable for both players, but I'm looking at strikes over on the queen side for black with a move like pawn to b5. That's one of Jose's main ideas. And for Denis, he's expanded his center. Can he push f4 next to boot that queen out of there? Tanya, these are not easy decisions, but you're a d4 player, so you must have experience in the structure.
You're right, Robert. And in these positions, it's so important for white to keep as many minor pieces as possible because white does have the space advantage. You were talking about the break on the queen side, a very thematic b5 idea. But Jose Martinez goes for another thematic idea, which is to try to get play on the king side. He pushes the g pawn forward. You have to watch out for this g-pawn from g5, going one step ahead to g4, really cramping down on the king side, gaining more space, isolating that e4 pawn, making sure that the f-pawn remains a backward pawn on f2. I really like this aggressive play by Jose, and it really puts Denis into the think right now. Two sets of minor pieces off the board. In these structures, it does favor black, David.
Yeah, and exactly. This Benoni is all about trading one set of pieces, so you're not struggling for space, as we mentioned in the other game. And talking of fighting for space, he's been stopped on the king side. He's now throwing pawns forward on the queen side. I was going to say black's pawn move, pawn to g5. It's the sweet spot. It's active and it's strategic. It's kind of playing dynamically, but also stopping white's main plan of pushing a pawn to f4 for good. But now it's all about the other side of the board and how does Denis react there. A bit of a positional threat to capture on c5 due to the fact that black's pinned on the b file, this rook undefended on the back rank. Ideally, you would love to move this bishop out the way, therefore. Always connect your rooks if you can. But white's queen also peering down at this pawn. A bit awkward, I've got to say. I think Denis has chosen the right moment to strike. So I love what Jospem, I keep saying Jospem instead of Jose, but what he's been doing so far, but still questions to answer. And he trades off, and this is a high responsibility decision because now he's left with a backward pawn forever. And he has to back this up with active piece play. The idea, I guess, Robert, is to activate his pieces to better outposts.
Taking control of some key dark squares, why not? And I think a critical point is that this a5 move, it challenges the white rook and says, where are you going? So look at Denis, he backs it up, and so quickly does Jose play knight to d7. Look at how he's played. g5 to stop white's f4 pawn push, then playing on the queen side. So Jose understands the structure, he understands where his pieces belong, and white's pieces look pretty optimally placed. But that's not good enough. You need to come up with plans rather than just say, hey, this is a good aesthetic. I'm feeling nice. What is the next plan for white? I'm still looking at a way to try and push the pawn to f4, but it does open up both kings. It's not going to be a one-sided attack. Both players need to watch out at this stage, Tanya.
You're absolutely right about that. And I think there are two plans in these positions, Robert, for white. You either try to push f4, which is a double-edged sword because you open the g line for both. You could do that with either shifting your rook from d1 to f1 to support the advance, or perhaps the queen could fall back to d2 or e3. The main idea is to defend this f4 square, try and push black queen back, and then expand in the center. The other idea that I see for white is maybe another shift, a more strategic plan to try to double up on the D line, making sure that black's knight on D7 stays as a defensive piece. I see that Denis has gone for queen to E3. He wants to get F4 in, and he does it. This is blowing up. This is opening up, and it's not a one-sided attack, as you pointed out, because the G file opens for both players. We're perhaps going to see a trade on F4, and then the queen falls back. The king will shift to H8, and who lands on the G line first?
Yeah, it's just a race now. It's going to be mutual attacks. I was looking at the queen side for the last few moves, Tanya, and then suddenly attention switches elsewhere for both players. And I just want to talk as well, as this one really starts to heat up, about that previous game. Surely if you're Jose Martinez, you get frustrated. Denis Lazovic just never loses. And now he's the one on the attack. He's the one pushing. Do you think Jose is happy with the outcome here? Especially as his position is kind of hanging by a thread. E5 now in the air. It's lurking. What's going through his mind, Robert?
That he's probably a bit scared. E5 is a tremendous threat. It hits the queen on f6, but it also tries to spring free some passed pawns in the center. And black's pieces are pretty well placed. The rook on b8 it protects the pawn in front of it. The rook on e8, it tries to counter white's ideas in the center. The queen on f6, the knight on c5, they're very clearly on active squares. So now it was the bishop's turn. So he plays bishop d7. He kind of had to, not that it was the only good move, but Tanya, as I look at this, white is playing e5 whether you like it or not. So at least create a counter threat. And that pawn on a4, that one is in the line of fire from black's pieces now.
This is really heating up. e5 on the board. Black is going for the queen side with the pawn weaknesses. White now steps away with the king. It looks like it's going to be white's rook that's going to be arriving first on the g line. Black has to take a moment out. I don't believe you can capture on a4 right now. Rook g1 just looks far too menacing. Denis the Menace, you give him rook g1. That's going to be trouble. It might be time for Jose to step aside with his own king to h8 to try to dodge all these ideas along the g file.
Say king h8, Tanya, and I agree, it might well be the best move, but I don't see it with confidence because it's also sitting on an open diagonal potentially. And I wonder whether in the near future he's going to try and drop his queen on the d3 square just at any cost. It might come at the cost of a pawn. And it's just more important to survive with your king. Get those queens off at any cost. That would be the other main move on my radar, at least right now, for Martinez. 3 minutes on the clock. If you're getting attacked, you have to maintain some time. And there we go, queen to d3. I think a good practical decision. Evaluation bar says no, of course. But at least now, with queens off, he will live to fight another day. And as we saw in the previous game, when the clock ticks down, he's really strong in that latter phase. So a decision to survive, Robert.
But I think I understand why this gets a question mark. Just like Jose exploited a game ago, I think the fact that the queen is loose on d3 allows white to play knight to e4 now, and you can't touch that knight on e4. Oh, he missed it. But knight e4 was untouchable, and that knight would have landed on f6 with a check against the king, the rook, and the bishop all at once. So that skirmish, those tactical sequences there were favorable for Denis, but we know it's in his style to play the positional choice if he can. So I think that his position isn't bad in the live board underneath me here, but this would have been aggressive and playing for a bit more. It comes with risk, that's for sure. Loose pawns everywhere, but it also would have been playing with strength, with the initiative. So I think, Tanya, at this stage, we just saw the queens come off the board. A mistake was made, but it was overlooked. So really, was it a mistake at all?
To me, the big question is, can't black just now pick up the a4 pawn? I see that the d6 pawn might be hanging after you give a check on g3, but at the end of it, once you give a check, black side steps, the rook on d1 is hanging as well, so you can't immediately capture d6. You probably have to trade the bishop for the knight first. It just feels like the a-pawn can be really dangerous here. For Jose Martinez, it might be the moment to start looking for chances, because even if white eventually captures on d6, that white pawn on d6, David, will be a weakness. Maybe we can just show it. Knight takes bishop, knight takes knight, rook to g3 check. King moves. This time, I think f8 would be the square of choice. And then you grab on d6. Firstly, d6 is a weak pawn, but also look at that a5 pawn. It's a protected passed pawn, a good knight on a4. This endgame could be very dangerous for white, David.
Definitely. White's bishop is not playing a role, and I think the most important point, as you called it, Tanya, this is not a real strength. Maybe the stronger pawn is the one behind it, tying down a black rook once it takes the runner, the front d pawn. But yeah, essentially it's all about black's queenside majority, and I actually think black has a pretty clear path to victory in this game. White with no counterplay at all. So difficult decision here for Denis Lazovic. Let's go back. I don't think he should get greedy. Instead, he plays the move rook to g1, and he's going for the black king somehow. But how? Wow, pawn to e6, trying to deflect away this black knight. The black knight is forced to defend its bishop, so you cannot take too many times on this e6 square. And now he's aiming just for a pawn storm. Pawn to e6, followed by pawn to f5, f forward here. And at least he's mixing it up. I think a really clever decision there from Denis, Robert.
I watched Jose shake his head. He overlooked this move e6. I'm shaking my head too, because it's a pawn race. This e-pawn accompanied by an f-pawn, that looks scary. But as Tanya mentioned, there's an a and a b pawn for black, and those pawns can rumble forward too. So I'm worried about the black king. I'm worried about all of these passed pawns, and I'm also worried about Jose's clock. Tanya, we keep talking about how he's doing well on, even in time scrambles. This is very tactical, so you are going to have to be extra careful here to survive this position against Denis Lazovic.
Couldn't agree more with that, but we've seen Jose just how accurate he is with little time on the clock, even if the position's really complicated. And although White's the one who's down a pawn, and yes, we pointed out that A pass there, but this last move by Denis, that's terrifying. White's got a protected passed pawn on E6 now, and our computer is showing the best move, the knight rerouting itself to D4 via E2, attacking that F5 weakness. I'm picking White right now, despite Jose being the one who's pawn up. I think Black's got to be the one who has to be careful in this position. But David, he chooses another plan. He wants to put this bishop on H5.
Love it. The bishop's coming in. It might just come in anyway. Bishop to H5, plonk it down on F7, and there's going to be all sorts of checkmating ideas around the Black King. The all-seeing overlords, the silicon overlords there, the computers say knight to E2 first, even stronger. And again, same plan, knight back. And once it lands on E2, comes forward into D4. Beautiful outpost. And this is the big weakness in Black's position, the F5 pawn. I think Jose needed to bite the bullet and just trade off pawns earlier, because this one, yes, he's blocked up White for a move or two, but it's going to fall in the long term. Instead, Denis puts his bishop on H5. Very natural move. And again, the blue arrow indicates Black's best move by far. You need to trade off one set of rooks. But I'm going to say that's not obvious. It's not instinctive. You normally would want to keep a rook behind passed pawns, throw this pawn down the board. It's simply to stop White's checkmating ideas. If you allow this bishop to land on F7 and the White rook to slide over to G3, then Black will be doomed. So you need to trade before it's too late. Rook to G8. Only way to save this game. He's got 30 seconds left, though. Oh, Jose, I don't envy his chances, Robert.
No, and you could see it on his face. And look, he was bishop E8, the evaluation, it goes all the way up. And I think it's because White can bring the knight in. And there Denis goes, knight D4, hitting F5, going to C6. With checkmating threats, the loose pawns in Black's position, I just feel like they're going to drop off. A rook goes to G5 as well if you want to win F5 directly. This looks painful as the White's pawns feel faster than Black's, Tanya. David, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, Denis, he's got this under control.
He's
got race. And you're ahead. You've got a head start. Pawn on E6, Tanya.
And Robert, this is something you've always said. It's not about the quantity of pawns. It's about the quality of pawns. And that pawn on E6 is worth more than just the one pawn, a deficit that White has right now. Look at the piece activity. Denis also up on the clock. Jose shaking his head. He's down to 30 seconds. The F5 pawn is falling. The knight is coming in. The A pawn hasn't really gone down the board. That move E6, Robert, I think that was the moment that it changed the game. It changed the dynamics, and it took Jose by big surprise.
The key word is dynamic. It changed the game from one where both players were pushing pawns, trying to gain the upper hand, and then made it dynamic. And look at this position as David draws the arrows. David, you take it away. This is such a nice find from Denis to secure victory, it seems.
He's calculated so deeply, he's going to throw his knight out the way with a check now, a fork, clearing the path for the coronation of his e-pawn. He's going to make a queen. This is game over. Beautiful there from Denis Lazovic. He spotted it all a mile away. This is just wonderful play. Queen coming. Jose Martinez is going to resign. And there we go. Denis gets the win. Beautiful play.
Wow.
I think we're all so impressed right now.
Just incredible precision by Denis Lazovic, starting from that move E6. Amazing conversion and spectacular end with that move knight G6. You cannot stop the pawn from queening, and Denis Lazovic takes the first win of this match, which means that for Jose, he needs to win a game to level the score. And meanwhile, Fedoseev is about to bounce back in his match against Magnus, Robert.
Oh, a long time ago, in a position far away, it looked like Magnus had everything under control. But look at the evaluation bar, but also the last couple moves. It is 2 extra pawns for Fedoseev, but maybe Magnus could use one of his pawns as a distraction and try to grab a couple of his own. A reminder to all of our newer audience members out there, if White just has a knight and a king against an enemy king, there is no way to checkmate. So that's what Black is aiming for. Get rid of all of White's pawns, even if it costs you a knight, and that's what Fedoseev will avoid. So David, do you see any chances? You know how to grind like a grandmaster. Can Magnus try anything?
He can, and he is trying everything possible to draw this game, to give up the Black Knight, give up the Black Pawns for all of White's remaining foot soldiers there. But computers indicating actually only one winning move. Fedoseev doesn't find it. He had to give a knight check first, and actually maybe needed to keep more pawns alive, because suddenly Magnus, as you said, is going to use the g-pawn as a distraction, and then the Black King is just going to eat up White's remaining pawns. The Black King is going to come in, and some easy targets. now that... I've jinxed him. Commentator's curse. Why is that a mistake? And he's got away with it. He's going to come in now. Fedoseev actually could have given a check. We'll show this later. That was a beautiful idea to maintain a winning position, Robert.
And you only see that because the evaluation bar is off to the side. Nobody is looking for it. David will show it after the game, but now we see the result should not be in too much doubt. You go after the white pawns, and that was another great move, by the way. King b5, that eliminates any questions instead of trying to bring your king away from that passed pawn.
I think you guys spotted it, maybe with the evaluation bar, but I think Magnus spotted it. We saw him react right now. I think he knows that there was that moment that Fedoseev missed the win, and now it's everything under control for Magnus. He survives it. He doesn't only have the incredible ability to win winning positions, but he also has the ability to survive lost positions, and Magnus Carlsen does it again, saves the game, and it ends in a draw. But there was a moment, David, when Fedoseev could have won that endgame.
He could indeed have won that endgame. Magnus Houdini Carlsen, though, gets away with it yet again. And I just wanted to very briefly show, if we have the opportunity, Fedoseev pondering, looking at his missed opportunities. But first, this is the breakdown, Tanya. These are the scores on the doors.
And Denis Lazovic, with a spectacular win with the white pieces, takes the lead in his match. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen survives a big scare in that knight and pawn endgame. Fedoseev almost bounced back, but almost is not good enough against the world #1, David.
No.
Not enough. So close, though, Robert. So close, but against the top players, you have to put the chances in the back of the net. And here, I just wanted to point out, knight to e5 check was the winning move, and in order to simply deflect away the black king. But this is another story. Let's show the more spectacular of the two wins. After a trade of pawns, he brought his king forward, and Magnus actually slipped up here. He brought his pawn forward and then went straight in with king to d5. He needed to first throw away the pawn, force the white king, even further away, and then go with the knight to start taking the white pawns with a draw, miraculously 3 pawns down. Instead, however, after king to d5, the miracle win. Knight to e3 check, as pointed out by the computer, and after king takes pawn, you throw the knight away as well. Deflect this black knight, and look how far away the black knight is from this pawn. Knights are the worst at stopping corner pawns, these flank pawns, and white would have made a new queen on the game. One missed opportunity there for Fedoseev, and Magnus gets away with it.
So close, yet so far for Fedoseev. He still needs a win to bounce back in this match. And it's also the same storyline for Jose Martinez, who had a heartbreaking loss in the last one, so much in control, but Denis Lazovic scoring a big win. We've got a big Game 3 action coming right up. Don't go anywhere, as the players will be back.
Welcome to a world where each game writes a new story with endless possibilities and surprising twists. We present the next big new tournament, the Freestyle Chess GOAT Challenge. At the forefront of this epic chess spectacle is none other than Magnus Carlsen, the former world champion, facing his first duel with the reigning world champion Ding Liren since his title victory. In addition to this top duel, Carlsen has selected 6 other top challengers to make the tournament especially exciting. Be sure to watch all the games on the live stream at chess.com and on our freestyle-chess.com website from February 9th to 16, 2024 at the first Freestyle Chess GOAT Challenge at the luxurious Weissenhaus Resort. Experience the thrill and fascination of chess in a completely new light.
Our once magnificent kingdom of chess lays now in ruins, our king slain. But some say that a new ruler will come and restore the realm to its former glory. Solve puzzles, fight epic battles, and earn gold swords, and scrolls full of chess wisdom on your way to reclaiming the throne. Download the app today. And this month only, face off against your favorite Kingdom character bots. Only on chess.com.
It's always a pleasure to be joined by one of my favorite people on the planet, none other than Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Maurice, how you doing, my friend?
Yo, Robert, what's good? What's good? You know, I'm so happy to talk to you. We haven't chatted about the Knicks of late, so happy to be on the show. We could talk about that for hours, though, so let's get back to the action.
Well, Maurice, the Knicks are up to big things, but I hear that you're up to big things as well. So what do you got for us? What do you have to announce for everybody?
Well, we had a special contest that we announced back in November/December. Seems so long ago now. It is the Create Your Own Course contest. And Chessable, of course, loves to get everybody, the entire community, involved. And they had 73 submissions in 3 different languages. We had 6 English language finalists. And I was naturally going to be presenting the winner. I'm going to be giving the voiceover for the winner, but it turns out we had something really special only this time happening. In fact, we have 2 winners, and that's the shocker. 2 courses were such high quality that we could not distinguish it. We said, you know what? Give it to them both. Show them both love. This is just for the work that they've put in, and so we're excited to be able to do that and announce the 2 winners, make them very happy.
Well, it sounds like extra work for you as well. How has it been working with the Chessable team? How's this experience been for you?
It's been extraordinary. Going to Barcelona on a regular basis. How am I supposed to complain about that? I am going as well next week. So Barcelona has been like my new city. I might as well move like you to Europe or get on that side of the pond because I'm always over there. But the Chessable team is just fantastic. All the people who helped me so much to make just super comfortable. So I love working with Chessable and the courses that I've already created and looking to create many, many more.
Well, I love to hear that. So without further ado, why don't you tell me who are the winners and what are the courses you'll be making?
Indeed. Let's get right to it. The first winner is Advanced Chess patterns by Benedictine. And we all know that patterns are important in chess. All of us know our standard patterns. And he did make a course before, common chess patterns, but he has upped his game now and brought the patterns that GMs like Robert Hess would spot in a millisecond. I saw you spot that knight e4 in that game, followed by knight f6, that intermezzo that Lazovic should have seen. Those kind of things are what are going to be in that course. And then the other one, the Killer Kings by Icebreaker. And this is about the kings doing big things. The king marching down the board like a Nigel short walk, or a Petrosian king march to the left. It's like, what is that about? Well, you're nodding your head like, yeah, I know that one. But yes, we're going to show that to the fans as well. Also, castling to win. Those are always exciting when you castle queenside, pick off a rook on b2, maybe castle kingside. All those are examples of how the king can be used as a fighting piece. And those courses were so well designed, well thought through, that we just thought it was necessary to make both of them winners.
Well, I love that. Those both sound like excellent courses. And Maurice, in your Hall of Fame speech, you said that you're the game of chess's biggest fan. So what advice would you give to fans of the game who may want to create their own course? I mean, how do you see that process?
Nowadays, it's so much easier. Back in the day, it was all about books. But now that we have so much digital material, if you have an idea that you are a fan of, something that really tickles your fancy. For me, it was chess geometry. My very first Chessable course, The Secrets of Chess Geometry, which has been a runaway success. The idea of geometry in chess, it's so beautiful when you see all kinds of these geometric maneuvers, zigzags, dominations, and the like. So when you have an idea, nowadays you can take a database and filter that database to show you, comb through that database to show you the way your idea can be presented in pure form. There are millions of games, and in those millions of games, there are going to be 100, 200 examples of whatever idea you consider to be one of your favorites. And that's what I would recommend. Come up with an idea, just learn how to filter it through databases like Chessbase, and once you do that, you're on your way.
Wow, I mean, you couldn't have said it any better. So it sounds like, Maurice, you recommend that teachers and those who want to improve, they maybe get and enjoy the waiting list for the courses that you're about to make?
Yeah, I would say so. There are a lot of quality Chessable courses. They keep crunching them out. It looks like many times a month. But there are definitely going to be topics that you're intrigued by. For me, it's less like the openings. I don't say Chessable is great at studying openings nowadays. Remember how painful it was for us, Robert, back in the day, trying to comb through opening lines. Nowadays, it's just spoon-fed to you. So that is definitely there. But I have to say I have a special preference for those middle games, and especially those end games where you see these weird things happening. That idea that was missed by Fedoseev, that knight c2 check followed by a6, and the knight can't get back. It's not just that it was a side pawn. It's just the exact setup of this knight on the second rank and a pawn on the sixth. The knight just can't get back to catch it. Those kind of geometric concepts are just beautiful, and those are my favorites whenever somebody does something like that on Chessable.
Well, those are your favorites. As I said, you're one of my favorite people on the planet. Your energy is contagious, and you may be one of the chess's biggest fans, but I'm one of your biggest fans ever since I was a kid.
So thank you, Robert.
We'll catch up. We'll catch up soon, of course, man. But continue doing what you're doing. We love to see all the content you're bringing there, and I'll continue being a fan and watching the Champion Chess Tour.
I'm a fan of what you all are doing. Absolutely. You, David and Tanya, you are killing it. I've retired from chess commentary on a regular basis, but there's no loss because you all are keeping it at an extremely high level. So keep up the good work.
Well, thank you, my friend. Thank you for passing the torch. And we are heading back to the Champions Chess Tour. You heard Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. He is creating his 2 courses, but a course can be written just about these matches here in the Champions Chess Tour. The Chessable Masters is our first leg of the season. David and Tanya, you're back, and we'll be back with a 1.5 lead for both Magnus Carlsen and Denis Lazovic. And the games, they're getting underway.
Robert, the games are underway. We've seen our storyline. Magnus Carlsen survived in that last game. These endgame geometry that Maurice was pointing at, so beautiful. Such a big miss by Fedoseev. He starts with the black pieces. If Magnus gets the dub in this one, if he wins with white, it's match over for Fedoseev. So he needs to make sure things stay under control. And speaking of things staying under control, I think this is an opening that needs to be broken down, David. Knight takes e4, offering white to pick up that knight. It looks like it's for free.
It looks like it's for free. This is the four-night Scotch, as we call it, one of the most drawish openings, if you believe top grandmasters, but not this move. Fedoseev throwing a knight away. I'm just going to show a quick action replay before it's too late. There we go, of black's last move. Let's go back a couple of turns. It was here after knight takes d4, knight takes e4, a big shock. The main move in that position being, for example, bishop out to b4. But instead, knight takes e4 on the board, and Magnus, wow, he goes for a variation that's forcing the queens off again. Just a slow action replay here. Knight takes knight would have been met by a couple of different moves, but queen to e7 is one of them. You pin, and you do win back the material due to this line and the white queen being tied down to the white knight in the center. Let's catch up with the game, however. Just a temporary knight sacrifice, but Magnus instead playing a different variation, trading everything off. And let's just bring that game back for you. And wow, let's see. He's a piece down if I'm to trust the live board right now. I'm going to try and fix what we've got in front of us. But level material, Robert, looks, at least to my eyes, like Magnus has been caught off guard in these early stages.
Well, as we catch up with the live position, the queens are off, and that doesn't mean that the game just concludes. So we see underneath me here that the king for black is out in the open. The king for white is uncastled and will not legally be able to castle. But while I have a quick second, I mean, I do want to shout out Maurice one more time. And I said that I was one of Maurice's biggest fans. It's true. I can't believe I'm saying this publicly, but Tanya, I know you'll appreciate this. When I was a kid, Maurice was at a tournament playing, doing analysis, all that stuff. And I was too nervous to go up to him and ask for his autograph. I was like 9 years old. And my mom, she's ever the bold character, she just storms right over to where Maurice is. It's like, my son, he's a big fan of yours. Can he get an autograph? I don't know if we have a photo. I'll have to ask my parents. But ever since I was a kid, I've had so much respect for Maurice. I'm honored to call him a friend. And now that we have said that, I'm happy to go back into the chess where there's a check against the Black King out in the open.
Deadly, well, I was going to say deadly. It's not that deadly. The Black King can retreat. I'm just so used to all those king marches. Maurice name dropped some of those great king walks of all time. And I don't think we'll see the Black King continue its journey down the board, out into the open. It's, well, hopefully learned a lesson from actually Vachier-Lagrave's king. We'll see the Black King surely just retreat and drop back. There we go, to safety. And now the game will take a slower turn. Black's bishops can come out to very nice, sensible squares. I think roughly level position. The fireworks in this game happened right off the bat, really, really early. And yeah, just before we move on from Maurice, I just want to shout out to him as well. I remember one of my first chess memories watching his commentary, 1994, those Intel Rapid tournaments where he was commentating with Danny King, and that got me into this beautiful game. So a big shout out to one of our chess heroes. And in the meantime, Tanya even. Roughly
I'm honored. But David, I'm going to join both of you in that I'm also a big Maurice Ashley fan. I think he knows it. I've always been so inspired by him. I've seen him commentate. I've worked alongside him. And I think, of course, he's a really strong player, was a really strong player, but even his commentary, it's been so amazing to watch how he's changed that, the energy that he got into the game. It's influenced, I think, so much of chess broadcast. And Robert, I don't know if you remember this, but for me, one of my first commentating experiences was Millionaire Chess, and a chance that Maurice gave me all the way from India. He called me, and you and I covered that event together, and it's one of my core memories, and I enjoyed it so much. And yeah, I think everyone in chat, everyone here commentating, we're all Maurice Ashley fans. Maurice, you're awesome.
Except for that one kid in the video where Maurice slaps all the pieces off the board. I feel like I've seen that a couple of times where he's imitating, searching for Bobby Fischer. But we are in the midst of a heated match between Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Fedoseev. So sorry for distracting. I just wanted to give Maurice that shout out, and it's always great to be joined by him. But I don't think it's always great to be playing Magnus Carlsen. When you slip up in a winning position and you start kicking yourself, that's when Magnus, I feel like he is feeling his most confident. He's probably upset that he allowed Fedoseev all that play, but now he says, I can survive even that terrible endgame. And what do we make of this, David? I mean, there are so many tactics in this position, even without queens on the board, some loose pawns, some open lines against each king. Would you say that Magnus or Fedoseev is happier to be in this position?
I think Magnus is happier that he's still ahead in the match because he really was kind of fortunate to survive that previous game. Fedoseev deserved the win there. But as you say, you cannot relax against Magnus Carlsen. I was writing this off as a level draw-ish, but not drawn yet. And like you say, tactics in the air. Wow. Including this move. I was going to say, there were tactics like bishop takes f2, which would have walked into a pin on the last move. But Magnus first deflecting away the black king, forcing the king to move in order to win the black bishop. So actually a level trade in the end. But Magnus now has the opportunity to capture this pawn to hope that he gives his opponent an isolated pawn. Something to work with potentially long-term in the game. Isolated pawns tend to be weak in endgames with rooks. So, okay, mixed feelings here. Magnus, he could, if he's feeling safe, just retreat his rook back, but then black will take on his terms on the c4 square, giving white the isolated pawn. So I'm going to stick to my original evaluation, say it should be a draw with best play, but we all know Magnus. That endgame touch, those endgame skills, Fedoseev still needs to bring his best in order to counter. And I suggest starting with a rook move to win this pawn. Yeah, don't take it back with the pawn, he plays it. And he keeps the integrity of his pawn chain intact. Connected pawns tend to be better than isolated ones. Tanya, draw prediction here, or am I wrong?
I really like that last move by Fedoseev. I think it's a key move to keep the balance going. And look at this. Magnus makes sure that he can really trade on d5 on his terms, get that isolated queen spawn, something to play for long term. Game one that Magnus won. It was the queens got traded early on, and yet he kept fighting. He got the dub in. And this one as well, I have no doubts that he's going to try and create something. The one thing that white is aiming for is to force black to take on d5. The bishop falls back to d6. Rook goes to g5. g7 is hanging. This is getting tactical because black is yet to capture on d5. Fedoseev, Robert, he needs to be careful right now.
And we see that there's only one move here that holds the balance for black, rook to h7. It's a very natural move, protecting your pawn next to your king that's loose and keeping contact with the h5 pawn. So Fedoseev, I mean, he just outplayed Magnus in an endgame. So I know that I often lead the charge talking about how strong Magnus is in the endgame, and it is true. Fedoseev, I mean, he had his chances, and maybe he'll have chances in this one. But while he sits and thinks, why don't we zoom out for a second? Because we could have a winner's bracket finalist after this game on the left-hand side of our screen. Denis Lazovic is up 1.5 to half. 2.5 points sees you sail through. And with the black pieces in this position, oh, David, I'm looking at this one. I'm thinking I would love to have the space that Denis has been able to secure for himself.
He's won Connect 4, my favorite game other than chess. He's got this phenomenal pawn chain, and this pawn chain, not only is it beautiful, but it blunts this dark square bishop. This, I mean, calling it a bishop feels wrong somehow. It doesn't roll off the tongue where pieces like this one sadly staring down at a bunch of pawns. Also, looking at the white king, it's not going to feel safe anytime. It can no longer castle kingside. The white rook has moved on g1. It doesn't really feel comfortable castling on the other flank either because you've pushed a pawn out to b4, meaning the king will be really airy long term. So I like his space, Denis Lazovic. My question, Tanya, what does white try to do to break the bind, to break this Connect 4 pawn formation?
It's really hard. They say that to break a pawn chain, you have to attack the base, but the base is far behind on c7. It's so hard to get to that. You are thinking about ideas like perhaps a4, expanding on the queen side, maybe an eventual b5, b6. We will see that pawn chain, the base being into trouble. But right now, the first thing that Jose has to think about is taking care of the king side, his own king position as well. And I like this move by Denis. He gets rid of the active bishop that was on b3, the light squared bishop, with white's king in the center. Denis is not only eyeing the king side advance, but a potential d5 break to really start asking questions. White isn't feeling safe on the queen side with the pawns advanced. Once d5 comes in, the center opens up as well. So bishop e6, d5 ideas in the air. I'm liking black's position here, Robert.
One reason I would potentially refrain from d5, even though I think objectively it's a great move, is it does give white a little bit more breathing room. That white's pieces are cramped, and he goes for d5, and the evaluation bar, it doesn't react. So as you said, as I said, great decision. It's a very strong move from Denis. But I think practically speaking, then now some of white's pieces will get a little bit more space, because when you're cramped, you want to trade. So I would take this pawn on d5, try to quickly put my knight on e4, and at least I start to see space, some ideas, some threats. Denis doesn't mind. Tanya, you didn't mind either. And David, well, now the question is, what do you think about that latest decision? Are you also a fan like Tanya and Denis himself?
I would say yes, but it's all about this bishop. I think here, I still favor black. I think all of us would, purely because of this piece, purely because of the fact that the white king can't castle. But I'm caught in two minds, Robert. You probably heard the hesitation on my voice, because at least now white has one compensating factor. It's a beautiful outpost on e4, one that you can never really challenge. Yeah, it's kind of mixed feelings. It feels like Denis a bit impatient now. He senses the finishing line in this match. He's 1 point ahead. A win with black here would end it on the spot. No need to go the distance in the fourth game. And he's trying to rush, but he doesn't need to. He's got the long-term advantage. He has to just ensure now that white isn't able to, for example, push this pawn forward, move this rook out the way, relocate this bishop to a new diagonal. It's going to take 4-5 moves. But Denis cannot allow the opponent that luxury. And okay, another question mark attached to this move. I think it's actually quite a healthy one. The knight on the rim wasn't great. But now, what is the idea? What's he going to do if white simply sets up this barricade of pawns? Tanya, do you like it as much as you did just 2-3 moves ago for black?
I'm going to be honest, I thought it was an idea that you want to prepare a little bit first. Get your rook into the game, perhaps transfer the knight from c6 to a better square, maybe bring back the knight on h5. Denis decided to go for it immediately. And this e4 square, it really looks like a stronghold right now. Looks like everything is under control. That said, I'm still surprised with the question mark awarded to knight to f6, because it feels like the most natural move. The knight on h5 isn't doing anything. You want to trade off your opponent's most active piece in the center. David, f3 on the board. And the big question is, how does black follow up? To me, it looks natural that you want to start placing the rooks into the center of the board. You want to get one rook to d8. You want to get the other rook to e8. But then you have to watch out for ideas like b5. Meanwhile, Denis just decides to get rid of the minor pieces. If you take with the knight, I think he wants to jump in with knight d5, knight e3.
Sorry, I was just quickly going to note that the other game between Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Fedoseev has concluded as a draw. There wasn't much to it. A few pieces came off. Magnus still sitting in his chair, probably looking over that opening before getting into the next game using that game review feature. But for Fedoseev, I think when he clicks on game review, he'll say, all right, I played like a boss, nearly perfect chess from the black side. He was never in danger. So all of our attention will be back to the left-hand side of our screen between Jose Martinez and Denis Lazovic, at least until the fourth game, because there will be a fourth game between Magnus and Vladimir. But for now, I'm starting to see Jose with some chances. I know the evaluation bar, it's suggesting that Denis is still in charge, but I just don't feel like the last couple moves have gone his way. So, David, I mean, do you see any specific plans that black can execute to sort of punish white's king in the center? Or is white's king actually going to feel safe and sound? Or, whoa, apparently there was a big blunder.
Whoa.
Wow, double question mark. And we see it. We're given a big clue here by the computer, the blue arrow. Black can pretty much win on the spot. He needs to pounce now. It's a one-off opportunity. Denis, look at that camera, frowning. Jose Martinez shaking his head. They both spotted this. Knight takes pawn. And let's show this on the board. If it happens, this is quite simple tactics here. Now, I think a bunch of moves win, but this is a simple pin. You've bagged a couple of pawns in the process. If white tries to defend, then you unleash the bishop. This beast from afar, pawn to e4. And the bishop uncaged simply wins material. You're going to win either the white knight or the white rook in the corner. This is resignable, and it's simple tactics. Jose Martinez, let it slip, and there we go. It's on the board. Knight takes c3. Look at that. Sips his water, Denis Lazovic. Double exclamation mark from the game review. He's through. Just as simple as that. I was about to say things have got better for white. The best position he's seen in a long time, but not that move. A big blunder there, rook to h1, too slow. You always have to be vigilant for tactics, these one-off shots. And there we go, resignation. Game over.
Wow.
What an abrupt finish to this match.
It's game over and it's match over. Denis Lazovic advances through, while for Jose Martinez, he will go down to the losers bracket. And what a turnaround it has been for the 17-year-old. He was in big trouble. The one big miss in game one. He blundered, but being resourceful, held on to that one. And he wins game three. Knight tactics all around. Knight G6 got him the first win. Knight C3 got him the second win. What a performance it has been so far in the Chessable Masters by Denis Lazovic.
We have our first winners finalist. Denis Lazovic, the 17-year-old. He continues his resounding success from a year ago. He wins his match against Jose Martinez 2.5. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, Magnus Carlsen still has a game 4 against Fedoseev. Vladimir, he proved that in game 2, he could get the upper hand with white. We'll see if he can do it a second time. But David, I mean, how impressed are you with 17-year-old Denis Lazovic?
He might just be on the edge of 17, but he is a phenomenon. Just the killer instinct, spotting that tactic within a few seconds. You saw the frown, that kind of look of confusion on Denis's face, kind of disbelieving that his strong Grandmaster opponent would blunder, but the confidence with which to execute that tactic to force resignation. He's not lost a game yet since Division I started. He's just amazing, amazing player. Maybe a future world champion if he keeps up this type of form. But first, we do have another clash in the winners bracket, and I believe that's about to start soon.
In just a couple of minutes, Magnus Carlsen and Fedoseev will take on their final rapid game. But the boy of the moment has to be Denis Lazovic. We've been talking about his strategic strength, how good he is at endgames, how good he is in his opening preparation, positional fights. But today, we've seen that when Denis gets those tactical opportunities, he can be super sharp. Robert, is it fair to say that he's developing into a player who has a very universal style?
I think that Denis Lazovic, he's known for his opening prowess. He has a sound repertoire and a very high-level one. I think there's been a lot of comparisons to him as being Wesley So 2.0. He doesn't necessarily take risks, but he is able to strike if you give him the opportunity. And so Lazovic, he is improving, he is growing before our very eyes, and he has become a top-level grandmaster in the Champions Chess Tour. And now he awaits the winner of this match between Vladimir Fedoseev and Magnus Carlsen, and we are off in game 4.
We're off, and Fedoseev needs to strike. It's a must-win game for him, David. He starts with the white pieces. It's a Nimzo. Take it away.
That's a Nimzo Indian defense, where black brings out the bishop very early, and now Magnus challenging for the center. White's last move, putting the queen on the c2 square, isn't regarded as the most ambitious, the most kind of aggressive line. This is more positional, so a bit of a surprise there. And a trade of pawns in the center. We're heading back towards one of those Carlsbad type structures, and it looks like a mishmash, I was going to say, between the Nimzo Indian and the Queen's Gambit declined. And there we go, the white bishop just exerting pressure now along this diagonal. An awkward pin. Will Magnus break the pin? That's the big question. If he does, he would do that with the move pawn to g5, but that would be risky in a situation he just needs a draw. Robert, do you have any experience in this exact position? If so, do you think this is a good opening choice by Fedoseev?
I think it is. I think this type of position is definitely up his alley, something he enjoys. And look at Magnus. He understands what's called for. Not often do we enjoy bringing our knight out in front of the pawns, but this is the trendy main line where black goes after this bishop on g3, pawn to h4, threatens to more or less trap that bishop. It can go forward to e5, but you capture it. And if you save this bishop by pushing h-pawn yourself up to h4, then the black knight jumps into e4. So I have seen this opening a number of times. It's a very tricky line. I think it's a bit too forcing, though, and that's going to be the problem for Vladimir. It doesn't create complications in a way that are more difficult for Magnus to navigate. And you see Magnus, he kind of has like a frown on his face for a second, but I think it's just because he's uncomfortable in his chair, not in the position. Tanya, I think we're seeing knight e4 next from Magnus.
We're going to see the knight jump onto e4 and then the bishop land on f5. Right now, white needs to answer the question with that bishop on g3 hanging. You really don't want to recapture with the f-pawn, opening up the e-file, the e3 weakness. He falls back with the bishop. Now, black has the opportunity for Magnus. He can jump on with bishop f5, lining up the bishop and the knight and the queen with potential ideas of discovered attacks. And I think for white, you've got to develop that bishop from f1 on d3 if black was to play bishop f5, David.
Fully agree. White is actually behind in development now. White has just been messing around with this bishop. It's moved several times. White's queen, a bit of a target, as you indicated, Tanya. But on the bright side, you've provoked the black pawns forward. Black's never going to feel entirely safe with the king in the center or on the king side. And Magnus, in the meantime, a bit of a mysterious move, I'm going to say. Is he lining up some tactics against the white king, potentially in the center? Black's pieces flying out of the traps here. Black's bishop wants to move, as you mentioned. Black wants to castle on the queen side, as Magnus did successfully in an earlier game. But yeah, this is chaotic. And I was skeptical at first, I've got to say. This solid opening choice from Fedoseev, but it's really come to life. Magnus has not backed down from the fight here. And suddenly, Black's pawn structure might well be ruined in the next few turns. I just wonder where the black king is going to go. Where's the white king going to go? Kind of lined up all directions, all these pieces against it. This is a fiery, really promising start to this game, Robert. Already, I see so many tactics in the air. I guess you do too.
Oh, it's going to be a fun battle for these two, but they still are within the realm of some predecessor games. In fact, Yu Yangyi, the Super Grandmaster from China, played against Grigory Oparin, who is a very powerful player in his own right and a renowned theoretician. So the bishop went out to b5 in this game, a little bit more aggressive. Both kings remain in the center, and there are a lot of loose pieces, in particular the knight on c6 and then the white knight on c3. So yeah, there are tactics in the air for sure. It looks scary for both sides. There's also pawn tension between h4 and g5 at any moment. One of those pawns can be captured. So I am going to pass. I'm just going to talk about all these ideas and say it's wild, Tanya. I mean, this looks scary for both, but I think maybe a little scarier for white.
Absolutely agree, especially with that last move, bishop f5. We've been talking about this, and I just want to point out one of the tactics that are possible. We mentioned that white wants that bishop on d3 when black plays bishop f5. But now that Magnus has a queen on e7, if you play bishop d3, actually unpinning that knight on c6, there might be big tactics. Knight takes d4 is the first move that comes to mind. You want to open up e takes d4. The queen on e7 is suddenly the power piece. Knight takes c3. Maybe there are better checks in the position, but knight c3 looks like it would be game over. So in fact, Fedoseev does not have the option to counter this last move by Magnus with retreating his own bishop. But David, if that's not on the table, how are you fighting the threat of a knight jump? Fedoseev doesn't care.
He literally doesn't care. He plays the move knight to e2. And wow, this is a big, high responsibility move. I guess the idea, just before we move away from the analysis, is if knight to g3, which looks really strong, double attack against the white queen and against this rook in the corner, then white will take off this knight. And if you recapture, the white queen jumps out and it's counterattack time. Remember, this knight is hanging. If you take this rook, then the white queen actually feasts on this rook in the corner due to a double attack. So this is kind of the essence of chess. The essence of tactics are all these double attacks. And this is kind of the epitome. This is kind of a great demonstration of where all the tactics start flying. And this current position, I actually think Magnus needs to first take care of his king before he gets too ambitious with any tricks, traps of his own. I wonder whether that's just dodging, getting the king to a safer square off this diagonal. I wonder whether that's biting the bullet, castling into it, as we say, getting the king hidden on the long side. But either way, this is really, really heating up. And what a start for us. He takes this pawn instead on h4. And now the blue arrow strikes again. Pawn to a3. That's by far one of the most difficult moves, I'm going to say. It looks like you just want to get to safety with your king. A slow pawn move, Robert? Is that surprising?
Yeah, it's surprising because black has like 5 different options that all look scary for white to handle, including knight on e4 takes knight on c3. So this position is very tricky. I said it before and I'll say it again. I think it's trickier for white just because many of the tactics are seemingly hitting in black's favor, whereas white doesn't have that many threats, just the knight on c6 that can be piled up on. So a3, good luck to you. And I just want to note one more defensive move that black always has is that rook coming up to h6, or in this case, we see the blue arrow, castling queenside. David, that was your suggestion before, and apparently it's the only move that keeps the edge for black.
Oh, castling queenside. It's brave, but it's got to be on his radar. There's multiple threats here, including queen takes pawn on d5, and castling queenside does defend against that. It takes a brave man, though, Tanya, a brave player to just kind of commit the king on a side that is going to be wrecked, ruined in the near future.
This is such a difficult position. It's just so complicated. And to come to a decision right now, it is already a moment where you need to start being precise. As we've seen Queen B3, not an accurate move, but from a practical perspective, it asks questions. I really like this idea that you mentioned, Robert, of actually a rook lift on the king side, because I would hate to destroy that pawn structure on the queen side. I want to go long castle eventually, but whenever you take on c6, you want to recapture with that rook. But the question is, does Black have enough time? Can actually Black make the move rook h6, just postponing castle for the sake of the structure here, David?
Possible, but I'm reluctant to give up the beautiful d pawn. The white queen then would be attacking this bishop as well. Like you said, time. I think that is the key word right now. That's why moves like castle's queenside, kind of long-term, strategically, they're risky. They don't make that much sense, but it's all about saving time. And castle's queenside achieves multiple things in one go. You get your king to safety, Magnus plays it. You protect your pawn on d5, everything at once, and you unpin your knight. Now, big threats are jumping out this way, maybe knight to a5 in the near future. Only now does Fedoseev challenge the black bishop, and okay, this one, it feels like this is going to be decided somehow by a tactical shot, Robert. I'm not sure where, I'm not sure when. It might not be for another 15, 20 moves, but it's that type of position.
There are so many tactics in the air, and one of them is Tanya's idea from earlier. There are knight takes d4 ideas that you have to be careful about. So bishop takes knight on c3 would be my first step, because the e-file, if that knight from the white side gets out the way, there will be a direct shot. So look at Magnus. He scoops up this knight here. Fedoseev, he has to take with the pawn. If he takes with the knight, he loses, and he does just that. But let's talk about an open g-file. Why don't we discuss that? A rook can slide to g8 now or in the near future. If you want to keep your pawn structure intact, I already mentioned a move like rook h6, which not only defends the queen side, but allows you to double on the g-file in a creative way. So I think that you can make multi-purpose moves here if you're Magnus Carlsen. I don't believe in white's attack. I don't think the black king is in real danger. And I think that the scorecard underneath the board here, one exclamatory move from Magnus, castle and queenside, a great reaction. And for Fedoseev, sometimes a question mark, one error. It doesn't seem like a big one, but in a position where you have to be accurate every single turn to keep the initiative, it can show that the advantage heads in one player's way. And in this case, it's Magnus. So I don't really know how Magnus is going to respond here. He has several options, but I just don't really believe in any attack against the Black King, Tanya.
He's touching the 4-minute mark, so he needs to make a decision quick, because there are still a lot of pieces on the board, and there's still a lot of fight in this position left. I completely agree with you that now white will not be probably given the chance to actually destroy the pawn structure on the queen side. Again, I really like the idea of rook h6, and I think it's just been played by Magnus. Really nice call there. Just a really good concept that, we often think about developing rooks. You want to move them sideways, but rook lifts in these kind of positions can be so multi-purpose. You're thinking about not only defending that knight on c6, but eventually attacking white's kingside pawns. For Fedoseev, his king is feeling very unsafe. I can't imagine a safety on the queen side. The f2 pawn is hanging. King side looks equally dangerous, which doesn't only mean that the king is unsafe, but it also means that the rook on h1 remains out of the game for a really long time here, David.
I don't envy Fedoseev at all. I think the only thing going in white's favor now is the clock. I was going to comment on his camera. He was leaning back for a long time. He looked a bit kind of out of love with his position, and understandably so, but he needs to hustle. Magnus, he's so hard to kind of throw off balance. You see it sometimes, you see Magnus get emotional, you see him shaking his head, but it's so rare. You really have to kind of shock him with a move. Even if it's not the best move, just throw something, kind of throw a spanner in the works, but suddenly it's all lining up and it's not turning out well for white. He's kind of forced Magnus to play a move he wanted. The clock situation is dramatic. Magnus is lower there, but it feels like white's position is so much harder to play than the opponent's. And Robert, I'm trying to find some reason for Fedoseev to get optimistic. I must admit, I'm struggling. Do you see any in this position? Do you think he looks happy at all?
No, he's definitely not happy because he needs to win this game just to stay alive up in the winner's bracket. If he loses, he's still in the tournament. That's the good news. But we saw the Sharks that are down in the loser's bracket. We watched Alireza Firouzja and Yana Palmashi make it through. So it's not like you get to the loser's bracket and suddenly things are easier. And as for the chess, he makes a pawn push, pawn to f3, and we saw the blue arrow. It comes back to us. I don't even think that's the only move here. Like, if I'm being honest, I think that Black has a number of moves that keep him with a huge advantage. And a draw is good enough for Magnus. He's got the odds here. So he can play it safe. He can play aggressively. And of course, Tanya, he finds the best move even when there are 5 different good-looking options.
Magnus Carlsen just always seems to find the best moves in positions. I don't know how he does it, but to me, it looks like it was game 3, which was Fedoseev's big chance. Missing that opportunity with that knight coming back in that knight and pawn endgame. I think it was game 2. I'm sorry, I'm going to correct myself. Game 2 with knight e4 and eventually giving up the knight for that a-pawn moving forward. That was a golden opportunity missed by Fedoseev. And against the world #1, when you miss those opportunities, they come far, few, and rare. It's very hard to bounce back in this match. And now, this position, it's Magnus who's playing for more.
Yeah, I have to agree. And we saw Magnus on the camera kind of shifting position again, frowning, wincing. I think he might be remembering game 2 as well, Tanya. Just these top players, they're such perfectionists. They want to kind of have smooth sailing. They want to have bragging rights over the opponent. But look at this, Magnus suddenly upping the pace. Maybe he was just shifting position. Suddenly he's going for this white king. And the pawn is going to capture on g2 any moment now. And it's really reminiscent of that game earlier where Firouzja was able to checkmate his opponent with a king out in the open. I really, really fear for Fedoseev's life. Credit to Fedoseev, poker face there on the camera, but after pawn takes g2, attacking this rook in the corner, the white king is going to be shorn of its protection, and there's going to be all sorts of sacrifices in the air. I'm looking at the f3 square, I'm looking at this bishop jumping in later to e4. There are threats on white side. It's all about the clock now for Magnus. Maybe there's a lot to calculate right now, but definitely winning for Black if he can hold his nerve, if he can maintain this level of accuracy we've shown. Robert, white, wow. Okay, gives up the rook in the corner. Do you think we'll see an under promotion?
We have seen it, yes. Yeah, that is always fun to play in a game, and it was necessary, everyone, because you have to count tempo by tempo. If you establish a new queen there, you would lost both of your queens. So he had to take and promote to a knight because it's a check, and then he could save his queen. So just David is showing this would have won for white because both queens would have left the board. So what a find by Fedoseev, and a quick response from Magnus. I think Fedoseev is doing the right thing. When you are in a winner go down to the loser's bracket moment, you need to throw everything at Magnus, and at least we have an imbalance. And Magnus has been grimacing throughout this game. White's king feels a little bit safer. So when there's a lot at stake in each and every game, players do go wrong from time to time. Even Magnus Carlsen, the #1 player of more than the last decade. So as I look at this position, Tanya, I see that Black is well ahead. The evaluation bar, it's not lying to us. But do you see any chances for White just because we do have some material imbalances and perhaps play in a different direction?
The biggest chance of Fedoseev would have been if Magnus had the auto-promote to queen turned on in that moment. Zero captured on h1, and that would have changed the game. But an under-promotion gets the job done. Magnus Carlsen is up in exchange. He's already up on the scoreline. He is dominating this game from start to finish. It looks like Fedoseev with the white pieces never really got going on the queen side. We see no attack against Black's king. White king still feeling a bit of pressure. The knight falls back. The f4 bishop cannot be given up. But I do see the bishop on d3 lining up with the rook on g6. David, is this more complicated than what meets the eye at first?
I think so. I think, yes, it's complicated, and yes, it's imbalanced. That's the key for Fedoseev. He cannot let it be just a clear-cut, kind of a straight linear variation that Magnus has to work out, and then it's over, and then it's a draw or a black win. He has to make it, as we mentioned earlier, a bit muddy, those waters. He has to complicate the issue, and I do love the white bishops. I'm very biased. My favourite piece, those bishops, Magnus's favourite pieces. I'll give a secret there. But in the meantime, okay, rook to g5, a really classy move. And if rooks disappear, I do fear for Fedoseev then. He's just trying to, again, simplify the equation, Magnus Carlsen. And rook to h6, the bar slides down. Robert, what's happened here? Is this a necessary kind of gamble by Fedoseev? What's he missed?
It is. Yeah, he knew that if he traded rooks, he had no winning chances, so he'd rather lose. He wants to go down swinging. The Black Knight can step back to e7. Trades clearly favor Magnus Carlsen, who's ahead by material, and has the safer king. So you're removing defenders from the white side. So it gets a question mark because objectively it was a bad move. It hands Black a winning advantage, but you have to do it because the draw is a loss. So I think that he made the right decision. And what in the world is that?
Wow. Double question mark, Magnus Carlsen. What's he missed? Is he just trying to simplify things? He's not losing. Evaluation Bus says still better for Black, but yeah, I see the look of shock on your face.
Yeah, I just saw the eval bar rise up. We see that it's a blunder. It looks like a stunning move. The idea is clear, right? If white was to pick up the knight on d4, he wants to take the knight on f5. You recapture with the bishop. The queen jumps onto the game. It still looks incredibly strong for black with the rook so active. The queen on f5, the bishop on g3, not really getting the job done. And look at this. The computer says the best move for white is actually not to grab material to allow the activity, but actually just to push the pawn on f4.
That must
be what Magnus missed, Robert.
Well, I think it is hilarious that the best move here is not even to take the sacrifice material, but just to push your pawn to shut in your own bishop. But that shows how sad Fedoseev's position is. And that actually means that Magnus' decision, it deserves exclamation points, not question marks. Because what is f4 here? He might play it, but where are the winning chances possibly going to come from for
Robert,
Vladimir
no
Fedoseev?
one's playing f4 here. I'm sorry. Nobody's playing f4 here.
What was that?
Oh my gosh. Oh, that was commentator's kiss. I'm putting it on that.
David, are you as surprised as Tanya that he played f4?
Yes, I'm glad, Tanya, you jumped in before me. One more second and I would have said the same, so don't worry. And f4 is such an ugly positional move, but it's based on tactical reasons. The rook is trapped. And I think this is what Magnus underestimated. This is why we saw the bar sink. Even the world number one is human. He didn't spot in advance that the rook could actually be left on this square. f4 is a really classy move. But ultimately, as the computer's pointing out here, king to b8, the blue arrow, showing that black is still fine. You just need to shuffle into the corner. Always step towards the corner if you castle on the long side. If you castle queenside, good tip for everyone. But still, this is uncomfortable. I'm going to say for Magnus Carlsen, 40 seconds on the clock, a trapped rook. Suddenly, for the first real time since we jumped in here, the nerves are going to be jangling. Magnus, he's going to try and focus. He plays the best move. Of course he does. It's the best for a reason, but it's going to be uncomfortable. He's got to untangle. This piece is a big problem long term. And Robert, he's going for it now. Fedoseev.
And Magnus must have some kind of attack against the white king. And the problem is the queen can't jump over the rook. So I'm looking at rook takes f4 check, some kind of sacrifice of the rook to go after the white king. They're not my pieces, so I can give them up and take it back. But Magnus, he's down under 20 seconds. He needs to find something because Fedoseev was threatening to win material.
Wow, and suddenly he goes for that idea, Robert. He's given up a whole rook, Magnus Carlsen, but he's gambling. He's got 20 seconds left. Now Magnus is a whole piece down. Wow, suddenly this is turned. He's living life on the edge, the world number one. Fedoseev, this is his opportunity. He drops back his king. That was a check. Now the black rook surely is going to dive into the position. And Magnus stakes a high 15 seconds.
Oh,
so
my
he's
gosh.
lost control. He has lost control, Magnus. He needs a miracle
Under
to
10
hold this.
seconds now. And the good news of Fedoseev is that the bishop can block the check on the second rank, so you don't end up losing material. And there's no back rank ideas because the knight is defending. Instead of the rook check, Magnus gives a queen check, but white is up a whole piece right now. You could also snap up the knight on e7.
It's a piece for 3 pawns, and the white king is out. But Magnus, he went down to just about 1 or 2 seconds and barely got his moves off. So I see the evaluation. White is favored. That is clear. But it's still within that drawing territory for Magnus. He is mad, but Fedoseev is locked in, trying to find a way to go after the black king, or maybe to... Oh, checkmate on the back rank was threatened. A queen sacrifice from Vladimir.
Wow, that was beautiful. Let's just backtrack very quickly. One move. Rook takes queen was not a good idea because white would have landed a back ranker, a back spanker here. That would have been checkmate. So queen g5. He's going for the endgame, Magnus Carlsen. To take or not to take? What do we think? Should he keep the queens on the board?
It's a tough one. Do you try to attack black's king on the queen side? Where do you find the entry point? He decides not to trade. Moves are coming in fast and quick.
Fast here. White's king is weak, so normally you would want to trade off queens, but Fedoseev needs to win. He cannot risk the game fizzling out towards a draw. Again, Magnus begging for the queen trade, and he's still fighting. Evaluation bar says only small advantage here for White. It's all about the pawns, Robert. He's lacking pawns right now.
And great understanding. No surprise there from Magnus Carlsen. If the queens come off, he says, I can hold, because a pawn chain is as strong as its base pawn. Without the queens on the board, it's difficult for White to make inroads. So we see another queen trade being offered, but Magnus does need to be a bit careful. There could be a moment where he offers a queen trade at an inopportune time, and thus allows White to transition into a nearly winning ending. So for now, he has everything under control. Tanya, I don't see how White makes progress here.
Well, he's moving the king. He's saying, I want to trade on my terms where the king will find a nice spot on d4. The good news for Fedoseev, it's very hard for Magnus to get rid of the c5 and the a3 pawns. As long as the pawns are on the board, White will have good winning chances. The king is advancing from a5 to b6, locking down Magnus's rook on the 8th rank to stop checkmating ideas. Magnus can't allow White's king to b6, steps up with the rook. One pawn's picked up. I think Fedoseev is going to get the job done in this one. I see the eval bar is equal, but David, practically, it's got to be really difficult to hold.
Got to be difficult to hold, but the big question, does Magnus Carlsen believe in fortresses? We've heard the answer a million times. He originally said no, but he is relying on one right now. The black king stops the white king from coming in, and if you hold your line, maybe it's tough. Okay, check now, trying to deflect the white king away. He's trading pawns. He's getting the job done. Magnus, I was agreeing, Tanya. I thought White had great winning chances, but not against an endgame genius like Magnus Carlsen. Suddenly, Black is getting closer and closer to safety. All he needs to do is eliminate the remaining white pawn from the board. And Robert, it looks like he's done everything right, Magnus.
Although Fedoseev still has chances, because we do know that if all three of Black's pawns come off, there's no way Fedoseev is going to make a draw by repetition here. He's going to play on until the very end because he does have an extra piece. So yes, rook and bishop versus rook, everyone, theoretical draw. But when you have no time on the clock, good luck to save it. But for now, I mean, Magnus is not giving any ground, David.
Building up time on the clock as well. Magnus had 1 or 2 seconds a while back. Suddenly Magnus is up at 15, 16 seconds. He's really upped the pace, really upped his game. And Fedoseev, he'll rue another missed opportunity if this one slips away. He won a piece. He tricked Magnus in that time scramble. But suddenly, look at the black rook just lining up, pinning or attacking, harassing the white pieces. And okay, we see the final white pawn disappear. So this is a draw, even if black loses his remaining 2 pawns. But that is difficult. And the black king is caught on the edge of the board. So there will be checkmating patterns. Let's predict now. Will Magnus hold? It might be difficult, but will he do it?
I'm going to predict a big yes on this one. I mean, what the position was and what he's managed to get, just his resourcefulness in this endgame has been just incredible to watch. Putting that king on a7, it felt like a fortress. Then at the right time, managing to exchange, trade off those remaining white pawns. And now for Fedoseev, he's got to try to push this position, but Magnus has enough time on the clock. Robert, I'm predicting this one to end in a draw. What about you?
And of course, should be a draw, but look at what Fedoseev is doing. Magnus's king is caught on the side of the board. And if Magnus ever has to push his pawns, then those pawns become weaker. Magnus looks bored. He's like, I can do this in my sleep. But what Fedoseev, he's determined. And this could be a type of position where white does get the upper hand, takes 1 pawn, then the second, and then you have to prove it over 50 turns. For everyone at home, 50 moves without a capture or a pawn push results in a draw. And that's what Magnus is relying on. In fact, when was the last pawn push? Does anyone know?
A long time ago. We'll go back and count. I think the last capture was a bunch of moves ago, 15, 20 moves already. So Magnus is getting closer. It's the old Captain America line. I could do this all day. He's defending really resolutely here. And he's got his king off the edge of the board. Look at this diamond formation, the black pawns and king here. But going to hold these pawns together, that's for sure. Fedoseev, he's got a few more moves, Robert. As you mentioned, he's got to win one of the black pawns or push them forward, force them, provoke them forward in order to keep the game alive. He's running out of time, though, both on board and clock. Not making any progress. Surely now, as we reach 100 moves, this one is edging closer to the draw.
So hard to beat Magnus Carlsen. It's unbelievable. It reminds me of the Toronto Finals where Magnus against Fabi. He was down a queen and he managed to win that one. And here he was down a piece and it looked like Fedoseev did everything to get his chances. He struck when it mattered, and then eventually Magnus, just with his resourcefulness, manages to hold this endgame. The pawns haven't moved. One hasn't been captured. We are getting closer to the 50 move. And it looks like it might not even go into a rook bishop versus rook.
Dare I say it? This is a fortress, and there's been no way for Fedoseev to make progress because the rook on c4, it defends and prevents the white king from joining the party. So what a hold from Magnus, but what play from Fedoseev. He should hold his head high even if this game ends as a draw and he goes down to the loser's bracket, because if one little move went differently, he could have tied this match, and maybe if a couple things had gone a different way, he would have tied it earlier and had some different chances.
And
now
Robert,
the countdown begins. 10 more moves. 10 moves to get to the 50 move rule, and it will be a draw unless white wins a pawn or one of the black pawn moves. Tanya, I think he's... Wow, just before it happens. Pawn to d4. Why did Magnus break the formation? He got impatient on the brink of a draw.
Wait, that was a bad choice.
He just had 8 more moves to go.
He's making his moves with half a second on his clock. Look at his time. He's barely getting his moves off, and he's dropping his pawns.
Wow. And Magnus knows it. He's not happy with his decisions. One pawn goes, the 50 move has been reset, and Fedoseev chances are back.
Just as we were saying, he's on the brink of a draw. It was the 10-move countdown. If he did nothing for 10 moves, it would have been over by now. But it's the clock. It was the panic. It was just that restless desire to do something, the human nature. And now suddenly, this black pawn in the center is not going to survive that much longer. It might get corralled. It might get surrounded at some point. The black king will be driven away. Still a lot of work to be done. But now Fedoseev, he's going to be gaining in confidence. Look at Magnus. You were right, Robert. Just every move he's getting off with 2-3 seconds left. He's really feeling the nerves now. He's only human after all.
And another song lyric dropped in there from David. I appreciate you. But I think that the white king, it needs to get active, and Magnus still doing a good job of keeping the white king tethered to the bishop, not allowing it to cross the third rank. So Tanya, I mean, the move counter, it started again on move 117. We are currently on move 138. Are we going to see that pawn drop off, or is Magnus going to be able to hold this position and not allow any more trades?
He's got to try and do it. But it was really surprising how he let the move counter reset with that move d4, lost the pawn. Fedoseev has to look for his chances to win that d4 pawn and then try and fight it in a rook bishop versus rook. The main idea is to push Magnus's king into some kind of a mating net. But step one has to be to grab that d4 pawn. But the first question, how do you even bring the king out of that second rank situation that Magnus has trapped it into? David, do you see progress for White's king here?
I see progress with a helping hand, but unfortunately, again, you're playing Magnus Carlsen, and he is a marathon man.
Oh, whoa! Magnus Carlsen lost on time! Are you kidding me?
No way. Oh my goodness. Magnus Carlsen gets flagged.
Next him.
Unbelievable. Fedoseev gets it done. He gets the dub. He comes back. It goes into Armageddon.
I am in utter disbelief, but persistence pays off for Fedoseev. I know Magnus represents mission 0, but he didn't want 0 seconds on his clock. It is 2-2. Magnus, he went away, but he has another game to play all of a sudden. I cannot believe that Magnus Carlsen just lost on time. It reminds me of his final game in the Champions Chess Tour as world champion against Hikaru Nakamura, where he moused up his queen. How can this possibly happen to the best player on the planet?
This is unreal. We're all reeling in from this while Denis Lazovic advances through. Magnus Carlsen has got to fight it out in the Armageddon. Magnus Carlsen getting flagged. You don't get to see that. David, I'm out of words. I think we all need a quick break before this Armageddon starts. We will have the bids really soon. Magnus needs to recover. We all need to recover. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
you're on a train or on a plane, or you go completely off-grid. With Chessable's offline mode, you can now study chess anytime, anywhere, and not miss a day of training. And when you're back online, you just synchronize and everything is updated automatically. We're gonna play blindfold blitz. So I'm actually gonna get up right now and I'm gonna blindfold him.
All right.
This is, you know, nothing weird's gonna happen here. Trust me. There you go, close your eyes, right? I'm gonna move the pieces for you. So all you gotta do is just say the move and I'm gonna move the pieces for him. I'm gonna start your clock. You just say your move and hit your clock.
So, okay.
Go ahead.
Play 1b3.
Okay. Okay, so he plays b3. I'm gonna play knight f6.
Bishop b2.
G6.
Knight f3.
Bishop g7.
c4. c4.
Yep.
You got a good position.
All right, knight takes d4.
Queen takes d4 check.
Knight to f6.
Queen e3.
I think you're doing great, just so you know.
Oh, thank you.
If you're worried.
Yeah, that looks like a very boring position.
Why am I struggling so much with the right thing to play here?
My plan now is just to try to flag you.
Queen to b6.
Yeah, that's a good move.
I have 2 minutes and 24 seconds. You have 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Maybe I should have given you 10 minutes.
All right, I know. I'm old and slow.
You're not 40 yet.
All right, I'm gonna play rook to d8.
I'll play rook fd1.
You play a lot of good chess moves. Has anyone ever told you that?
No.
Hold a freaking draw here. Come on, Dan. All right, rook takes d1.
Yeah, rook takes rook. I gotta do what I need to do to win.
You gotta do what you gotta do to win. I respect it. Knight to f6.
Ah, what are you doing? You training something? I'll play king to e3.
Why did you have to see it? It was just one. Rook to d1.
D?
D1.
Yeah, I see you, Danny.
Okay.
I'll play rook to c4.
Okay, bishop to d5.
I'll play rook to c3.
Wesley, this is your chance to blunder. You can do it. Rook to g1.
Push a5. No more mate.
Rook to g1.
Pawn to e4.
Oh man, was an accurate move. Bishop to b7.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I like going a8. I can't do it. I can't take advantage of a blind man. I'm getting mated. King to g7.
Why are you running?
That was a good move by me. It's not over yet.
Knight e8 check. I'm gonna play the most boring.
King to f7.
Rook takes bishop a6.
Run it, Wesley.
Yeah.
King takes e8.
King e6.
King to f8.
King to f6.
Oh wow, that hurts actually. That's a big time. Oh, I lost on time.
Oh,
that was a big time. I lost track of time. Wow.
Good game.
I almost feel okay about myself. Almost.
Yes. Yeah, you're doing good for your first game after a long time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome to the most exciting format in chess, Armageddon. The ultimate tiebreaker. Armageddon grants white more time on the clock, but in return, white must win. A draw secures black the match win. White starts with 10 minutes, and each player submits a confidential bid with an amount of time they are willing to start with. Lowest bid gets to choose their color, usually black, and those coveted draw odds. Let the Armageddon commence.
In just a few seconds, we will have the Armageddon, and the bids are in. Magnus Carlsen wins the bid. He did go pretty low with 6 minutes 38 seconds. Vladimir Fedoseev with an 8-minute 30-second bid. To me, it looks like, David, that Fedoseev was happy to get white. He did not want to compromise too much on the time.
Understandably, he just struck with white. He won with the white, and now he has a few extra minutes in his pocket. Magnus, meanwhile, that's a brave bid. How low can you go? 6.5 is living life on the edge, especially because he knows now Fedoseev has that recipe of creating chaos on the board. For better or worse, that last game, Fedoseev, he showed how to do it.
And Robert, Fedoseev flagged Magnus, but he had the upper hand throughout the game. He was the one who was pushing after the miss in the middle game by Magnus. And let's not forget game 2 as well. It felt like Fedoseev should have got the dub in. This is going to be a big fight. We're off, and we're seeing a repeat. It's the Queen's Gambit decline this time.
Well, there are a few things that we can't forget as the players. They shouldn't forget their opening lines. Fedoseev, he is the World Rapid silver medalist behind Magnus Carlsen. He also can play very long games. He doesn't just end them on the spot. So when there's Armageddon without increment, you start to worry about the clock. So Fedoseev is using time as a weapon. Magnus, he hasn't moved. David, can you actually afford to invest this kind of time at this stage of the game when you're playing Vladimir Fedoseev?
You simply cannot. You need to adapt. You need to react. You need to just trust your instincts. And Magnus actually sacrifices a pawn. Big decision here. If this pawn is captured, the black knight jumps into the b4 square. Not only is the black knight coming in via c2 in that variation, but the white queen might have been trapped. So wisely avoiding the temptation. Greed not being good in this case. But you're right, Magnus, it feels again right now that he's freezing. He hasn't adapted kind of to this new rhythm that he needs. I've played Armageddon. We've all seen Armageddon games. It's all about the speed. You need to at least get out of the traps, the early stages, the opening middle game in good shape on the clock. Magnus still has under 6 minutes now, but it's going to get scary, especially if white starts throwing pawns forward. This might be the opportunity for Fedoseev. Go for the black king. Complicated, because complicated positions are the hardest to navigate. In time trouble, he does it. He's going with the pawns now towards the black king. Tanya, this is scary for Magnus already.
G4, H4 on the board. You're down by more than 3.5 minutes on the clock, and the game is just getting started. When the king is under fire, no increment. This can get really out of hand very quick for Magnus. I'd already be scared with this move G5 coming in. Magnus jumps in with the knight. But can white still think about sacrificing a pawn on the king side? And he does it. He wants to open the H line. The queen is headed to H5 if black starts getting greedy.
And this is why you see the blue arrow, F6, the only move to keep the balance for Magnus Carlsen. And he doesn't find it. I mean, that's not an easy move to play, pushing pawns in front of your own king. He actually allows the capture of a pawn on H6, but then white would have had a sacrifice material on C3. So look at Fedoseev's response. David, a natural play by him defending his knight, but it was a mistake, a missed opportunity, and now Magnus finds that correct choice.
He'd said A, B, he'd said H and G with his pawns. He needed to just continue the attack, just hammer away at the black king. But now it's too late. Now black is the one striking on the king's side, because actually all of black's pieces are in play. This knight now hit, but black's bishop, X-ray vision against the king. Black's bishop from afar, the light square bishop as well, doing a great job, and this centralized knight. Suddenly he's lost momentum here, Fedoseev, and that's how quickly things can turn around. Suddenly black is the one with the open F-file looking at the white king. I agree, Robert. It was almost imperceptible. Blink and you miss it. But that one chance, the question mark or the missed opportunity we saw from Fedoseev, suddenly things are turning. And Magnus, at least his moves are flowing. He's really picked up that pace in the last few moves. Suddenly it's down to a 3-minute time advantage only for Fedoseev. And what a mess we have in front of us, Tanya. This is the definition of a real melee.
But with white, that's exactly what you want. You want a mess in the position. When you're playing against Magnus, it is about those one-move opportunity. Fedoseev missed it. Now Magnus taking his queen out, also thinking about doubling up on the f-line with the rook. Watch out, once rook from a8 comes to f8, there might be sacrifices on the bishop on f4. Rook takes bishop ideas, always in the air. To me, it just looks like black's the one who's on the attack right now. And for Fedoseev, that king is going to be stuck in the center for the rest of the game.
Well, that sounds familiar to me because that's exactly what happened a game ago, right? Magnus was able to go after some weak king. He was able to get his rooks involved, and yet Fedoseev still was surviving and then won. So this is a bad position for white. The king is in the center. The black king isn't that unsafe, despite white taking all this time to pry open the G-file. So Magnus, he does need to be careful here because the queen was staring at his king on G8, and that's why he kicks that queen back and is going to force it to square like G2, a little bit more passive. And Tanya, I love your idea of doubling rooks. And David, I feel like as we look at this position, where's the attack for white? I actually think that black is the one more likely to have the attack against the white king.
Totally agree. If this was anyone else other than Fedoseev, I would say this has really backfired. It's really gone wrong. But he has such a wriggly style, Fedoseev. I've played him many times myself. He escapes from these weird positions, these awkward-looking positions with all the pieces hanging. He's so good at quick calculation, 2-3 move lines. He knows if he doesn't blunder anything, he'll get chances later on. And it's like being a sportsman. Sometimes you just have to get through a game and take your chance. When you might only get 1 or 2 shots, just pounce a bit later, as he did in the previous game in the must-win situation. So now Magnus under 4 minutes, no increment. Yeah, I'm starting to believe in Fedoseev's chances, even if the white king looks a bit awkward in the center. These piece trades don't necessarily help black, and they're only going to make the game drag on a bit longer. Take this bishop back with the queen, why not? And then, I'm not sure where the white king is going, but then try to line up, at least pose questions as Magnus's clock ticks down. Who do you think is the favorite? Armageddon. Oof, it's only ramping up the pressure now.
It's such a difficult question. And David, while it felt like objectively you should keep the pieces on the board, but given Magnus's time now under 4 minutes, no increment, he's just trying to ease off the pressure, trying to ease the complications off. But I think that only helps Fedoseev, like you pointed out. It was a lot harder for the white king as long as there were more pieces. But with these trades, it looks like Fedoseev can breathe a bit more. The bishop falls back to d6. I like the idea of rook g1, but again, you always have to watch out for rook to f8, rook f4 sacrifices. Perhaps at some point, Magnus is also eyeing that knight from a5 suddenly jumping on to c4. With that last move, bishop d6, it x-rays that knight on e5 with the bishop on f4. The more I look at it, I think knight c4 is a threat on the board.
Well, you know what I was thinking? The bishop g5. If this were a bullet game, that's what I'm playing from the white side. I'm pinning your rook on f6, and I'm just trying to open the h-file and go after the black king. I don't think it works, considering the evaluation bar is still saying black has the better position. But if it did work, it would say white is winning. And I know my man Vladimir Fedoseev. He's going for it.
Going for it, and we also know Magnus Carlsen, he will not allow an attack unless he can calculate his way through, and he actually doesn't play the best move. We saw miss. Wow, a blunder now, Magnus Carlsen. I was going to say he just takes back the pawn, sacrifices the exchange, but what has he missed? Can white ignore the threat on this rook? This looks like a hit, but if you ignore and go for the black rook instead, he moves it. Bishop takes rook, I think was winning there, and going for the black king. Wow, we might show that a bit later, but Magnus dodged a bullet. Still in trouble, though, as now the bishop lands on this square. Watch out for the rook lining up. The queen jumping in. Magnus's king is living life on the edge. It's been left abandoned by its own queen. The black queen's so far offside now. Tanya, you think he's just going to checkmate Magnus?
It's insane how many turnarounds we're seeing in this matchup. It's just hard to predict anything. And suddenly it looks like white is once again on the attack. David, I think the idea that you were earlier alluding to, give up your rooks, go for that bishop f6, queen g6, but it's still in the air. Queen g6 is coming up next. How is Magnus fighting it? The queen from a3 cannot come back into the defense. The e7 square is controlled by the bishop. Queen g6, I think rook f7 is the defensive resource here, but things looking very dangerous for Magnus. He decides to give up his exchange.
I think it's a good try. I mean, I think for Magnus, this is what David was suggesting earlier, and only one move keeps the edge for Fedoseev. Rook g6. This move does make a lot of sense. That black rook is both a defender of the king and also an aggressive piece. Queen d4 can hardly fault Fedoseev for this, and now queen e7. I see the arrows coming in. That's an only move, but I think that only move is pretty natural for black to play. Bring more pieces to your king's defense, though that a7 pawn is also loose. So I don't really know how both these players are assessing the position. Equal doesn't feel accurate.
To me, it looks like draw is the least likely result in this one. This is absolute madness. So it doesn't matter what the eval bar says. Yes, you can grab the a7 pawn, but that would give Magnus the time to bring his knight into play. Once that knight jumps to c4, then I think Magnus can start looking for tricks on white's king.
Suddenly this black knight sitting on a beautiful outpost is going to be worth just as much as one of the white rooks. This rook on c2 not participating at all. So yeah, definitely turning around. Fedoseev, he doesn't know he missed an opportunity, but there was a big one, and suddenly anyone's game. The knight lands on c4. Will he prise open the position, risk it by pushing his pawns forward in the center? Fedoseev, he wants to open up the white rooks, but it might also open up his king. You can see on the cameras, Fedoseev leaning in now. He knows it's about to become a time scramble. Magnus still 2 whole minutes down, 2.5 minutes with 0 increment. We've all played Blitz online on chess.com. It is scary. It might come down to flagging. And Fedoseev, look, he's just preparing a nice home for the white king. He's getting ready for the long game. A bit of a maneuvering battle later. He's trying to prolong this one as much as possible. But a knight fork in the air. Robert, who are you favoring here? Evaluation bar giving us no clues at all.
The knights are trickier pieces, so from the board position, I actually like black's chances, but it's about the clock. Fedoseev, with the white pieces to start with, Magnus with his low bid, sure, the deficit has been trimmed, but this is scary territory when there's opponent's rook and queen lined up against your king, and watch out for pawn breaks. That's what Magnus is trying to avoid, and I love his last couple moves, rerouting the knight, stopping the breaks, but here come trade offers, and can you afford to liquidate too much? If the queens come off the board, is white winning? Is black still within the drawing range? Tanya, these are difficult questions, maybe nearly impossible questions to answer unless you could sit and think for, instead of 20 seconds, 20 minutes.
And the thing is, Magnus has been flagged once today. Will he be flagged twice? I like that decision by Magnus, though it means you keep more pieces on the board. But taking on f4 would have opened up the e-line, attacking that queen, giving a lot of activity to the white rook as well. The knight jumps back. Knights are tricky. I'm going to put both of you on a spot here. If you had to predict a result, an outcome of this Armageddon, what do you think is going to happen? David, I'm going to start with you.
I think Magnus takes it just because of the trickiness of the black knight, but the clock situation makes it a bit hairy right now. How about you, Robert?
Well, I like the clock for Fedoseev, so I think that based on what we saw in the previous game, I am going to say that Fedoseev has good chances. Is he the favorite? Who can make that prognostication? But I do think that he has legit chances. And I mean, a move like Rook G4 right now, can black actually swap rooks? Fedoseev plays it, and Magnus quickly answers. He is keeping the rooks on the board. He wants more material on because he's not sure how to evaluate the endgame.
Yeah, if I had to predict, I'm going to predict a big win for Big Fish in this one. It just looks like with a minute and a half on the clock and a tricky position, queens on the board, this is going to be a tough one for Magnus. Wow.
Big moment though. I think he's blundered Big Fish. He needed to walk out of some forks. The computer gives it away. The blue arrow, pawn to c5. And white is defenseless. The white queen there would have been caught in 2 minds. He's played it in a different order. Same idea. With a draw up his sleeve, I think this is good enough. Magnus now, he's threatening all sorts. If the white queen moves, there'll be tactics like rook takes pawn in the air. The white rook here undermined on g4. The white king is actually a target. The black pieces combining now. I might have it, Magnus Carlsen. Still some calculation to be done. Robert, what about this? What has just happened?
It's a travesty for Fedoseev because trading off queens here, even though Magnus had more, he's like, look at this endgame. We have even material, at least I'll put that in quotes, because black kind of looks like he's up a pawn or two because all of white's isolated in double pawn. So Magnus is not going to lose this game unless Fedoseev can flag him, but that seems unlikely given how easy it is for black's move. So Tanya, you've asked the question. I'm going to pass it back to you. Any chance for Fedoseev because of the time?
I gave you my prediction. I mean, with the queens on the board, just 3 moves ago, I felt like this is going to be a tough save for Magnus. But now, with the trades that we're seeing, in fact, Magnus is the one who can push for more. Look at the pawn structure. The B pawn moving forward. The king will be a nice one on that E6 square. A minute on the clock. That's more than enough once the queens are traded off. Am I allowed to change my predictions?
Wow, Magnus gives up his rook. If rook takes rook, the black pawn would have just promoted, would have walked down the board. Beautiful tactics, awareness there from Magnus Carlsen. He's won a pawn. He's going to save this game, surely. 53 seconds. He's a great bullet player. He should have enough. This black c-pawn should win the game, let alone a draw. So, Robert, he's a miracle. Now, Fedoseev, although he's just given away his pawn, Magnus Carlsen. Why?
I wasn't sure if he was pre-moving, but he does have plenty of time, and this is a position where if you just talk about the chess, there's no chance white ever lose it, or black lose, excuse me. But when you look at the clock, Fedoseev is going to try to pressure him, but there's no way out. You just force the checks, and if the rooks come off the board, then the last pawn drops, and that's immediately a draw.
And if you get the king closer to the rook goes to a2 and you can't defend the a pawn. I think a really great practical choice by Magnus to give back that pawn and then to just trade off into everything. 35 seconds. But David, that's more than enough in this position.
More than enough, but I like what Fedoseev's doing. Flagging is encouraged here. Who cares about morals? Just flag the opponent. It's his last chance. 30 seconds, but it is a repetition. Magnus progresses from this Armageddon.
Wow.
It was so close. So close.
What a match. What a fight by Fedoseev. He lost early on in the match, but made a comeback, took it into Armageddon. And what an Armageddon this was. In the end, Magnus Carlsen advances into the winners' final and will be taking on Denis Lazovic. For Fedoseev, Robert, he's got a lot of reasons to be proud of the fight he put up today.
He barely lost this match. Yes, he goes down to the loser's bracket where he'll await some of the top guns, but you saw that on his face. He just clicked on game review, and Fedoseev's like, oh no, I missed the tactic. So he is, had his chances. He should be proud of it, but you could see it there. He's like, I just wasn't looking in that direction. It looked too scary. He did have an opportunity, and he may kick himself later for that.
Just unreal stuff. It was a big opportunity. In fact, Fedoseev could have grabbed the victory at a moment. David, what a miss that was.
We have to rewind and show in slow motion what he could have done. Fedoseev just had a one move opportunity to win this game, to pretty much knock Magnus down to the loser's bracket. But unfortunately, no time on the clock. He did miss it, and it was difficult. So I think he should forgive himself, Fedoseev, and we can forgive him. But if we get an opportunity, I would love to show that moment as Fedoseev unfortunately got tricked into that endgame. Magnus was just too strong. But it was here, after Magnus had actually made a big mistake, a grave error, queen to a3, hitting this white rook. Fedoseev reacted, but he should not have trusted the wild number one. He should have ignored the threat. Bishop takes rook. This is a beautiful tactic reminiscent of the romantic ages of chess, where you give up one rook with check, you give up a second rook. And if black now takes this rook, you simply create a big threat. Queen takes h1 and queen to g6. There's actually no more checks. No way to defend the g7 square either. White, despite being down a rook, delivers checkmate. So this opportunity was in the position. He missed it and therefore gets knocked down to the loser's bracket.
Fedoseev almost had the win against the world number one. Game 2, so close. He gets the job done. In game 4, it was flagging, but it happened. And then in the Armageddon as well. But Magnus Carlsen just so hard to beat. He keeps going in the winner's bracket. And these are our score lines. The 17-year-old Denis Lazovic did not need a game 4 to get the dub in. He wraps up his match in just 3 games against Jose Martinez. It's going to be Denis Lazovic against Magnus Carlsen tomorrow. Robert, David, I'd love to get your thoughts looking ahead into this match between the Clash of Generations.
Well, Magnus, he said, I'll play Alireza for World Championship and no one else. But we have other teenagers on the scene. Alireza, no longer a teenager himself, but Denis Lazovic, the 17-year-old, he beat Hikaru, he beat Denis, he beat Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and then he beat the other underdog in Jose Martinez. So why not? Miracles, sometimes they do happen, and why not for Denis Lazovic, who plays the best player in chess history, the best player of the last decade at the very least, Magnus Carlsen. Hey, the magic can continue for the youngster.
I agree. Denis Lazovic, unbeaten so far in Division I, bringing his best game. Today was very smooth for Denis, a bit up and down, meanwhile, for his opponent tomorrow, Magnus. So that one, anyone's game. But of course, the losers, quarterfinals as well. That is going to be fascinating to watch, as those two players, Martinez and Fedoseev, still have one life left.
Absolutely, David. 2 more players will be eliminated of the Chessable Masters tomorrow. Big fights coming up. Right now, we are going to be joined very soon with our guest. Don't go anywhere. We will be back with an interview. What a day it's been.
It's crazy. Oh my God.
I don't feel it yet because there's so much spice already in my mouth. Turn the thermostat up.
Please, no milk.
No milk.
No f***ing milk, James.
I'm gonna go to the ambulance.
What's up, everyone? Chess is hard as it is, but we're about to make it even harder by playing chili chess. For every type of piece we capture, we are gonna eat a chip with some hot sauce on it, starting with the pawns, knights, bishops, and rooks, a queen, and then the loser of the game is gonna eat this drenched chip over here.
Ready to go?
Yeah. Here we go.
And here we go.
Oh man, we battled a lot in the... It's like you're letting me take it, bro. We get
Instant, you must be hungry, bro.
I'm too scared to capture.
Take it, bro.
No, because then we have to eat the...
You know what? Now you gotta eat the freaking chip.
All so big. Oh.
Yes.
Oh, man. Oh. It feels like I'm inhaling a barbecue. I hate that one.
That's pretty good.
God. That is the official.
Your turn, buddy. Beautiful.
That one's weird, man. It's like citrusy, but like...
Correct.
Kind of tastes like...
You know what? That's exactly what it would taste like.
I'm rolling up mine. We got the end game of the chips. This is
hey,
torture.
which one do I want? Okay. None of you. I'm back.
I like a silent psychological battle. Nobody's drank milk yet.
Right.
We're like, okay. All right. Word looks different when you high on spice.
Oh man, I'm hitting different.
Oh,
ship's kind of hot to be chilling like that. It's definitely getting hot in this room, guys. You didn't turn the thermostat up?
Oh, I took a pawn, mister.
Oh, you took a pawn. You did. Damn, bro, you catching everything.
Ah! Oh!
Let's check.
Oh my God, I lost on time. No!
Oh, that's fine.
Oh my God.
You know. Okay, so the problem is, I don't feel it yet because there's so much spice already in my mouth. So it's probably gonna be like how Magnus said, creeps up on you. Yep, now it's starting to creep up. I feel it. I feel it.
Oh man.
I'm gonna go to the ambulance. I'm gonna call them people right now.
Hold my hand.
Please.
No milk.
No milk.
No milk. We're doing this with no milk. No f***ing milk, James. So 2 brothers. We in a ditch somewhere.
Yep.
Explosions all around.
No milk. We asked them, I'm like, you need a Band-Aid? No, I need no milk. No milk. I'm gonna feel that for a few days, 2 hours.
Bro.
I did, bro. I did. But your brain don't work right with all the spices and stuff.
No, man. Bro, I can't feel my fingers. Same time next week?
Sure. It's a date.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Chessable Masters, where we are joined by one of today's winners, Magnus Carlsen. And Magnus, first of all, congratulations, but what are your first thoughts on how today went?
Yeah, the games were pretty terrible in general. I mean, that's not a new take coming from me, but yeah, that was that was not good. But well, I prevailed. That was more or less the only good thing. But just everything was bad, and my brain was just not working. So I'll have to be a bit better, I think, coming up.
How did you feel that your opponent, Vladimir Fedoseev, played? Did you feel that today was terrible because of how tough he made it for you, or was it just on both sides?
No, he has a style which is kind of uncomfortable. Like, he plays very ambitiously and sometimes makes non-traditional positional decisions, which is rather difficult to face when you're not at your best. So it has something to do with his play as well, for sure. But if I'd had a good day, I don't think it would have been as close as it was. And honestly, I mean, with a little bit of precision, he could have pulled out this much.
We were curious in Game 4. It looked like time ran out in the end. Was it just kind of a moment of freezing, or what happened there?
Yeah, as I said, like, my brain was just fried at that point, and I couldn't think. Like, I couldn't in my head even remember, like, I wasn't even confident that I was going to hold rook and bishop against rook. Well, if I feel normal, I feel that even with a few seconds, that shouldn't be an issue. So I was just going through the motions, like hoping for the game to end, and then I was choosing the defensive setup. I tried to make a move, but my movements weren't crisp either. So yeah, that's what happened.
And it's a new season, a new time control, just 10 minutes plus 2 seconds this time. How confident were you about that Armageddon bid you made? What was it, around 6 minutes and a bit?
Yeah, I saw that's approximately what Maxim bid, so I thought he generally has thought about these things. He knows what he's doing, so let me do the same.
So you've been watching our show, or at least watching the other games?
Yeah, I am a chess fan, so...
Nice to hear. Nice to get confirmation. And we do have a few questions from our chat, and one from Krishna21234. Krishna's asking, given that you're playing from a new location, do you think familiarity with the surroundings, or lack thereof, is affecting your playing style?
I probably should have gotten a bigger monitor. That probably would help. Apart from that, I don't think it matters too much.
Kelonix asks, Magnus, were you thrown off by Fedoseev's speed?
No, I'm used to this style from Fedoseev. This is the way he plays in general. Like, sometimes he plays a bit better, sometimes he plays a bit worse. But he always makes it difficult for you by playing fighting, non-traditional chess.
Magnus, just before we let you go, I have to ask about tomorrow's winners final. The winners final, at least, against Denis Lazovic. How are you feeling about that one? How impressed are you so far with his run?
Am I not playing tomorrow?
That was my bad. The winners final, when it comes around against Denis Lazovic. I'm not trying to trick you. Yes.
No, I mean, it's certainly not easy. I mean, he played really well last season. Even in Toronto in the final, he was very competitive. And I mean, this time he's really defeated a murderer's row of players just to get here. So, yeah, certainly not easy, and I have to up my game a bit because today will probably not be good enough tomorrow.
No, I have just got confirmation you are playing tomorrow. So, what will you do to prepare?
I don't know, probably not too much, to be honest. Some openings though.
Okay, just don't blame me if you forget to turn up tomorrow. It is, in fact, happening. I can't confirm. But Magnus, congratulations today. I'm going to let you go now. Get some rest, start preparing those openings. And many congratulations. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, David. See you.
See you soon. And there we had it. Magnus Carlsen defeating Vladimir Fedoseev. Not too happy with his play, but getting the job done. And tomorrow against Denis Lazarevich, Tanya.
Yeah. What a match we had today, and it's going to be quite the winners final tomorrow as the 17-year-old Denis Lazarevich, who is in such great form. He's been playing phenomenal chess, takes on the ultimate test against the world #1 Magnus Carlsen. I'm really glad that you told Magnus that he's got to play tomorrow, David. He might not have shown up otherwise.
I was pretty sure, but then he made me doubt myself, and then I backed down, and poor Magnus. He's got bad influences around him, trust me.
David, you were like Fedoseev there. You trusted Magnus a little bit too much. You should have been firm with him and let him know that you were correct in this position.
Next time. Let's hope he shows up.
He will show up, and we're going to have a great winners final. But Robert, it was also so interesting to see that Magnus was critical about his match despite winning it.
Yeah, he's an honest, objective assessor of his own play. He really is happy when he feels like he truly played a brilliant game, and he's unhappy when he feels like there were improvements that he should have spotted. But it's funny because his not best effort is still good enough. He makes it through to the winners finals, unlike some of our other players who had to say goodbye to the tournament as their run ended today.
Yeah. And two more will say goodbye tomorrow, but let's take a look at where we stand at the Chessable Masters. And these are the standings. Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, Wesley So with losses today are out of the tournament, and they get the paycheck coming their way. But meanwhile, the others continue and the fight continues, and the winner will get a spot into the season end final. Lots more chess coming up. David, what was the highlight for you in today's matches?
Well, I've got to say, the incredible checkmate we saw earlier today, it feels like a lifetime ago now, but Jan Nepomniachtchi delivering checkmate with a queen sacrifice, Firouzja landing some nice sacrifices of his own, and then that Armageddon, that one with Magnus Carlsen and Fedoseev. We didn't know who was going to win until right near the end, till the last few seconds. It was fast, it was fun, and ultimately Magnus prevailed.
And Robert, I'm going to give the floor to you one more time before we sign off for the day. What impressed you today?
So much impressed me. I mean, we saw blunders, we saw brilliancies, and we just saw people fighting their hearts out. Two players had to leave the tournament, but even though he didn't win his match, I have to give a shout to Vladimir Fedoseev. He proves each and every match that he is a worthy contender. Yesterday, he stormed back from a deficit to take down Alireza Firouzja. Today, he gave Magnus Carlsen everything he could handle and was oh so close to knocking the #1 player in the world down to the loser's bracket. So I would say that Lazarevich continues to shine. He beat that murderer's row, as Magnus called it. Magnus himself, he's always impressive. But then I would say third honors go to Vladimir Fedoseev because, yeah, he was stellar even in defeat.
And he will be back tomorrow in the losers bracket fighting on his last life. But what a performance by him today against the world #1. Chessable Masters continues into a big day tomorrow in the elimination bracket and in the winners final. Today was a day of heartbreaks and celebration. Lots of twists and turns. What big moments we've had. It's been a dramatic day, chat. We will see you tomorrow.